pressing it. Hold on.
Talk shoes.
Recorded live.
Welcome to the Lost Lowdown, podcast number 64, with your hosts, Claude and Justin.
What's up, guys?
Today we're talking about episode 515, Follow the Leader, and we have a special guest, our special guest, back with us for this podcast, Jen.
Hi.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Welcome back to you.
It's going to be awesome to have a threesome on this podcast. Oh, what did I just say? Yikes. Whoa.
No Mother's Day threesome.
By that I meant three people talking.
Yes.
Of course.
And
of course.
in preparation for my appearance this week, I've actually been listening to the podcast. I've listened to every episode this season, except that I didn't finish this last week's episode because I was not at work as much.
So you had no place to listen to it.
I don't have an iPod. It broke a long time ago. So I guess I could be listening to it at home on one of my two computers. But for some reason that didn't occur to me until just now. So let's just edit that part out.
I assume most people listen to us at work, spreadsheets, etc.
Mm-hmm.
So refresh our memory. When was the last time you were on the podcast?
I'm gonna bounce that question over to Justin.
Yeah, I can answer that. The last podcast she did was Eggtown last season.
Eggtown, yeah.
Oh,
which was
thanks.
episode 4.
You're welcome.
Of season 4.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining us, Jen. We'll catch you next year. Bye.
Yeah, I didn't think I was going to make it this season, and I barely did, barely eked in. So.
Well, as the Lost Lowdown lore goes, whichever podcast you're on, the episode that comes on after that is good.
Yeah, so I predict, based exclusively on that trend, that this coming episode, the season finale, is going to be good, at least good.
Yeah.
Although I have to say, as anyone who visits TLLD.net knows, I spend a lot of time for them, and it seems like a lot of your wonderful fans are pretty pissed off at the past couple of episodes.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And they might not be so happy with the season finale because I think it's probably going to be filled with a lot of things that they'll argue about whether or not we're paradoxes.
I think that's really the big trend here. That's the territory we're getting into now. Is how many paradoxes they're going to have to deal with by the end of the episode or end of the season. So it's going to be pretty interesting, especially considering this episode was the one that started a lot of paradoxes or seeming paradoxes, pseudodoxes, as they say in academia.
Or can we call them contradoxes? Controversial paradoxes?
Nice. That's good too. Are paradoxes?
Yes.
Can I go that?
Does that mean fake paradoxes, or does that mean paradoxes because of Faraday?
I think it's both, which is why it's awesome.
Nice.
It doesn't have any connection to the pharaohs who once ruled the islands.
You know what? It's the meta F word. It covers so much. It's the meta fate.
It can cover PHs as well, apparently.
It really can.
Yeah, that's what I was. All right. I wish Stan Faraday spelled his name with a P.
That'd be awesome. If he was truly British, he would.
Yeah,
but
I think we all know that in spite of his parentage, he's not British.
Yeah, I really wonder how that happened. Like, who raised him? And also, why are his parents Widmore and Hawking and his last name is Faraday?
Yeah, I was thinking about that when I rewatched it. Yeah.
Like, where did he get that name from?
Maybe Eloise, found another lover,
remarried.
And they got married, and Mr. Faraday is a very nice stepfather.
I see. Okay. We just never saw him.
Right.
Yeah. Something like that.
Yet. Okay, good point.
So wait, are you saying that Dan's stepfather is a clever fellow who built the lamppost?
Oh, no.
Did I hear you just say that, guys? That's what I heard.
I can neither confirm nor disconfirm that.
Not the clever fellow again. You're going to work that clever fellow in no matter what.
Yes, I'm going to use this thing I call a shoehorn. It does me well. So, yeah, there's a lot to talk about in this episode, a lot to speculate about next episode. So this is episode 515, Follow the Leader, which, we get to see who the leader is, right?
I guess.
Well, I think ostensibly the leader is Locke, right?
Yeah.
As Ben says, I will follow you anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Almost.
Did he really say that?
No, you got really close.
Yeah.
I don't remember it sounding so romantic.
That's just a bit of what I put on it. Maybe Emerson wasn't going there, but I thought it was necessary.
Yeah. No, I'm glad you went there.
So, what did you guys think? We'll go around the imaginary table.
Okay. Shall I start being the farthest east?
Do you want to start? Okay.
Yeah, we'll go on a line across the country.
Okay.
I think Jen should start.
Yeah, I don't have much to say because it seems a little silly for me to rate it since I haven't been telling your audience what I've thought of the previous episodes. But I really enjoyed it with a couple of exceptions that you'll get to hear me harp on ad infinitum later this evening.
Nice.
So, but I guess in spite of the fact that you have no frame of reference, I'll give it an A-.
A-?
Yeah.
All right. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I liked it quite a bit, so there you go.
All right.
Okay.
Justin, what say you?
Well, I really enjoyed it. It pretty much blew me away in terms of surprising me. And that was nice. The show hasn't quite surprised me like that for a while, so it's a good change of pace. It kind of felt like part one of the finale. I can't. It's hard for me to see it as a single episode by itself because it really just, it doesn't. I don't think it really stands on its own, and that's the only drawback for me. Like it doesn't really work. I think as a self-contained episode.
Yeah.
And it doesn't really deliver too much of substance, but it does set up a lot of things and throw in a lot of good surprises. And I really enjoyed watching it. It brings up a lot of crazy issues. Overall, I mean, I enjoyed watching it a lot, but I hesitate to give it an A just for those, just because of those drawbacks I just mentioned. So I think I pretty much agree. I would probably give it an A- as well.
Interesting. Yeah, I agree with what you guys are saying. I think that is the drawback of this episode is it's really just a setup episode. You got to have it because the finale is definitely gonna have to be packing a big punch. So you got to have an episode that sets all that up. But I would agree too that there were a couple of twists in the story that I did not see coming, and things I'm like, oh, they're not going to do that. Oh, that's not going to make any sense. They're not going to do that. And then they do it. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
Like, what are they going to do now?
Yeah.
There were a couple little turns. Overall, it was pretty good. Definitely keeping up with the quality of this season. I guess I'm going to have to go for the perfect A- score. A- is from all the judges.
Wow, it's unanimous.
Unanimous.
Right.
That means it really gets an A-.
That means the official Lost Lowdown score is A-.
Yeah.
There it is.
You know what really earned the A-, I think, is all the Richard. So much Richard.
You said he earned the A-?
Yeah, he earned the episode the A-.
Oh, you mean it was just too much Richard?
No, I'm saying it was so much good Richard.
Oh, really? See, I'm on the fence about Richard in this episode, and we'll talk about it, but largely because, we sort of see the limits of what he knows, and he's in every time period, which is good in a way, but it's also weird just to be like, wait, when are we now? Because your shirt hasn't changed in like 100 years, buddy. You got the same
those jaunty pants.
Yeah, it's like you got the same everything.
And he likes to tuck it in.
He's got to have it tucked in because it's more comfortable that way, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Richard's a crazy guy.
Yeah, I would share your viewpoint. I like Richard. He's an interesting character. I want to know more about him. But this episode definitely made it clear to me that, he might be really old and there might be some weird stuff going on with him, but he certainly doesn't know everything. And he certainly seems to be bewildered every time he's encountered with, these time travel issues and, pretty much anything weird going on. Like, he doesn't seem to expect it or understand it. He seems as surprised as anyone would be. And so it kind of just seems like he's this really old guy who doesn't age, but that's it,
It's like, what do you do?
Yeah.
I think at this point.
He's an advisor. He provides advice.
Yeah. What does that really mean?
No, I mean, but still, I really like that actor. I think he has a good gravitas.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It was nice seeing him in all the time periods.
It was a lot more Richard than we usually get.
Yeah, I like the little sass that he gave Jack, too.
The what?
The sass he gave Jack about how they were going to get the bomb out of the tunnel.
Oh, he did sass Jack. That was weird. I'm not used to Richard being sassy.
Yeah, and I didn't think that Jack had really been that unreasonable in this game.
No,
I think Richard in both time periods is in a very strange situation with, he doesn't know what's going on, and I love sort of when they're sort of before they go underwater to the tunnels. He asks, after the guy gets shot by Saeed, he asks Eloise, what are we doing here, blah, blah, blah. And she kind of tells him, but she doesn't really, why, and so I think he's pissed off that he kind of has to sort of just follow orders and he doesn't know what's going on. And the same in Locke's storyline, too, is another situation of, like, he's got to sort of fulfill this thing. He's got to do what Ellie says or what Locke says, and but he doesn't really, want to. To me, what was weird most about Richard was it doesn't seem like not only that he doesn't know what's going on, sort of, but specifically with this series of events with the time travel and Locke. Like, he didn't sort of, like, in the 50s, Dan tells him they're the bomb, and Locke is there, and he, tells him all the crazy stuff. And he doesn't sort of get invested and figure something out on his own the last 20-something years before these guys get there in the 70s. It just seems like, specifically for this series of events, you think he'd be more plugged in to, maybe he doesn't know everything about the island or something, but like this thing, it seems like he really should be trying to figure out what's going on here. He's had, like, in the 2007 time period, he's had, like, 30 years from the events of the 70s to sort of think about it and sort of all this stuff, and it just seems like, he hasn't really thought about it. He hasn't really made any, I don't know. I still have hope. I hope they don't turn, Richard into Brzezinski, where it's like some character we really like, and, we see him, and then we just get too much, and they go to a bad direction, If they ruin Richard, it really will be sad.
Yeah.
But we'll
I agree with all that.
Yeah. He did go and go and see Locke when he was born.
Yeah, I thought about that. That seems like an anomaly.
And
it's like, what else did he do?
And he followed up with him later. There was that scene where he went into his house and showed him the objects and all that. Yeah. I really don't know how that fits into the story now. I don't know what that's supposed to mean or what the takeaway is from that. But I have a theory. and I will present it as we go.
Ooh.
So that's a tease.
Yeah, another tease.
It's it doesn't really make any sense, but it occurred to me, so I'm just going to throw it out there.
You're teasing us less and less.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, well, all right. Sorry, I don't want to undercut my theory. It's quite exciting. Please stay tuned.
All right, we're back to the original level of teasement.
Okay, good. Okay, yeah. So I guess I'm going to be narrating. I'm going to be your narrator for today. So are you guys ready to start? Anything else before we really dive in here?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, let's go.
Ready? Okay.
I'm ready.
All right, so let's see. We start off at the beginning. We do a bit of a replay of the Faraday death scene from the last episode, but this time it's really more from Jack and Kate's point of view as they watch from in the bushes. Jack thinks that this is why they're here, or they're there. I guess he means the nuclear bomb thing. Then they hear the gunshot, and Jack wants to go help. Kate wants to run and pulls Jack away, and then a hostile on horseback rides by and hits Jack in the face. Then the hostile gets off the horse and holds Jack and Kate at gunpoint, and Widmore shows up and asks them who they are.
All right.
Yeah. End of scene.
Who they are and where the hell they're from, right?
Oh, did he say that too?
Where the hell they're from is the line they leave off of, so they can cut to 30 years later.
Wow.
You know, the answer question.
Wait a minute, but that doesn't happen. Oh, that's the next scene when he says that.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, when Eloise comes in.
This is just that first part.
Okay.
Should I go to the next scene?
Part? Yeah.
Okay. So Hawking reads Dan's journal and sees the message she wrote in there later.
Wait, what did you say?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah.
Widmore asks what happened. Richard explains. Hawking asks Jack and Kate if they came with Dan. Jack says yes. Then she says, put them in my tent. Widmore thinks that Dharma has declared war. Hawking says they aren't from Dharma. Widmore says, then where the hell are they from?
That was a pretty good Widmore.
Yeah, I've been working on it. So, yeah, then we go to 30 years later. But any comments on this first bit here? Kate and Jack?
Well, I guess Dan's dead, huh?
Yeah, it sure looks like Dan's dead. He kind of lied there for the whole episode.
Yeah, I guess Dan's dead. Not coming back from that one.
Yeah.
Too bad you're no Michael Emerson, or you'll be live.
Oh, so true.
They just take you to the temple, like they did a couple episodes ago.
Oh.
But no, we can't do that for you.
Nah, he doesn't get to go to the temple.
No.
He's not special.
He's not. He's just a clever young man. Oh, wait.
Oh, no.
The clever fellow strikes again. So, yeah, there's not a lot here.
I was surprised that the hostiles had horses.
You know, I'm surprised about a lot of things, but yeah, the horse was strange. Have we seen horses before?
Actually, I want to say that we have. And
yeah, I feel like we had a horse conversation.
Yeah, we noted that maybe that's why there's horses running around.
Yeah, like Kate's horse.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. But did Dharma have horses? Anybody remember?
No, because if they had a horse, they'd have to put the Dharma logo on it. The brand
with
they have
with
the
a
Dharma
horseshoe
logo
in the middle.
and the word horse on it.
Would the Dharma logo like be a horse?
No, it wouldn't be that
Yeah.
straightforward.
Okay.
Be something else.
Some sort of like Greek symbol for a horse or something.
Yeah. The Greco horse symbol. Yeah, the horse thing was weird. I love how, the guy comes up and Jack, puts his hands up and, gets in line to get slapped by that gun. It's just man, he had his hands up.
Yeah.
I think the others were pretty brutal in this episode. A little like, oh, I'm going to just be mean because I don't know why.
Because it's the end of the season.
Because it's the end of the season.
They're not fucking around anymore. Everybody's just really rough this episode.
Yeah.
They would hold back more in the old days, earlier in the season, but now they're serious about everything.
Yeah.
And they're just going to threaten to shoot people constantly, and it's just,
And the same with Radzinski and Phil. And I just gotta say, in this episode, people just kept getting the shit kicked out of them, and then it just seemed like they were fine.
Yeah.
Spitting up a little blood, and then 5 minutes later, I guess that somebody gave you a washcloth because now you just.
Yeah, I did notice that Sawyer and Julia were cleaned up in the sub scene at the very end, and I'm like, they weren't like writhing in pain, and I'm like, oh, you guys are over that now, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I thought the same thing too. Like somebody cleaned them up and.
Yeah, maybe when Sawyer drew the map, they gave him a bath.
Yeah, Radzinski's like, now somebody clean these guys up. I'm too mean.
I drew your map. Now draw me a bath. So I looked at the woman who plays Miss Hawking at this age, and she was silly. I don't know why I'm even telling you this, but she's married to that guy Ian Griffith, or however you say this dude's name.
Oh yeah. I think I saw that because I looked her up earlier as well. Yeah.
Who's that guy?
Have you seen the Fantastic Four?
Who did he play? Oh, Mr. Fantastic.
I don't know. I haven't actually seen it.
Oh, that guy. Okay, yeah. Reed Richards.
Yeah. He did another thing.
She's married to him, huh?
Yeah, she's married to him.
Well,
anyway,
congratulations to her.
One thing I really liked about the first scene, or the first part of the scene that you just played out, was the timing when Jack's like, maybe this is why we're here, and then bam, he looked over and shot Dad.
Yeah, it's great. What if this is our chance? This is our only hope. Boom. Okay. Well, oops.
Maybe not.
Yeah, it was great timing.
Anyway,
that doesn't dissuade Jack. He's still on a mission.
Yeah. The whole thing is, we'll talk about it, but I think it's strange that people who are time traveling sort of don't have perspective on their situation the whole idea of trying to change it and the whole idea of this is why we're here and all that stuff. It just seems like I think we talked about it last podcast is, if you're in a situation like that, you have to just wonder if you're just part of what's going to happen, not that you're there to change what's going to happen,
Right.
And we'll see if these, because I just don't think they're gonna really change everything, like, oh look, the plane lands and yay, aren't we all happy? We spent 5 seasons with them, watching them, live out their lives from the consequences of their plane not landing, and then we get a season of seeing what they would do when the plane did land, right?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that fun?
No, that's not fun. That's not my idea of fun.
Oh, okay.
You know what I really don't want to ever have to see is them all boarding the plane again in Sydney and not recognizing each other. Or recognizing each other. I don't want to see that plane get boarded again. I don't want to see.
They all get on the plane in Sydney, but then nobody's recognizing each other, and then like Jack passes Kate and they share a glance.
Oh,
And they're like,
God.
maybe we knew each other in a past
Oh,
life.
no. Oh, no.
Yeah. Well,
That is
happen.
that is really
Yeah. And you know what? I don't
my
think it's going to
nightmare.
happen. They, you know, from how they've written the show, that just doesn't seem like something they'd be interested in doing. I really don't think we're going to get that.
Yeah, I feel like that's the kind of thing you do when you don't have an end date and you wanted
Yes.
to keep the show going.
Yeah, exactly.
You could just kind of wipe the slate clean and start over
Yeah.
and get a whole new, like, setup going. So, yeah, that's mainly why I don't think they'll do it. I definitely also hope they won't do it. So,
Yeah.
But, I mean, something's going to happen. But I think you're right. I feel like what's going to turn out is, you know, they're going to cause the incident rather than prevent it.
Mhm. I'm starting to think it may be that it's either that they caused the incident, or that I'm thinking maybe that they're going to help prevent the incident from being a catastrophe by doing what they're doing.
Ah, yeah, okay.
Because I feel like the fact that you know, Brzezinski's like, drill baby drill, you know, like he's
I didn't realize what political allegory we were watching.
Honestly, I think there was some sort of thing with Brzezinski taking over power in the name of security.
Security.
I thought that it was a little too familiar. You know, it was using torture to like get information. And, like, it just I don't know, guys. You tell me if they watch the news and follow politics. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're onto something.
I think Brzezinski's Russian for Republican, right? I don't know my Russian very well.
That doesn't really make sense, but I totally agree. That would be hilarious. I really wish it were true. Are you Rudzinski? Why, yes, I am.
Yes.
In both senses.
In the sane sense and in the insane sense.
Right.
But yeah, we'll get more to that. But that came across to me.
Yeah.
It was weird when Whitmore was like, I found them in the bushes, crouched in the bushes like rats.
Yeah.
Like, what was that?
He never passes up the chance to throw in a simile.
Yeah, right? He really does it. It was weird that he's just like, found like rats. Like, they, that's just
I think
weird.
Didn't he say Ben was like a rat or something when he came into his hotel room?
Yeah, he's got like a rat thing going on.
Yeah, he just loves rat comparisons.
Oh, wow.
Maybe he has a rat phobia.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe he had some kind of problem with a rat, or he used to have a pet rat and it did something to him, or maybe it just died. I don't know. But
hey, let's all speculate about the rat connections to Whitmore. What do you think, Jen?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just taking this all in.
We really, we here at the Lost Lowdown, I think we catch the things in the episodes that no one else really cares to talk about.
I agree. No one's talking about the rat connection. Why? Why is no one talking about it?
That.
Well, do I have to be the one to say it?
Probably.
Next scene.
Okay. I didn't want to, derail things prematurely. Okay. So the next scene we go 30 years later, of course. Richard builds a ship in a bottle on the beach. Locke arrives at the other's camp with a boar for dinner. Richard is surprised to see Locke.
A dinner that's never prepared or eaten. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're right. Richard is surprised to see Locke after 3 years. Locke wants Richard to come along on an errand. Richard says there's something different about Locke. Locke says he has a purpose. Then Ben and Sun walk into the camp. Ben tells Sun that Locke is the leader now. And then he tells Sun that Richard is an advisor and has been for a long time. Then Sun takes out the Dharma photo and shows it to Richard, asking if Richard remembers the people in the photo. Richard says that he remembers them because he watched them all die.
Boom, lost. Wow, that was a quick episode.
It was really quick. Yeah, they really could have ended it there.
Yeah, they got straight to the point.
That was a serious thing that they never addressed again.
Yeah, well, they'll address that one in the finale.
Yeah, that's true.
As we watch them all die, right, guys?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're asking a lot. I don't know, Damon and Carlton, I guess, to have me believe that all of those characters are going to die.
Yeah.
That would be a cool cliffhanger, but it's just completely ridiculous that they would all die.
Yeah.
Like they would go into next season with nothing but Locke and Sun and Frank and Ben, and that's it.
And Richard,
yeah.
And Alana and Bram.
Yeah, but they're not really like main characters.
Oh, well, they'll have to be next season, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Like, that's going to be the show from now on. Like, forget about all those people. Like, that's ridiculous.
They shouldn't have died.
There's good point. You know, if they hadn't have died.
I blame Jack.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Nonetheless, the question is, what does he mean by this? And another question is, are they really expecting us to believe that? Like, not just in terms of, you know, they're not going to kill those characters, but in terms of, like, Richard all along has remembered those characters dying in the 70s. Like, that's just too weird for me.
You know,
he's been interacting with them, and anyway.
And see, and I think part of, I'll take a crack at those two questions, but part of what muddles it, I think, is, you know, she shows them the people in the picture who isn't everyone who's there, you know, in the 70s, and so, you know, and we know only at this point a couple of them are involved in sort of getting the bomb. So it's like, who does he even really think is part of the group that dies, you know? Because It's really not necessarily everyone who's in the 70s. It's not necessarily everyone who's in the picture, you know. So that's part of what muddles, you know, sort of what he means. It is weird to think that he thinks that they died. It seems like he should have assumed. I mean, I'm assuming what's going to happen is, you know, the bomb goes off, or there's some flashes, or you know, maybe there is an explosion and they seem dead, but
here, their disappearance off the airplane.
Say it again?
Or maybe they just disappear in front of Richard's eyes.
Well, but he shouldn't call that dying, because he's seen other people disappear and didn't. I mean, he saw Locke disappear, and didn't really call that dying, but it should be more than just disappearing, but
he should have some reason to think they're actually dead.
Yeah, but if they disappear because they detonated a hydrogen bomb, I could see him thinking.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's the thing. As long as something else goes off, they definitely will disappear, but as long as, you know, something else happens that sort of makes it seem like, you know, the building that they're in blows up or something, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, unless he's just sort of skating past to the fact that she's identified these three people in the picture, and what he really means is, I watched them all die in the Purge. Which, he didn't see those people die in the Purge, because they don't die in the Purge.
Oh, that's a good point. If he's thinking they were part of Dharma and all the Dharma people died.
I guess it could mean something like that. But I think she specifically indicated.
Yeah, she's talking about 30 years ago.
But he could still be just saying, well, they're Dharma, so I must have seen them die. But I do think Jack, Kate, and Hurley are in the photo, and they're all three in different places. So so that basically covers the spectrum of what's going on in the 70s. So,
yeah, exactly.
So I don't really I don't feel like it's even possible for him to see them all die at the way things are right now.
Yeah.
Because they're all.
I mean, here's the answer to your question, though, is whether we're supposed to believe, they want us to believe it. I don't think they really want us to believe that, considering, later, Sun says, do you think they're all dead? And Locke says, I don't think we went through all this for nothing. And I think, they got to be talking to the audience, too, because, we've all been through a lot.
Yeah.
Literally, having to figure out what's going on with this show. And I don't think it was all for nothing, that they would really just rewind everything and, have these people be dead and all that stuff. Like Sun's really not going to reunite with Jin. Come on. If that was the case, he would be alive now.
Come on.
That just, no one's going to believe that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, no, they have to do that.
Yeah. They have to. But the question really is, what does Richard think he saw? What does he think? Or what did he see, I guess?
Yeah. Yeah, and of course they didn't specify so that they can, do whatever they want.
AKA have people watch the next episode?
Yeah. Yeah. That is exactly what that is also known as.
Thank you.
Just to sort of further the idea that you're just pointing out, I really want us to think that, is just the mere fact that they have all three of these people in completely different scenarios in different places on the island. If they really wanted us to think that these people might die, then they would have put them all in the same position. Where it could have happened. Like, send them all to, Hurley never would have made that swim, but put them all there with the bomb or something like that.
It's what I like to call the second scene cliffhanger. It's not the big thing that the episode's about, so it's just to get you to keep watching, and so we can all be like, they're not going to die. Let's watch how they not die.
Okay, so no one here is willing to say that all of the characters in the 70s are going to die. Is that right?
That is correct. I will go on the record to say that the main Lost characters in the 70s will not die.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go ahead and agree with that.
All right.
So. Okay, so anything else about this scene?
So this is the scene where it was weird to me. Locke came in with the boar. I sort of thought Locke had already sort of been back and said hi to Richard, and then went and got a boar and came back or something. But that's not what happened.
No,
he just on the way got a boar.
Yeah.
And what did you guys say, that they didn't actually eat it?
Yeah. I think. I think she pointed out they never had dinner.
I don't think it was time to have dinner. Locke came in and he's like, we got to go here, we got to go there, we got to Locke came in. I don't know why he even brought the boar, except for my next point of where Richard says something's different about you, and Locke goes, I have a purpose now.
Somehow him killing boars is a symbol for his purpose.
Well, it's a symbol of his attainment of of his goal of season 1, I think. And for the season 1, whenever Locke throws knives or catches a boar, or smiles with a lemon in his mouth, orange in his mouth, it's season 1 Locke, which is the good Locke. It's the Locke that's like, ooh, this guy's awesome. He's got these mystical qualities about him.
Yeah.
And he doesn't throw dishes.
Right.
And that Locke is so back in full force, in this episode. He's the man.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely kind of shorthand for people who've been following the show. They understand if Locke comes in with a boar, they know what that means.
Mhm.
Especially
considering that the boar migrated away.
Yeah, that's right.
Don't forget that.
No, but remember that was a lie.
Oh, was it a lie?
That's one of those things that's often lost in these discussions. But yeah, he was actually lying at the time. For some reason, which I now can't recall.
He was lying to cover up for the fact that he and Boone were not going out hunting.
Yes.
Oh, that's right.
Yes, that's right.
That's right, okay. Yeah.
I always think it was the truth because it explains why we, never really saw Boar after that.
Mhm.
So I always thought,
I
they
have
did
a different. Well, Claude, if you want another reason, it's because that would have been really tiresome.
Because what?
Boar hunting. That just would have become a tiresome storyline.
Oh, totally,
you know?
yeah.
Yeah, they had boar like one or two more times, but it was definitely a bigger focus early on. I also think one of the reasons from the behind the scenes is that the boar were like really crap actors.
Yeah, it's hard to find a good boar actor these days.
Like, I know. No, apparently, like, they wouldn't run. They were just kind of laconic, and so
ding,
they would,
ding.
like, it was really tricky to make it even seem like they were being aggressive because they were just really laid back. So yeah, it was on the commentary in the season 1 DVD. They talk about how difficult the boars were to work with.
Did they say they were such a bore?
No, but they should have.
Did you guys see what I did there?
I did.
Yeah.
Did anyone miss that?
I also saw.
Oh dear.
I know it may have gone over some people's head, but
no,
you know.
I think now that we've paused to linger on it, and I think now we all get it.
Thank you. I don't want to brag, but my IQ is 101.
Whoa there.
1 point above perfection.
We just lost 60% of our audience.
I don't know why.
I don't know what that means, but that's what happens.
I don't know what that means, but I'm sad to see them go, nevertheless. All right, guys. Next scene?
Yes. Are you ready for the night? Everybody ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, in the next scene, Sun sits on the beach and looks at the ring. Locke reassures her. Locke then asks Richard if he still has the compass. He does. Locke asks Ben to come along. Locke is not afraid of anything Ben can do anymore. And so Ben says he'd love to come. Locke tells Sun to stay there, promising that he will save their people if it is possible.
Lost.
I have to say, this little scene with Ben, like, really, there was something really crazy about having Locke say to Ben, "I'm not afraid of anything you can do anymore."
It was one of the best lines of the episode.
Yeah.
Having been sitting there on the beach, like messing around with sand, he's like playing around with the sand, and he's like, oh, you don't want to leave me here alone, huh? You think I might take your people, huh? And Locke's like, no. Furthest thing from my mind, thank you.
Yeah. You're right. He
great.
tries to bend it up, and Locke just deflates him.
Yeah, and honestly, it's the closest thing we've ever seen to the dishes reversal.
Yeah.
Because Ben throws sand. Like, he sort of tosses the sand down after Locke tells him that.
Yeah, and he seems so
great.
powerless and just so, like, not in control.
Yeah.
Compared to what he normally is. And it's weird to have him like that. I
think Ben is like, I came back for this?
Yeah, pretty much.
Like, I mean, I don't know what Ben thought was, we still don't know why he came back, what he thought he was going to be able to accomplish, and I guess at this point I'm thinking he just thought Locke would be dead and he could come back and he could be the leader again, because he sort of points it out in this next scene, I guess, when he's talking to Sun, a couple scenes from now, I guess. He says, when I left, Locke was in charge, so it's like, well, if Locke's dead, then, Ben's thinking maybe he's thinking I just come back, so.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that was his original plan.
Yeah.
And as for what he's doing now, I don't know. I think he's just trying to improvise.
I think he's trying to not get killed by Smokey.
Yeah, there's that too. Yeah. But he's still kind of scheming here. He kind of goes back and forth, and he still accomplishes something. I don't know what, but I don't really know what his intentions are, but he's definitely telling different people different things.
Mhm. Yeah, that's his MO.
It really is. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. As often as he can tell people contradictory things and sow seeds of doubt about John Locke, he's just going to do that. That's just they both have purpose now.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, it was good. It was good to have Locke sort of not. I'm not afraid of the bully anymore.
Mhm. Yeah.
It's like, I'm not afraid of anything you can do anymore, Ben. I just, Ben's like, how about some sand in the eye? How about hit you in your funny bone?
The one thing the island didn't prepare him for.
How about I go hide that boar you just got?
Ow!
You won't be able to find it. I'm gonna hide the boar.
Hide the boar. Wow, Ben. Wow. You've come a long way.
He's done worse, ladies and gentlemen. He's done worse.
Now he's down to hiding boar and hitting his funny bone. It's appropriate. All right, so any more comments about this? Ready for the next scene?
Yeah, next scene.
Okay. In the next scene, we're back in the 70s, and one of the hostiles is beating on Jack and Kate in a tent. The hostile leaves, and then Kate and Jack discuss the idea of negating the plane crash. Basically, Jack would prefer to get rid of the resulting misery, and Kate doesn't want to lose the good parts. Hawking asks comments.
I can wait, maybe.
This is kind of a long scene.
Was that your ovary sighing?
Yeah, I'm surprised that you recognized that. Yeah, that's
what it seemed like. It sounded like, I don't know.
Yeah, that's my ovary sighing on behalf of all womankind.
Yeah, exactly. Funny.
More on that later. Yeah.
Okay, so you don't want to elaborate? You want me to just finish the scene?
No. Wait, so when you finish the scene, I'll let you know what would have been the less embarrassing way that the whole scene to play out.
Okay.
In my mind. All
right.
From my feminine perspective, because I know your 5 female listeners really like to hear the female perspective.
Oh, there's more than 5.
I know. There's just 5 that are really active on the.
Yeah. Okay, so then Hawking comes in and asks what Faraday needed the bomb for. Then she tells Jack about the events of 1954, and also says that Dan said he was her son after she shot him. And then she says she'll believe whatever Jack says. And then she asks, the questions are piling up here, how Dan's journal has her handwriting if she didn't remember writing it. Jack says you haven't written it yet. Jack then says if you can take back the shooting of Dan by doing what it says in the journal. Wait a minute.
Almost.
Jack says that you can, not if you can. Take it back by doing what it says in the journal. Then Hawking asks Kate if Jack knows what he's talking about. She says he thinks he does. Hawking agrees to...
Double snap.
Yeah. Everybody's got sass this episode. Then Hawking agrees to take them to the bomb. Then she notes that Dharma built a village over where the bomb is. She thinks Jack and Kate will make access easy, but Jack says it might be more complicated than that.
Boom. Well, there's a lot going on here. My first question is, why does Jack, I guess Kate would ask this too, but she doesn't, why does Jack think all the answers are in the journal, besides the fact that they probably are because it's easy for the show?
Mm-hmm.
But why do they think, like, Dan left, explicit instructions on what to do about this thing, how to sort of negate everything in his journal? Like, it could just say, note to self, go to bomb. You'll know what to do from there. Love yourself, Dan. Like,
mm-hmm.
like I don't know. It's weird that he assumes that all the answers are really sort of in there. When I don't think Faraday said, like, that the journal had exactly what to do. Like, he never said that, right?
Probably not. But there was that deleted scene, which makes you think maybe he said something about the journal in that deleted scene.
Hey, let's chalk it up to deleted scene.
Yeah, that's always a go-to. You're right, though. I did think it was odd that he put so much weight on the journal when it doesn't seem like he's ever really looked at the journal.
Yeah, I mean, to me it'd be like we need to do what Dan says, but well, how do we do it? Well, let's look in his journal and see if there's anything. Oh, look at this in his journal. It says what to do. That it's pretty simple.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I think that's partially why. It's just it's easier that way.
Yeah.
That way they'll know what to do and he can be dead.
Yeah, totally. This is what I was alluding to before our last podcast. When you were talking about this whole thing, that's what I was saying was about how Dan's journal will continue to.
Oh, they actually showed that? I never actually watched the preview. Okay.
Yeah, in the next on Lost for the one before this, I guess. It's just it was like a scene or something about Kate and Jack talking about the journal. So it's like, they're going to use the journal basically.
I see. Okay. Yeah, they used it.
Yep.
No trouble there. Okay, so what else is going on here?
You want to talk about that first part? It wasn't all misery.
But I was thinking, actually, isn't there a follow-up companion to that that's a little worse that's coming up? Where she gets to say, earlier, before we got interrupted, you said that, or was that the scene? You guys have been cutting out madly for me. I don't know if you noticed, but I've already had to call back twice.
Oh, yikes.
Yeah, I did notice, but I decided to just keep going.
Yeah, no, I'm glad. I just moved, and my reception in my new apartment's not very good. Anyway, well, I was just going to say,
I think you're talking about something from later in the episode.
I am, but
that's all right.
I'll just go ahead and throw it in now because who knows whether my phone will be working later in the episode when we get to the scene.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, Kate has real reasons to not want to be sort of back on 8:15 back out without incident because of two main reasons, neither of which have anything to do with Jack. The first one is that she was going back to stand trial for murder.
Oops.
And the second one is that she has a son now that she would not have had if she had not, if this series of events had not happened. Aaron. She obviously is very devoted to Aaron. So those are two huge things. But neither of those are what she says during the scene. If it played out where he's saying this and she says, well, before the crash, I was in cuffs, you may remember. And, now I have a family. I have my baby. That, I just think, would have played a lot differently.
I don't think she would use the Aaron. I don't think she thinks that Aaron is her kid anymore. I think she gave him up, and I think she relinquished the. I mean, I think she cares for him. She loves him. She cherishes and values the time they spent together. But I don't think she considers him her kid anymore, which I think is what motivated her to come back and find his real mother. But I do think that is important
I'm
to mention.
Unsure whether she thinks that she's going to be able to take the island, go back and raise him. But regardless, I think that's maybe a lesser excuse in this situation.
Well, but
she
doesn't really have any authority to go back and go to Miss Littleton and say, well, by the way, I'm back now. Let me have this child that's not mine back. I don't really think she would do that.
I agree that she doesn't really have the authority to do that, but she did tell his mom that she was going to come back.
Yeah, but I think she wants to come back with Claire, and I think she wants to make that whole thing right. Because I think she feels bad about what, she thinks she's justified in what she did, but she does feel bad about it, too.
Yeah.
I just think if it was more, if she really, I don't think she would have told Jack, don't ever talk to me about Aaron, if she still felt like his mother, or still felt like, that she's going to be reunited with him, and she'll raise him at some point. I
guess I just thought that line was really just for the drama before we knew what she had done. I guess that something really salacious had occurred. But yeah, I hear what you're saying, and I don't disagree. But I mean, my real point is just that the way that the scene and its companion later play out is just really gross. Like, really, Kate? Really? Are we really supposed to think that you do all of this just because?
They all have a reason to not want the plane, not want everything to be reverted back to crashing on the island. I mean, look at Jack. Jack would be his dad would be dead. I guess his dad still is dead, maybe. But he doesn't know that he could be reunited sort of in this reality. But besides that, Jack was like, he was like, was he like an alcoholic? Wasn't he like? I mean, he's gotten better, I think, as a person because of all the crap, like anybody, the hardships that he's gone through, and he's sort of overcome those, and I think he's not realizing that, hey, I'm comfortable with my place in fate and destiny now and who I am, but do I really want to go back to the guy I was before all this,
Right.
who had all these who was hung up on his dad, and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So
I was going to say, it occurred to me that Kate should say something about how, she was just going to be, arrested and put on trial, and she wouldn't get the sympathy points that she got, when she did go back.
Baby.
Because she had the baby, and also because they had survived the plane crash, and Jack testified. Jack testified that she was the hero who saved everyone. And that definitely
I forgot about
that definitely had a role in getting her off. And it had been longer. If she just got taken straight to the thing, she wouldn't be able to use any of those things and wouldn't necessarily get off. So.
Yeah.
But I did think that when she's talking to Jack about, not taking things back, like, I think it kind of makes sense for Kate not to make it all about her. And I think it makes sense for Kate to say something that means something to Jack.
Yeah, totally.
And he might care about her, but still, for Kate it would be kind of selfish to say, well, it would suck for me if you did that,
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of feel like Kate wants to appeal to something that, that Jack will be, that directly affects him. So it's like it's not just about her.
But isn't it really just about her anyway?
Yeah, it is. It still is, though. Yeah.
Did you explain the sigh, the feminine sigh?
Yeah, I don't know. I was just really grossed out by her. Yeah.
I think we're losing you.
Wait,
sorry. I think. Hold on a second. You said you're really grossed out by.
I was just really grossed out by her handling in this scene. I just, I feel like Kate used to be a really great character back in season 1, and.
Ouch.
And I just, she still has her moments. I was really happy that her reason for wanting to come back to the island was to find Claire.
Yeah.
But but one of the reasons that I was really impressed by that was that I thought that it was going to be, you know, some line about how she came back to the island because she had to see Sawyer again. You know, and because that's sort of the way that they've made her out for quite a long time, as being sort of singularly defined by this Jack Sawyer thing.
Mm-hmm. Well, now she's part of the quadrangle. Have you heard of that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The Saliette Jacket Jake.
Oh man.
Quadrangle.
Wow, Saliette. That's a.
Yeah, I don't like that one.
That's a lot.
It is a lot. It is a lot. But yeah, no, that's
And I just really want. I hear what both of you guys are saying about Aaron and about, you know, appealing to Jack instead of just making an argument for herself. But at the same time, I just feel like she should have said what's so obvious, which is, you know, I would be in jail.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah,
You know,
I agree with you. I think it's valid for her to say, you know, hey, Jack, it's great you want to put things back how they were, but, you know, you do realize that would mean I would just be going to jail, right? Like, because I think he would care, because he does seem a little, I don't want to say selfish, but sort of, I don't know what the word is. I mean, he's sort of trying to do what's good for everyone, but I think I think he's sort of self-centered in how he's approaching this. You know, he feels like this is the thing he's got to do. But I think it would give him some perspective of saying, hey, by the way, this is how it would affect me. You know,
right.
And like I said, you know, the same could be said about him. Hey, Jack, by the way, you blah, 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 you know. It's weird, I think, considering how Jack was a couple scenes ago when he was just sort of, like, hanging out and being the janitor and, like, it's interesting now that he's sort of, you know, well, I guess he's got, like, a purpose now, I guess, but.
Wait, did you say?
Everybody's got a purpose these days.
He was, what? He was hanging out a couple seasons ago being the janitor?
Did I say seasons?
Episodes.
Yeah,
okay.
I meant episodes. Sorry.
Okay, I freaked out. Okay, sorry.
I have to just take a moment and ask if either of you guys have seen The Jerk. The Jerk.
No.
Not in a long time.
All right. Well, there's this whole thing, and I just have to bring this up because I keep thinking that every time you mention purpose, there's this whole thing where Steve Martin's character's mother, when he was a little kid, referred to his penis as his special purpose. And that one day he'd find out what his special purpose was, and then it's this whole thing. Anyway, if any of your listeners have seen it, hopefully they're chuckling a little bit.
Well, I think Steve Martin himself is laughing.
I really hope. Steve Martin, if you're listening.
Steve Martin is so an LLDer.
Of course he is.
We know he is. What's up, Steve?
He is. What's up, Steve? Really enjoyed your 30 Rock episode. Very great.
Yeah,
he did a 30 Rock episode?
Yeah,
he did one of the best ones. Yeah, one of the best episodes of the season.
This season?
Yep.
Oh man, I gotta watch it now.
Gotta watch it.
I'm way behind. Okay, wow. Thank you.
This one, you're not actually behind. You missed it from the beginning.
Yeah, well, that's behind in a fuller sense.
Fuller sense.
Yeah. I'm behind in that I've only seen the middle ones.
Yeah, I haven't seen the most recent one.
You guys are slacking.
What?
Said you guys are slacking.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, you know, I got this show called Lost that I like to watch all the time, and it really takes up a lot of my TV time.
Speaking of Lost.
Sorry. But no, let's speak of Lost.
Oh.
I was going to bring another TV show I've been watching lately, but no, let's talk about Lost.
Well, we'll save that segue for later. I was going to say, I think something that's missing for Jack in terms of everything that's going on is you know, from Ms. Hawking's perspective, Dan coming back and getting shot is integral to the sequence of events, you know, that are happening here. And I think Jack doesn't understand that, because I think if he understood that sort of has meaning, it wasn't just, oops, he got shot, that I think that would skew his perspective on what they should be doing and how, is this their destiny to change all this or not?
I'm going to have to disagree with that, because I think really that the only reason he says that is to try to get Ellie's help. Because he recognizes that she feels like that she's realizing that she killed her son. And he's like, look, that was an accident. It doesn't have to happen. We can undo that. Let's just do this. And then it's like it never happened. You never killed your son. Like, I don't know that he
I think yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, that's my point, is he doesn't get what Dan realized and what Miss Hawking sort of knew all along, which was, this event of her shooting her son is part of a sequence of events, sort of a closed loop almost of, she starting chronologically with her killing him, and, then she, gets older and does whatever she does and sort of, then raises him and all the backstory we saw, and then sends him off on his merry mission just to sort of complete the loop. I think the fact that series of events is part of this, with the incident and the blowing up the bomb. I think if Jack realized what they realized, then he might have a different perspective on what's going on here. But all he sees is just, like you said, an opportunity to sort of like change things. But it's bigger than that. It's more than that. It's not, I don't think it's about changing things. It's about this is the way things were supposed to happen. They already kind of happened, this way. So I think that's what's weird is it's not his fault, but he just doesn't sort of get, the stuff that they got from their sort of experiences with all this.
Yeah, I guess I just felt like he didn't necessarily think that they could undo that or care particularly whether they could undo having killed Dan. He just was trying to tell her what it would take for her to help them out.
Oh, you're saying he doesn't think that would actually happen?
I'm saying I don't necessarily think he's put too much thought into it or cares particularly. That he's trying to manipulate the situation. But anyway.
Yeah, I'll buy that.
I was trying to think about what would actually happen if the plane didn't crash, and in terms of Dan specifically.
Then your head. So what'd you do after your head exploded?
That was pretty much it. That's as far as I got. Once the head explodes, I really couldn't think anymore.
Couldn't. Oh.
Yeah.
What a roadblock your head exploding is to the thought process.
It really is. They got to figure that one out.
Yeah.
I would still like to think if anybody can help me.
Maybe Steve Martin, if he's still listening.
Yeah, why not? Anyway, I was just going to say. That freighter that Dan came to the island on was there because well, first of all, I don't know how Dan got off the island, but never mind that. Let's assume he got off. Him getting on that freighter was there really to get Ben. It didn't really have anything to do with the plane crashing. So I don't see It's not clear to me that he wouldn't have ended up on the island if the plane hadn't crashed. It seems like he still might have ended up on the island. And then the reason why he ended up in the 70s was because the wheel was turned and they started time skipping and eventually ended up there when Locke turned it again. So Locke wouldn't be there, and so that part of it couldn't quite happen, but I could definitely see Ben turning the wheel to move the island and them starting to time skip after that, and then I don't know what from there. But it's not inconceivable that he would still end up in that time and be on the island and still be shot, despite the fact that the plane didn't crash. I mean, a lot of the things that caused him to be shot are removed, but it's not as completely clear as it is with, a lot of the people who are on the plane, being alive because the plane doesn't crash.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
Because his reason for being there isn't tied to the plane. That's sort of the thing I wanted to say. So there you go.
Another thing Jack isn't thinking about when he's like, we can make it where you never shot him. Yeah, he's not thinking about that.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been weird. It would have just been, I guess, Dan and Miles and Charlotte and I don't know, like what would have happened to Kimi if the Losties hadn't been there? I don't know. It's hard to.
Well, you gotta obviously ask the question about what would have happened with the button. You know, I guess Desmond would have still been pressing it the whole time. Maybe.
No. The point is the hatch the Swan won't even be built.
Well, let me ask.
What do you mean it won't be built?
You know, and that's another weird thing.
It was already built.
No, but they claim it won't be built. That's what Dan said, at least. But yeah. Maybe it'll be built, but like the button pushing won't be happening.
Oh, okay.
So that's the thing about Desmond. I didn't even think about that. Desmond was just on a race. His thing had nothing to do with the plane. So he would still end up on the island. It just there wouldn't be a button for him to push. So then what?
Can I ask a question?
Mhm.
I'm trying to remember. So Penny was able to find vicinity of the island because of the failsafe.
Yeah, that's right.
But what about Widmore? How did he? Is there some explanation as to how he managed to find the island after all these years?
You know, I think I asked that question in the last episode, and I don't remember what the answer is, if there is one.
I mean,
must not have gotten that far.
All he did was he put the fake plane wreckage there, and then he found the island. What's so hard about that?
Got it. How could I be so blind?
Step 1, plant the fake wreckage. Step 2, find the island.
Find the fake wreckage.
That's another thing that wouldn't have happened if the plane never crashed. He would have never had cause to make the fake plane wreckage.
That's true. Yeah. For whatever reason, he did.
Yeah.
That would have saved a lot of money and time for everyone involved.
Speaking of things like this, a friend of mine, Nick, who's an avid LLDer, asked me this question that I hadn't thought about. So I told him I'd bring it to the podcast. Hopefully I'll remember the question. I'll have to defer this to Justin to fill in the details. But from the question I remember was something about Ben showing Jack. That's what it was. The question was, what happened to the island in terms of it being offset time-wise from the outside world? Remember, like when Ben shows Jack that tape of whatever, and it sort of confirms something about their relationship to the outside world. And then we had the whole thing with Dan and the rocket and the like, you know, the time difference. Remember that whole thing? It was the whole issue.
Well, I don't think that the Red Sox thing, that wasn't to prove some sort of time discrepancy, was it? Wasn't it?
No, I mean it was, but it showed that it wasn't supposed to prove that it was. I forgot what it proved.
I think
I thought it was supposed to prove that they were in touch with the outside world.
Yeah, that was all it proved.
Okay, that's all that proved.
But the payload, you're right. The payload thing.
The payload and the doctor. Different.
And the doctor, yeah.
The more striking example was the doctor.
Right, and the helicopter leaving the island and going to the freighter, and it should have been there by now.
Yeah. Yeah, like, is that, I mean, obviously they haven't talked about that since. Is that an issue that doesn't matter anymore, you think?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, you know, I have no idea what that was about or what that means. I'm inclined to say that, you know, there's that barrier, whatever that is, and somehow that creates a time discrepancy, but like it's so small it doesn't really matter.
Mhm.
You know, like that's
you think it's still there? Like after they move the island, they're still.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's sort of created by the island, so it you know, wherever the island is, it's there.
Mhm.
I mean, you know, I have nothing to base that on. That's just my guess. That it wasn't like a property of where the island was. You know, it's a property of the island itself.
Here's a question. So, when they turned the fail-safe, that made the island visible, right? Remember that whole thing?
Yeah.
Right.
So they claim.
So then when the island goes back, I guess the island doesn't time travel. I was thinking, wouldn't Widmore be able to find it since after they turned it, they go back in time, but the island... So it's still...
Oh, God. Just stop right there. Yeah,
right,
I see what you're
mind.
saying. I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's confusing. Yeah, but no, that won't work.
Good. Let's never talk about it again.
Yeah, I just realized how confusing that is. Like, they fly to Guam on the plane. Like, the plane actually lands on the island, basically.
Yeah.
But then they time travel to the 70s when the island was not in the same place.
Mm-hmm.
So that doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah.
I never realized what a problem that is.
Why did the plane even crash on the island? Just because of turbulence?
The instruments basically just like shut down.
Wow. So it wasn't Desmond pressing a button this time?
No, it just happened.
It just happened.
For no apparent reason. Yeah, I mean, that's the weird thing. It kind of, the way they've had so many people crash there, it really kind of seems like you can just get near there and you just might crash.
You're probably going to crash.
It doesn't, press a button, no button, it doesn't really matter.
Mm-hmm.
It just happened to be sort of the button that one time.
Oh.
I mean, the difference was, like, with A-15, it really, like, broke apart. It was a bigger thing. In the other case, it seemed like their instrumentation just shut down. They had a similar thing on the freighter, too. They were having problems with their instruments as well.
Yeah.
So that seems to be something like the barrier or whatever is, messes up the electronics.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a different kind of plane crash, but it still crashed, though. It makes it seem like it could just happen to anybody.
Yeah.
So anyway, did that answer the question?
Sure. Yeah, I just wanted to bring that up because it was something that no one's talking about anymore, is the whole time barrier, or the barrier with the time difference.
Oh, yeah. I will say, I will go on record and say that I don't think that it matters.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I think it's sort of real, I mean, I don't think it's, like, not there anymore. I just feel like it's not really an issue anymore.
Nice. Yeah, I'd buy that.
It is weird, though, that they put that in there. It seems like it should matter.
As if it was going to do something, right? It was like, oh, this will lead to something. Like,
yeah.
It didn't, I mean...
It led to a very, very small thing.
Yeah.
Which really, all the small thing did was illustrate that it was happening.
Yeah.
I mean, it never had a serious... I mean, there was a chance for them to basically communicate with the past, and it never really mattered.
Hey, all I'll say is, don't trust the captain.
Ouch. Oh, Michael, we'll never know what you meant by that.
Don't trust the captain.
Okay. Should I trust anyone else? Because, I don't know. I would probably trust the captain over most of the people on that freighter.
Yeah, right?
I'm just saying is all.
Anything else in this scene?
Oh, God, what scene?
You don't be talking about.
I thought that's the response I was going to get from that question. We're on the scene when Ellie comes to talk to Jack and Kate for the first time in her tents and all that. And
okay.
No, I'm done.
I hope we're done. Are you done?
Yeah, I'm sure. We'll bring up whatever they talk about at some point again.
Okay. All right. So in the next scene, we go over to Sawyer and Juliet. They're tied down in the Dharma security room.
I'm sorry. Can I? One thing I want to bring up.
Yeah.
Sorry. So Jughead is at the village at the barracks. Is that where we learned from this scene that they put Jughead in the tunnels underneath the barracks? That's so weird.
I believe that's what we learned. Yeah.
That is so weird.
Of course, the barracks weren't there when they put it there.
Right.
Yeah.
The barracks been built on top of it.
Well, it's interesting that the tunnels are there, and of course they put the bomb there, and then where you control smoke, where you can release Smokey is there.
Right.
Why did Dharma build on the whole island? They decided to build on top of this one place with all this interesting stuff. That's weird.
Mm-hmm. It is weird. It is weird. She made it seem like they just did it like for no reason, which I think might be true, but it is odd. And there is the issue of the house. I don't know how much of a deal they're going to make of that, but the house is sort of built to access the smoky drain.
The house that Dharma built?
Yeah. Yeah, and I guess, I mean, it was sort of a tunnel there. I guess you could maybe follow that and get in there. It is weird though, because I thought the tunnels were sort of under the temple, and I don't know, where the temple is
weird
compared to the barracks.
I think from what I gleaned from this island geography is that because originally I thought the place that they went to was the tunnels near the temple or something, but I guess the tunnels connect the temple and maybe other things, other places on the island, and that the place that they went to was really, like she said, underneath, closer to the barracks,
Right.
Those places always do seem kind of close. I mean, when Kate took Ben to the others, she got there pretty quick. It's like she was there the next scene. How far can it be? And then they went to the temple. The scene after that.
And yet, it's far enough that Radzinski doesn't seem to have any idea where it is.
He has no idea that half of the others are like 10 feet outside of the fence.
When did Kate take Ben to the others?
Like what episode?
Are you serious? You don't remember that happening?
Remember when Ben got shot by Saeed?
Remember when Saeed shot Ben?
Oh, that's what you meant. Little Ben.
Ben.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was thinking,
You think Big Ben?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
You cannot tell the time, this little Ben.
Okay. Yeah, you scared me. Sorry, I was freaking out. Okay.
You freak out in a very calm way. I'll have to say that.
I do. It's taken a long time, but I finally learned to master my freakouts.
Nice, freakout master.
That's me.
All right, sorry. So anyway, I just wanted to make sure we talked about the fact that we learned where they buried Jughead, which was where the barracks is now.
In the tunnels, yeah.
In the tunnels.
Yeah, that's true. We do learn that. And now we know. Next scene. Okay, so in the next scene, Sawyer and Juliet are tied down in the Dharma security room. Radzinski asks Sawyer where the woman, meaning Kate, is now. Sawyer says, "I want my lawyer." And Radzinski punches him in the face. Horace tries to stop Radzinski, saying he is in charge, but Radzinski declares that Horace is no longer in charge because Horace doesn't have the stomach to do what it takes to protect Dharma. So Horace backs off. Radzinski has Phil push Sawyer up against the monitor area and says, "Tell me where she is or I'll kill you." After a commercial break, Radzinski is still beating Sawyer and asking the same question. He asks if she took Ben to the hostiles and if Sawyer knows where they are. Juliet pleads with Radzinski to stop. Sawyer tells her that whatever she says, they won't believe her. Horace says that beating Sawyer is pointless. He won't talk. Phil says, "I can make him talk," and proceeds to punch Juliet in the face. Sawyer reacts. Then a man comes in and reports that in addition to the people they already know about, Hugo Reyes must also be involved since he was a last-minute addition to the manifest. Phil says he's the fat guy.
Which he needed another reason to hate Phil after he punched Julia in the face. There it is, right there.
This
He's a bad guy.
This was the, excuse me, 1-2 punch of making Phil an asshole.
Yeah, it really didn't take much. They really nailed
but you
it.
know what? He was just held hostage and attacked by these guys. He really has no loyalty to them, but it is unfortunate that Phil is going down the Rosinski route of tertiary characters.
Yeah, he doesn't. That's true. In his defense, and even in Rosinski's defense, neither one of them really has a clue what's going on.
Yeah.
And from their point of view, I can understand them being freaked out. Like if they knew what we knew, they could calm down. But from their perspective, they have no idea what's going on. There's these strange people who showed up and they're doing stuff and they don't know why, and they've got real enemies out there that they seem to be, maybe collaborating with, and so I sort of understand their reaction, even though of course I'm not on their side because I know what's really going on.
Yeah.
And whatever, they do take it pretty far. But it's pretty weird, and this is definitely. I mean, we've already said that Radzinski, was ruined, and this just like completely, I would say, is his apotheosis as like the Dharma badass.
Oh, would you say that if you just had one random word to come up with?
Yeah, I would.
Well, good for you.
I mean, he basically takes over here and says, "I'm in charge," and he's going to be like the martial law leader.
Yeah, this was bad. I mean, and I have to say this also does not bode well for Horace's character. He really comes off as really this sort of spineless guy. I mean, because the thing is, Rosinski never sort of enacts any sort of, Dharma protocol which allows him to be in charge, or, you haven't gotten things done, Horace, and, so I'm, Article 15B says that I can be in charge, or, some sort of validity other than, this sort of like,
or even I'll call Ann Arbor.
Or even, or even call Ann Arbor kind of a thing. So it doesn't bode well for Horace that he just kind of like, okay, I guess you're in charge now, I'll just step aside, and like he really sort of had nothing, and
he started speaking really strangely all of a sudden. That was weird.
It was very strange. Glad you noticed it too.
Yeah, I don't know what that was about, but it's very okay, you're in charge now.
Yeah, he turned into Eeyore.
He did. I'm gonna go take care of my baby.
I love how the guy. I think the guy who comes in. I guess Mitch, the Dharma guy.
The new guy with the accent.
Yeah. He says there's no sign of Miles or Jen, but the recruits from last week, I got their subs manifest from Amy. I was going to bring up a point that is invalid. Never mind.
Oh, I want to know what it was anyway.
I was thinking he's talking about the guys who just got there. I was thinking about that this was like a report from like 3 years ago.
Oh.
And I'm thinking like she just had that handy. Here's the manifest from 3 years ago. But
yeah,
that'd
be great. No, they didn't even go the manifest route because they sort of showed up legitimately.
Yeah, that's right.
They didn't sneak in. They said they wrecked there.
Yeah.
So,
and they just never found their people.
And that's it. They just never found them.
Never found them. Gave up on those guys.
No, they never.
Yeah, I kind of did want them to like maybe think that these were their people. Mm-hmm. If anyone remembered that that's originally what they were doing, and now they're like clearly collaborating with them.
Yeah. Oh, Phil. Yeah, it's sad. Phil punches Juliet. I really hope that, hope is not exactly the word, but, Sawyer says he's going to kill Phil. I wonder if he's actually going to do it.
Make good on that. I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
When I rewatched it, I thought, Sawyer's a man of his word, and I hope he kills Phil.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing where, like, anytime someone does, Juliet got hit and Sawyer's just pissed off, and he's like, "You're dead, man. I'm gonna kill you." I like that threat. Like when someone who is not in a situation of power gives it like a death threat, and it seems like, yeah, there's no way you're gonna kill, and then like somehow later they end up getting to do it. It's always great.
Yeah, he sort of did that with Tom when he said, "You and me ain't done, Zeke."
There it is.
And then, like, a season and a half later, he shoots him.
There it is. Yeah.
It was.
I hope Phil didn't watch that episode.
So do I, for more reasons than that.
Yes.
Wow. Yeah, Phil. I still say he was a good character in terms of being interesting. It's not, in the moral sense.
Yeah. And, I think, really looking into it, I think Phil's probably, Phil has worked for LaFleur under his, the hard fist of LaFleur for the last 3 years.
Right.
That's something to be said, too,
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and it is much more. I don't know. It does.
It isn't
like
what?
an approach. It does seem like it's an approach that's going to have more of a result.
Mhm.
I mean, it may be cold as hell, but it does seem like it's going to be effective.
Yeah, and
if you were to keep it up.
Sawyer's got to take like 85 punches. Like Juliet can take 1 or 2. I mean, she's not that fragile. Jesus.
You know what? Juliet can take her share of punches. Actually,
Yeah, she can. She's a badass.
She really can. She really can.
Yeah, I don't know. It was weird. I mean, I get it from Sawyer's perspective, but anyway.
Yeah, I mean, Juliet, she was another. She is trained. She is capable. We've seen that. One of the things that reminded me of that was when she tells them, she says, "Stewart, please, we've known each other for 3 years. We are not bad people. We are not here to hurt you." And it just sounded like a line that that the others would have.
Yeah.
We are not bad people. I'm like, wow, we haven't heard that in a while.
Yeah, that was a thing.
Yeah.
They're good people.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's what Ben said when Anna Lucia was about to shoot him.
Mhm.
I'm not a bad person.
Yeah. He was lying, though.
He was. Yeah, of course he was lying.
Of course he was lying. He's a bad person.
Exactly. Yeah, Ben tells Michael we're the good guys. There were many references to that over and over again, and I don't know where that went. Doesn't seem like the others really talk about being good anymore.
No.
I don't know.
Maybe that kind of talk will come back in the war.
Probably will. We're the good guys, and we're the good people, and they're the bad people, and yeah, I'll buy that.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Thanks.
All right, so they're after the fat guy.
Right. It is also oh yeah. It is also kind of strange that they are they are asking questions specifically about the Ben kidnapping and not I guess they don't necessarily know everything else that's going on, but it's sort of way beyond that now.
Yeah, they seem to be fixated about on the others and finding them.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's their main concern.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question that's going to sound silly?
Okay.
Please.
It won't be the first time.
It will not be the first silly question.
No, it will
for
be
the LLD, I mean.
Right. Will all right. In the episode that we saw way back when with Ben's fact where we see the purge. When Ben did that and he'd had all this drama with his dad and his dad was still drinking all the time and forgetting his birthday. Had Ben, in that episode, had he been shot by Saeed and spent this time with the others? I mean, I want to say yes, but it seems like the whole incident of his being kidnapped, so to speak, by Kate and taken to the others, it seems like that caused a whole brouhaha that really should have, I don't know, like it really should have been a thing. You know, I mean, I would think that if your kid is kidnapped and taken to these people you refer to as the hospitals, doesn't it seem like that would really fundamentally change your relationship?
Yeah, and actually, maybe that's the point is, we talked before about the fact that, you know, his son was kidnapped and he seemed to be this sort of, you know, distant father before and sort of, you know, mean or whatever. But then, you know, shouldn't he change? Shouldn't he be more appreciative of his son after he's kidnapped and reunited with him?
Maybe the answer seem like he wants him back.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the answer is ordinary. He was, but maybe Ben's different when he comes back, as Richard says. Maybe whatever.
Yeah,
you
I
know,
remember you guys
whatever
talking
the
about that. I
situation
mean, maybe
is.
that is it. Like he's ready to be a better father, but his kid is like creepy and evil now.
Yeah, or you know, or just he doesn't feel any more connection to him because, you know, like you said, the whole thing of he was kidnapped and sent to the other, whatever, you know, whatever the sort of thing would be. But maybe that's it. That's why he doesn't sort of become a nicer dad.
I just want to thank you for saying brouhaha. I enjoyed that.
It's a good one. Yes, thank you.
I don't say brouhaha nearly enough.
Definitely.
That does seem like. I also think Ben. You know, Ben can be very patient, and I think Ben definitely holds a grudge. Certainly the Ben we know now. I can definitely see him coming back and even, you know, seeming to get along with his dad for however long it is, and then you know, waiting for the point when the purge is going to happen and then killing him.
I totally agree with you, except I want to say, you know, yes, he holds a grudge, but shouldn't he forget? Isn't he going to forget something? And if so, what? Richard said he's not going to remember this.
Too, yeah.
Is he going to, I mean, what, you know, that's the thing is, from this incident, the two questions, I guess, you know, what part of Ben's past is he going to remember and carry on, and what, you know, in terms of the relationship with his dad, how is that going to be affected by this? You know, we still, you know, we'll see if we find out. I don't think we're going to find out this season.
I don't either. It definitely seemed like he remembered something of the bad parts of his relationship with his dad when he killed him. You know, it seemed like he was sort of specifically doing it for that reason.
Yeah, but that also was before this.
Yeah, it was.
Before they had this in the story.
It was, but I don't think they want us to believe he forgets everything. Like I really think it's a convenient thing. Like he's going to forget what he needs to forget for it not to be weird.
Mhm.
You know, but not that he'll forget his entire childhood.
Yeah, totally.
So I think he remembers enough. You know.
I guess we'll maybe find out this week. Maybe?
We'll find out at some point. I don't know about this season.
Yeah, I don't know about this season either. They seem like they got a lot going on to really delve into that very much.
Yeah.
But we'll see. I don't know. I mean, it is about Dharma, and they often use the finale as an opportunity to kind of do some, you know, spring cleaning.
Clean up, yeah.
Yeah, so they might just trot out a short scene where they address that on some level. Like, I'm kind of expecting them to do that with, there's a few specific things that I feel like, I feel like we might get a line or two about why Hurley got on the plane. Since we haven't got that yet, like, I feel like that's something they can just, like, throw in there, have someone ask and have him.
I was just gonna say, I think we did see him with that guitar case he has. I think it's just a guitar in there, but I don't know.
Since when does he play guitar?
Yeah, so here's the thing. I think that guitar case or whatever is going to lead us to him talking about what made him get on the plane.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I agree. I mean, the fact that he was carrying it again.
Yeah.
I think that's what points to Charlie. He saw Charlie. Charlie told him to come back and bring him his guitar.
Oh,
you think that's...
I didn't think about that angle.
You think that's Charlie's guitar?
Well, I don't know if it's Charlie's guitar, but it's a guitar for Charlie.
What about the guitar? What happened to Charlie's original guitar?
Charlie had his original guitar.
I think it's still on the island somewhere,
Yeah. Locke helped him find it, and then he had it basically until he died.
Go get that one.
Yeah, I mean, that one's probably, like, sitting in the camp somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I mean,
like
it's pretty much
30 years later.
It's probably been destroyed by now through pure weather.
Well, it's not there yet.
It was damaged as well. I think it had or wasn't it? I don't even remember. Never mind.
The other thing I was going to say in terms of Roger and what they might do with wrapping up the Roger Ben stuff for this season is, all of the sort of moms are leaving with their kids, and I think this is an apt time for Roger to be very concerned about where Ben is, because Ben has not been returned yet.
That's true.
So I think we might get a scene with him frantically trying to figure out what he's going to do. Obviously, he doesn't leave the island, so this might be the point in which he sort of gets involved in finding Ben. I think that'd be good for the finale if they could. Yeah, I could see that being Roger's storyline of, Brzezinski and maybe those guys are going to go find the others, and Roger wants to come to find his kid and all that.
Yes. Yeah.
Because Sawyer drew that map.
Oh, he so drew it.
Oh, he drew it.
He drew it up.
Mm-hmm.
And, and I want to say he's, at this point, he has no reason not to draw an accurate map. But I also think, knowing what Sawyer's like, he really should have drawn a map to some place that would be somehow ironic.
A map and a map to a cliff.
Yeah, to a cliff, yeah.
And then don't worry, when you get to the edge, just keep walking. And then you'll find it.
Soon you'll see the hostiles.
Then you'll get a nice surprise. He. He wrote that.
Yeah, he did.
Of course he did.
He wrote it on the map with his note.
What does tee-hee-hee mean? You'll understand.
You'll get it you'll figure it out once you get there. Yeah, it'd be interesting. I mean, I could definitely see the whole way they wrapped up this sort of the getting Sawyer and Juliet from this interrogation situation to the sub was pretty easy because he says you put us on the boat too, on the sub too, we'll tell you whatever you want to know, but it's like, at what point will you tell us that? Because I don't think Brzezinski is going on the sub with them. There's a lot of questions they should be answering, but they don't really get to. Yeah. I guess the idea is the only thing Brzezinski wanted to know was where they are.
Yeah, that's about it.
He doesn't want to know the fact that they're from the future.
Nah.
They've been infiltrating them for 3 years. And No. Tell me where they are and how many people have seen the schematics of the swamp.
More importantly, actually.
Yeah.
You can tell me where they are if you want. All I want to know is who's seen my model.
Who's seen my model? Because it's not ready yet.
Oh, God. Him and his model.
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah,
Anyway, anybody ready for the next scene?
Oh, I'm ready.
Okay. Hurley, we cut over to Hurley after the segue of Phil saying the fat guy. Hurley is packing cans and boxes of food into a backpack. Then he goes outside. He is pursued by Chang. He goes over and meets with Miles and Jen. Hurley wants to somehow help Sawyer and Juliet. Miles wants to just go to the beach since they're outnumbered. Then Chang comes out of the shrubbery. Chang asks them if they're from the future. Hurley says that's ridiculous. And then Chang grills him for biographical info and trivia, finally asking who the president is. And then Hurley cracks and says they're from the future. Then Miles confirms to Chang that he is his son. Chang then asks about what Dan told him, that they need to evacuate. Miles says that Dan is usually right and that Chang should do it. Chang says, let's hope he knows what he's doing.
Lost.
Okay,
not really.
Not exactly, but
I just like doing that.
Yeah, it's a good punchline. They know that.
So can I start by saying we should all that I'd like to whatever the word point out that the diversity on this show. I love the fact that we have 3 of the 4 actors in this scene are Asian Americans, and I just thought that was interesting.
I see.
Nice diversity on the show. I also love that Hurley got the quiz show he was hoping for when he had to answer the question.
Yes.
Question.
I thought it was great that they had the setup of Hurley worrying that someone would ask him who the president was when they first got there. And at the end of the season, it actually comes true, and he has to crack then. That was the one question he was not willing to deal with.
Nope, he couldn't. He didn't think, hey, maybe I should just ask someone around or talk about it.
He really could have found out if he wanted to, but that was just too much.
I love it because, Sawyer was very convincing when he said, it's not a damn quiz show. And I love that. I think I pointed that out at the time. I love that answer because it's not a quiz show, but it is later.
It is then, though. Yeah.
And
luckily, it's not like Chang's not like the enemy here, so it's not as big of a deal that he admits it. But it's still weird.
Yeah, I love the. What year were you born?
I love this scene.
It's a classic Hurley scene, because if he was talking to Miles, it would have been totally different scene. If he was talking to Jen, it would have been a different scene. Jen wouldn't have, said the Korean War didn't exist.
Right. Yeah, I have to say, I didn't really notice the look that Jen gives when Hurley says there was no Korean War. But I did notice it this time, and I have to applaud Jen. I don't think I've ever seen him roll his eyes before.
He did an eye roll. It was an eye roll, yeah.
That was a great thing to see. I'm not used to him having that particular reaction to something.
Yeah.
I guess most of the time, in the past, he couldn't necessarily understand what people were saying to even react. But that was.
Well, it was great because Hurley says that, and then they cut to Miles, who looks at Jen, and Jen's looking at Miles, and he's like, "Yeah, buddy, we let's just get through this."
Chang's grilling the the least prepared person I think in this group. It's
least
really
prepared, not food-wise, though. He's
the
most
true.
prepared food-wise.
If he came for food, Hurley's got it. No problem. He's got a backpack full of cans and boxes.
Yeah.
But if you want to know about what year you should be born, if you're a certain age in 1977, just don't even bother.
And I love the fact that who's the president is a valid question.
It is.
It's a valid question to ask. It's, this guy might not know it.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because he's from the future. Because in the future, you wouldn't know who past presidents are.
Everyone, as soon as there's a new president, everyone forgets about the old president.
Oh, you only know who the president is if they're the president now.
Yeah.
Well, Justin, who's the president in 1977?
Jimmy Carter.
That might be true.
That was a great response. That might be true. Next question.
That sounds right, Jimmy Carter. I was thinking maybe Gerald Ford.
No, it is right because, well, it kind of depends.
Because you're from the future.
It depends on it depends on what month it is. But the election was in '76 because the next election was in '80.
It was in '80, right?
And Reagan was elected in '80, so. So he was elected in '76, but he wasn't sworn in until January. So if it's like early January, then it's Gerald Ford.
All right. For some reason,
it's January 12th. Who is it?
Oh, shit. See, now it's hard.
Well,
yeah, that's the weird thing about the question. Although I don't know what month it's supposed to be, so.
Yeah.
But if it were like in the middle of January, it would definitely be tricky.
Let's say if it was a recent election, he might say who was just elected president.
Yeah, that's true. He really should. He really should. So I'll assume it's later in the year, so everybody's used to it.
Yeah, it doesn't think it's January.
Yeah, it is unfortunate that they picked an election year, I think.
I agree.
Yeah.
I didn't think about that one.
Let's just all sit on that for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
So anything else in this?
So yeah, you're right. This is definitely like this is the kind of scene that Hurley will always do, I think.
Yes.
But I actually like this one.
I think I like Hurley more than you guys do.
Yeah, probably.
You might. I really don't dislike Hurley. He is sometimes grating, but I definitely liked him at times.
He's had his moments. I sort of put up with Hurley. He fulfills a function on the show that no one else could really do.
Yeah.
But he's just not the guy you go to for answers, obviously.
Right.
Especially if the question is who is the president.
Yeah. Yeah. Or what do the numbers mean?
Mhm.
If only Chang had asked that.
Oh man, totally. Yeah, they could really tell Chang some stuff that would blow his mind.
Yeah.
But we'll see if he asks any of those pertinent questions.
Yeah, it's pretty weird. It's pretty weird that Chang finds this out. I don't know what's going to happen to him, but he's got to make some video. I mean, assuming,
Yeah.
Assuming,
well, no, he definitely stays.
Yeah, like, assuming that they don't change things, he's still got to make videos. So he's going to be around for a while longer, and he's going to know that people came there from the future. And eventually they're all just going to be killed in the purge, but, like, it really doesn't seem like... It doesn't seem like anybody in the show, including the people time traveling, really appreciate how crazy it is.
Yeah.
What's going on. I really think they're all a bit blasé about it. And that's kind of weird.
Yeah, and no one's really asking, oh, you're from the future, how did you get here?
Yeah.
Right.
Where's your time machine is a question I have not heard yet.
You're right.
Because if someone says they're time traveling, it's like, well, where's your time machine?
Yeah.
The island is my time machine. Lost. Like, where is that?
Yeah, where's the telephone booth?
Where's the useless questions that don't matter? Where are they, please? Yeah, I do love
The island is my time machine, the Jack Shepherd story.
Nice.
No man is an island, but some islands are time machines.
That just sounded like a good title. I like that.
So I love Chang hanging out with these guys.
Yeah, this ragtag group of misfits.
You know what? No matter what happens, these guys are going to have some fun on the way.
Yeah.
This is a good group.
Yeah, it is. It's true.
Because there's no big leader. There's no Jack or Kate or Locke.
Yeah.
These guys have to do whatever they're going to do, I guess, on their own. Sawyer's not here. It's just like, the highest ranking guy is maybe, obviously Chang in terms of what's going on here in Dharma, but, maybe Jin, might want to say, hey, follow me or something.
Yeah.
Or Miles might, have some ideas, but it's interesting to have this group here. And I think, the fact that, Chang has a vested interest in all this, he's definitely going to want to help these guys. So I'm excited to see what
he finds out here that Miles really is his kid, and that's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
I know that there's a lot going on right now, and they don't really have time, but, man, that would be really weird.
Every time, I saw the episode twice, and both times when he says, "It's true then, you are my son," and Miles goes, "Yeah, it's true," I was expecting Chang to go hug him.
Mhm.
But he doesn't.
Mhm.
And I guess he doesn't know that Miles hates him, and this is like reuniting, the father he never met. But I always expect that to happen, and it doesn't, so.
Mhm.
I guess I'm the asshole.
It is I who is the asshole.
It is me. Oh,
well. Okay. So, any other comments, questions, concerns about this scene?
About the scene. No, I just really liked this scene. I don't know. I found it satisfying. I liked the way it played out. It didn't seem over the top.
Yeah, no, it was a good scene.
I agree. I liked it as well.
But yeah, that's it.
A-.
All right, A- all around.
Okay, so in the next scene, Widmore stands over Dan's body and asks Richard why Dan looks familiar. Hawking tells Widmore that he's coming with her. Then she asks Richard to give them a moment. She tells Widmore she's taking them to the bomb. Then they discuss this, but we don't hear it. We just see the discussion from Jack's point of view as Richard unties him. Jack asks who the man is. Richard tells him Charles Widmore. Hawking finishes their conversation and says, "All right, let's move out."
I noticed that you editorialized a bit with this scene and left out the line that I really am not fond of Richard's. Let's just say, well, love is complicated sometimes.
Yeah, I have to admit that was a cringer for me.
That was I'm like, what? Son is here? What? Wait, Richard said that. Complicated? What? Jeez.
You mean they have a baby? Yeah, that's what I mean.
Exactly. Speaking of babies, I did want to since this is a unplanned Mother's Day podcast, I thought it would be nice to give a shout out to all the mothers on Lost. Some of which have killed their children, some of which haven't. Some of which have endangered children, some of which haven't. There are a lot of mothers on the show, and some of them do a good job, and some of them, well, they're good in other ways. Without naming names.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, I just wanted to happy Mother's Day, Lost mothers, and real mothers who are listening.
Oh yeah. Sure, why not?
Since they can hear us.
Mm-hmm. You mean the mothers of Lost can't hear us?
I hope not.
They don't listen?
No, apparently they don't. Should not leave your children next to a pool unattended. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
So anyway, back to this scene. Yeah, love can be complicated. This just points out they really don't want to explain at this point, sort of. I mean, we know that like Ellie and Charles are kind of leaders, but we don't know, exactly who are they equal? Is this like some sort of like monarchy or something? The king and queen or something, or is it? I'm curious on why Ellie is. We know that. We can assume why Widmore is in charge, but why is Ellie calling the shots here? Is one of my questions.
What do you mean? What are you assuming about Widmore?
Well, I'm assuming that he was. He was one of the others when he was younger, and he was tenacious, and he worked his way up to sort of be the leader or something.
Oh yeah.
Just that. I just don't see how we get sort of this like two leader thing going on where he kind of even answers to her in a way, or doesn't have final say, or doesn't choose to have final say, or what's really going on there.
Yeah, it kind of seems like they're co-leaders.
Mm-hmm.
And like either one can kind of do their own thing, but it doesn't seem like either one's really in charge. It did seem like she wasn't there later, like in the scene with Ben when he took Alex, for example. So that makes me want to say that she's gonna maybe she'll leave. We had that, at some point she has to leave.
Yeah, she does have to leave. Well, we talked about that before. Are the moms and children in the other camps going to leave too?
Right.
And if so, how?
Yeah, it seems pretty clear they didn't get on the sub.
No.
So if they're going to leave, they're going to have to figure out their own way to leave.
Yeah.
And I guess they do know sort of what's coming in terms of the bomb. So maybe that'll give them a reason to leave. But Hawking herself seems to be involved in that, so I don't quite see how she's going to leave here anytime soon. So I don't know how that's going to come out, but
it was a little. I mean, I don't expect any different because this is like the end of the season, but it was a little weird how she was really just gung ho about all this. Like, well, I guess we got to go destroy the bomb. These guys I just met told me they're from the future, and I got this thing, and this guy took my son, and it was pretty like she really. There wasn't a lot of. She didn't have to be convinced to do all this.
Yeah.
Really. It was. I mean, the evidence was there, and I think it was compelling evidence. But nevertheless, she was just like, "Okay, cool, let's go do it." And it wasn't like, "Hey, I'm gonna go presumably detonate this bomb. Let me tell my son, who might be, in my tent over here. I don't know where Dan is, but he should be around." And it's like, "Hey, let me go tell him Mommy loves him," or something before I go blow up this hydrogen bomb. Of course, they don't have time for that, and story-wise, they don't want to show us that. But
yeah.
Well, and that's my point. Is I think I do feel like she's going to leave at some point. So maybe between getting the bomb to where it needs to go and detonating it, she'll not be with that group anymore or something.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, I got to go to somewhere else to get something.
I gotta go return some videotapes.
Yeah. Oh, you're gonna, you're gonna detonate the bomb? Oh shit! I've got an appointment. I'll be right back.
I think I left my oven running. That pot roast is really gonna get overcooked if I don't get back there.
Yeah, when you kind of sum it up like that, as far as, these two guys from the future show up and tell her she's got to detonate a nuclear bomb, it really starts to sound a little bit crazy.
Oh, yeah.
I was with her because I've been following all along. But, her point of view, she's really buying into some kind of crazy stuff. And, there is evidence. It's not totally, from nothing, but still, it's a big risk to take based on some pretty unbelievable things.
Yeah, totally. And, I mean, they do have I guess Richard could, definitely, tacitly verifies that, this is the guy, and, she remembers Dan too, but this is the guy who told them to bury the bomb and all that. So, I mean, there is compelling evidence, but it was very quick, and then they go there, and then she's like, okay, what's next? It's just like, very eager to get this, and it's funny because it's kind of motivated on this idea that she, killed her son, but she doesn't really have any sort of emotional connection to this guy. She doesn't know her son. But there's this intellectual connection of knowing that that's her son.
He hasn't been born, right?
We talked about that. Like,
oh yeah.
I don't know how old he's supposed to be, but like, it really. If he hasn't been born yet, he's pretty young.
Yeah, he did say
he was the youngest to graduate from Oxford, right?
Yeah, they did. I mean, he was working as a professor in '96, which if he were born, I mean, this is '77. I mean, that would make him, if he's born, even if he's born this year, I mean, that would make him 19. I mean, that's. That pretty much doesn't happen. I really don't think he can be that young. I really think he should have been born.
I think, I mean, the Oxford day, I mean, he really should be at least like 25 or something, right? Or I mean, maybe he got through school quick, but still.
Even if he got through early, that's a stretch.
Yeah, so 25 would make him born in 71, I think.
Yeah.
So he should be like 6 or 7 or something.
Yeah.
He should be around. I think, Charlotte's around. He should be around.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. His age shouldn't be that far from Charlotte's. Even though there was a thing with her age, as we all know.
As we all know. It was her fault. Oh, no, it wasn't.
She demanded. Wait, did I say demanded? I didn't mean that.
I meant pointed out our error. So, I mean, actually, that's another thing of as figuring out where Ben... And I guess they could just use... Here's the other thing is the Dan that we saw playing the piano and all that backstory... he's around that age. I would imagine they might use that kid on the island if Dan's on the island or something.
I think if that's going to happen, we'll see that in the next episode.
What if here's a wild and crazy theory? Say Widmore and Ellie hook up, as they say in the 50s. She's gonna have this baby. Basically the idea is maybe she goes to America, to the real world or whatever, and gives him up for adoption. And then that's why he has an American accent, because he grows up there. And then when she gets off the island, she
meets up with him again and tells him that
Mommy's back.
He can't. Mommy's back, and you can't play the piano.
You can't play the piano. And he's like, I like foster care better. Well, that theory doesn't sound that hot, but maybe something like that, where he's off island most of the time until she leaves too.
I see. Yeah.
And maybe that's why he's not around.
Right.
Or maybe she gives him. Maybe he, Dharma daycare or something. Oh wait, she's another. Never mind.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be weird if Dharma Daycare offered their services to the hostile.
Hey, it's all about caring for children. They don't matter what affiliation you have. It's all about the kids.
Dharma Daycare prefers to stay neutral in the Dharma hostiles conflict.
I think they should.
I agree.
Hey, the kids didn't start it.
That's right.
Baby didn't ask to be born hostile.
What did you say?
I said those babies didn't ask to be born hostile.
They did not.
Babies aren't hostile, are they?
They just want their binky.
All right. Well, they can be a little hostile if they don't get their binky.
Yeah.
But just give them their binky and they won't be hostile.
Give them their binky.
That's pretty simple. Binky. Ugh.
Yeah.
What a word. What a word.
I like to think that as ubiquitous as that term is, when I was a little kid, I never said it. I don't know if that's true, but I like to think it's true.
I don't think I was aware of binky until my little sister was born. You know, she's like 13 years younger, so I was like, binky?
Your little sister says binky?
Well,
said binky when she was a baby?
When she was a baby, we would call her pacifier a binky, I think, every now and then.
Oh, you would say that?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. I see.
But I don't remember that word when I was a kid.
maybe it's a 90s invention.
Maybe so. You know, the 90s made up a lot of stuff.
Yeah, it did.
It really did.
You know what else made up a lot of stuff?
You know, if you Google the word binky, one of the related searches that comes up is pacifiers.
What?
Whoa.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, Google's awesome then.
Yeah, I don't know. That's weird.
The binky is a pacifier.
So, speaking of binkies, you ready for the next scene?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Okay. So in the next scene, we go to the present. Richard asks, this is present Richard, asks Locke where he has been for the last 3 years. Richard says that when Ben turned the wheel, Locke disappeared. And Locke says, you'll see where I disappeared to. You'll see, I guess. I don't know.
Which is really not very accurate.
It's semi.
It's pretty close.
It's actually, yeah, it's pretty close. It's like one step away from being accurate. Locke says after that, I want you to take me to see Jacob. Ben says that's not how it works. So Locke asks Richard if it'll be a problem, and Richard reluctantly agrees. They keep walking, and then they arrive at the Nigerian plain above the Pearl. Locke tells Richard to get the bullet out of younger Locke's leg, giving him the equipment to do it with. Then he tells Richard to tell the younger Locke to get the Oceanic Six back, and the way to do that, in order to do that, he's going to have to die. They hear younger Locke show up, and Ben says, "Who is that man?" And Locke says, "Me." That man is me.
Who is that man? That's just John Locke. He's a bad motherfucker, man.
That's that was the 70s version of Locke.
Exactly appropriate, right?
Very appropriate, yeah.
Da, 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 da. I think it makes. I really wish they would have done something like that. It's appropriate. Who is that man? Can I just say that I who thought we'd still be seeing the Nigerian plane?
Oh,
Dude,
God.
I know. That thing has gotten more screen time
than some of the actors on the show.
Yeah.
You know, Libby's like, you can't give me a backstory, but you can show the Beechcraft for 3 times a season.
Yeah, when he's like, it's a Beechcraft, it was being used to smuggle heroin from Nigeria. It's like, no shit, we know. Oh, we know.
Yeah. We so know. We know more about the plane than Locke does. Obviously.
We do.
I really think we do.
Yeah, no, Locke really has no idea what the whole backstory to that plane is.
No.
He knows like vaguely what it is, but that was such a thing for anyone who doesn't remember. They just kind of filled that in there.
Yeah.
All right, Locke, tell us what it is.
It's like, I'll bring this one back. It's like, the message you put in the bottle. The message you put in the bottle on the wrap. The message you put in the bottle on the wrap. It's just like, Yeah, we get it. You guys are trying to make sure we know what it is, but yeah, we do. We watch the show.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's hard though, disclaimer obviously it's I do feel bad for most people who watch the show don't have time to at least watch it twice like we do, not to mention, podcast about the show.
Right.
It is, I think, hard for a lot of people to really keep up with the details and it's the craziest show on TV, right? I mean,
yeah.
It's hard to, you were when and you did what, why, and yeah.
Yeah.
But for us who are fans who know the dimensions of the Beechcraft, we don't really need any more details.
Yeah. They definitely walked that line of trying to keep people, give people what they need to know to follow if they don't remember. Mm-hmm. But also, I think in the end though, you really have to kind of have seen it. I mean, to really get anything out of it, you have to have seen it before. Mm-hmm. And maybe you need to be reminded because you forgot or something. But if you've never seen Lost before and you just turn it on and he says that, I think that really doesn't do anything for you.
Yeah.
I think it's really for sort of casual fans. They've seen the show a few times. They've probably seen if they've seen the show a few times, they've probably seen the plane a few times.
Well, that's the thing. If someone's just watching this and they hear that line, they're thinking, "Ooh, he's gonna go find some heroin. I wonder if they're gonna do any of that heroin on the." There's obviously heroin on the plane. Let's see if they and everyone else is like, yeah, they're not about. It's not about the heroin.
Yeah. The heroin is so.
Yeah.
No one cares
Nigeria.
About the heroin.
Maybe if you turn the wheel, it'll send you to Nigeria. If you that's got nothing to do with the guy.
Yeah.
So this is a scene that really, pissed me off, I guess.
Those are strong words.
I think this is the beginning of the paradoxes for this episode.
My God. God.
The first one was really, I guess, when Ellie finds the journal. That's the first. I call that a Category 2 paradox, where it seems like it's a paradox, but we don't really know the details. So
yeah,
depending on how it works
I think
out,
it's possible for that one not to be a paradox.
Yeah, that's why it's a Category 2. I feel like it seems like a paradox, but it's all about the details.
Or at least not as much of a paradox, because she can see that journal and then go buy a journal that looks like it and write what's in it. But I think that's not a paradox.
Yeah, the thing is it's a paradox in terms of why does she go buy it. If she only buys it because she knows she has to because she saw it,
right,
then it becomes a paradox. But if that's what says in the details and how she buys it and why she decides to write if she decides to write what she writes in there only because she knows that's why she wrote, that she wrote that, then it's a paradox because then she'll never write, then she sort of never really ever thought to write it other than the fact she knew she wrote it.
I think it kind of works that that was always the reason. She always found the journal. And she always bought the journal because she found the journal. And she always wrote what she wrote because she knew what she wrote because she had already seen the journal.
But then she never wrote anything, though.
She did. She always saw it in advance. Basically, it's when she originally. That's the problem. There's no
original idea of saying I want to put a sentiment of XYZ in here for him. That which is sort of why she kind of does it later.
That's the thing. Well, because she already reads it, before she gets the chance to come up with the idea. So, it's really weird, but to me, not as problematic as this scene here.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why I call the journal really the Category 2. This is Category 1, you're really in paradox territory here.
Yeah.
It's not about the details, it's about the main things that are going on and So we got to talk about that.
We do. We really do. So maybe I'll just complete this. Or do you want to say something about this other stuff? About I guess we find out here that Locke just disappeared. We sort of knew that's what happened when people went away. And so basically, once they turned the wheel, I guess the island moved, and the others just continued doing their thing for the last 3 years. They've been, I guess, relatively uneventful.
So that group at the temple just they just stayed at the temple, huh?
Apparently,
when he tells them to go, they're just there.
They stay there.
And then there's the group that doesn't get to stay there, huh?
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's what I wanted. I mean, I think we got to talk about the timeline here to figure out what's going on. We got to talk about this compass, which is just came out of thin air.
Can we not talk about that?
I'm gonna insist that we spend a little time on the compass.
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Okay, so
yeah. Why don't you finish the next?
Yeah, we'll just do this whole block here. So then we basically, having been set up like that, we replay the scene from earlier in the season. Now we understand why Richard was there and why he said and did what he did. Then we cut over to Locke and Ben watching them, and Ben says that Locke's timing was impeccable. Locke says the island told him when to be there. Locke says, didn't the island tell you things? Ben says no, and clearly the island didn't tell Locke where Jacob is, or he wouldn't need Richard to show him. Locke states that Ben has never seen Jacob. Ben says, what? And responds no further.
What? That's pretty much what he did, man.
At that point, younger Locke disappears. Richard rejoins Locke and Ben. Locke asks how it went. Richard says, you seem convinced, but he's glad that Locke didn't actually have to die. Locke says that actually he did. Then Locke says, we better get back to camp. Ben and Richard exchange a look.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they do. Okay, so here's my short thing about the compass. It's probably the obvious thing to say, but it needs to be said, so I'll say it.
Okay, good.
Basically, if you track that compass, at any given moment in time, and you just start, whatever. I mean, that compass is always going to kind of shuffle between, that period of time when Locke gets it, and then and then goes back to the past and gives it to Richard, which he's going to do, fairly shortly after it time travels a few times. Then Richard has it for a very long time until giving it to Locke again. So at any given time, right, you can follow that watch and cycle through, right? So basically, that watch was never manufactured. It just appeared from nowhere.
It's like Ellie's. It's like what Eloise writes in the book. Presumably, it's like she never originally came up with that idea. It was already there, presented to her. No one ever sort of made that watch. It just sort of,
Yeah. The compass is just there inexplicably, and not only that. If you think about it, at any given time, if you look at the compass, at any given time, you can follow it back, back to the 50s, back to when Richard got it, and then back to the future, when Locke got it, and then back again to when Richard got it in the 50s. That compass has to be infinitely old. That's the part that really bothers me somehow, even more than the fact that it wasn't manufactured.
It's infinitely old in what sense of time, though? I mean, in terms of the compass's perspective, or something?
Because the compass is time traveling, and the way people have been time traveling, it doesn't seem like it stops the aging process. So basically, that compass is constantly going through this loop, and there really is no end to it.
But for the people who have it, it's only the people in that series of events shouldn't increase in terms of how old they are in terms of the watch. They
don't. But if you look from the watch's point of view, the watch could
It should
be
always
a person.
be a certain year. It should always be a certain year old in terms of if you ask Locke when he has it, how old is this compass, and he gave you an estimate. If he said, okay, it's if the compass had a date that it was
But he'd
manufactured.
be wrong because at any given time you can follow it back forever. So like it basically it has to never have been manufactured and be infinitely old.
Can I just add a little thing to the age issue? When Locke asked him earlier on if he still has it, he makes a comment about how it looks a little older. Like it's looking a little worn, but it still points north. It's like, so not only is it sort of infinitely old, but it also is degrading with time.
Yeah, like they sort of indicated that, but I felt like they didn't go far enough. Like it shouldn't just degrade a little bit. It should just like,
But then doesn't that mean that at the very instant that it's introduced, it should be infinitely old at that instant?
Yeah.
And
yeah.
so he should hand
right.
him
It really shouldn't
a bunch of dust or something.
Yeah, basically.
Or whatever the metal would be. So that's, that's weird.
It's really weird.
My other problem with this sort of incidental to the paradox issue of this is that, Richard doesn't seem to know anything about what's about to happen. And Locke tells him what to do, but he doesn't tell him, if I'm not mistaken, he doesn't tell him to give him the compass and tell him, you'll need the compass. The next time you see me, I won't recognize you. So take this compass and give it to me.
Oh.
He doesn't tell him to do that. And then there's no acknowledgement that little conversation has transpired. And that just struck me really strange because he has no reason to believe that's going to happen. And that
I missed the last part of what you said. He doesn't remember what?
Well, just that, originally when we see that scene, Richard gives him the compass and says, next time I see you, I'm not going to recognize you. You're going to need to give me this compass.
Uh-huh.
But
so that's when Locke has just gotten shot by Ethan, right?
Right.
And then Richard comes to help him, and he says,
right.
And Richard gives Locke the compass, right?
Right.
And then he says, "You're gonna give this to me next time I see you."
Yes.
Because he won't
right?
recognize Locke.
Because he won't recognize me. Give me. Oh, okay.
And that's in the 50s.
Right, and I just think it's strange that there's no reference to that.
Oh, but see, okay, that goes along with another idea. I think that to me it seems like what Richard figured out in the time that he left the older Locke and then went to go help the younger Locke, if I can say that. He must have realized Locke is going to time, and this is me helping the Lost writers out here. But the idea is maybe he realized that Locke is going to go time travel to the 50s. Blah blah blah. And that's why he tells him that.
But he has no reason to think that hasn't already happened.
Well, but here's the thing: is that idea goes along with another idea, which I can't really wrap my head around. But the fact that we see this with Locke too in this scene, and that he tells Richard, when they're talking about what they're going to go do. He says, "Oh, you don't know what's going to happen. You basically don't know what's about to happen." And so, in another half second, Locke basically realizes, "Hey, when Richard comes and tells me I have to die, he doesn't know why he's telling me that. Therefore, I must be the one who tells him." To me, that's another part of the paradox or whatever the scene is Locke has to, Locke has to think of, I guess, on his own that he needs to be the one to tell Richard to tell him this. Now that he realizes Richard didn't know to say that, and it's a lot of thought to have in half a second if that's what they want us to believe. Because how else do you explain the fact that Locke told Richard to go tell him this after learning that Richard didn't know to say that, or to even know that he had to go die? So that's why I feel like the fact that we're in a shitty scene like this. I think they're asking a lot of us and the characters, and I think the big thing for Locke is, I guess we're supposed to believe that that's what he thought in that half second was, I need to be the one to tell Richard to fulfill this whole thing. And then for Richard, with the compass, I'll have to give him the same benefit of the doubt and say, he must have said, hey, Locke is going to go to the 50s after this, you know, and he fills in the rest, you know. And it's definitely, you know, hard to fathom, though.
I want to give slightly different answers to those issues. The first thing, I kind of want to say the island told Locke as opposed to Locke thinking of it. Since the island told Locke, like, to be there at that specific time, like, the island also told him to have, you know, what to have Richard tell him. Of course, he already knows what Richard is going to tell him.
Yeah, that's the thing. So the island says, hey, it's weird. I still think he has to realize, he has to realize that Richard doesn't know this. Yeah. And he has to get the information. So why would the island, I don't know. Hey, throw that in the pot.
Yeah, I just kind of want to throw the island in as helping him along. Like, he's not quite working alone.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of what I had in mind.
Whatever the island is. On the other issue, like, I didn't even notice that there was something that they didn't address. I think that's probably what, you know, the writers would prefer to happen. But that issue has come up, like, multiple times this season of, you know, a scene playing and then, you know, we've heard something or we've even seen the scene before and it's different. Or the explanation for why someone says something isn't sort of fully given. And I just want to chalk it up to the same kind of thing. Like they're just trying to move the scene along, and like we know what he says, and so they just kind of do a shorthand version of it where he doesn't tell him every single thing that Richard says, but we're supposed to like get the idea that like Locke told Richard what to say, and so Richard went over and talked to him, and that's the explanation. Like I feel like that's really.
But the problem, that is what they want, but the problem is. Our original idea, or the original question before this, when we saw the scene the first time, was, why did Richard know this to say to Locke? You know,
right.
We thought, you know, Richard came with this knowledge that, well, like, it was weird. You know, how does he know? Oh, you're gonna tell me you're gonna get shot and all this.
Yeah.
So it seemed the questions were, you know, how does he know this? Why is he saying this? And then we come to this scene where we're getting the answers, and I do think they need to be a little bit more, you know, whatever in terms of making the things line up with, they want to, you know, get the scene moving, but at the same time, like, the question of, like Jen said, you know, how does he know to tell Locke to give this back to him, you know, or that he's going to need this next time he sees him and all that. You know, like I said, my theory is that he's very smart and very quick and realized it in the 10 seconds it took him to walk over there. You know, and maybe you could even throw in the idea of people doing things in terms of fulfilling, you know, things that have to happen kind of a thing, you know, because Richard remembers giving him that in the 50s. Mm-hmm. So he definitely, you know, that's definitely something. So there.
Good point. I agree.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But I think we're just really pointing out the problems with this scene here. When you really shouldn't show a scene we've seen before from a different perspective with the same characters in it, and those things interacting. You know, it's a little much. You're gonna have some problems. There. Imagine if when Sawyer saw Kate and Claire giving birth, he walked over and like, you know, come on, we don't want that.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Hey Freckles, one day someone's gonna, you know, tell you to get on the sub, and I'm just gonna want you to not get on the sub, you know, or something, you know. Like,
right.
I want to be alone with my lady.
Yeah,
you know
really,
what I mean later.
For me, it was bad enough just having Sawyer there watching. Like,
exactly.
I thought that was too far. This is just, you know.
And it's a full, not even just like an interaction, but a causal know, thing of like, this is why he did that. This is a whole now connected sequence of events.
And it's another example of an idea never being originated.
Yeah, exactly.
And on top of that,
it's sort of like a time loop, eternal ripoff.
And I think that has to go, you have to, I guess if you say that, compare it to what Dan was just talking about with the sequence of events starting with the incident. Maybe they're trying to tell us something, maybe the Losties are infinitely old.
Uh-oh.
You can tell by the decay of the clothing that they're infinitely old.
Oh, God, a decaying clothes reference just never gets old.
No.
And there's no pun intended there.
Yeah, can you tell by the decay of the reference that its clothes are old? I don't know. Something.
Well, the other thing that I just wanted to point out that with regard to the scene of Claire giving birth, in this scene, it's clear that if he'd wanted to, he could have gone over there and made his presence known.
Mhm.
Which I wasn't sure of at the time. But then it makes it, I mean, by that, Locke really could have gone over and told himself all this shit.
Yeah.
And I don't like that.
Well, the question is, could he have? Because I think we're still under, the question of is whatever happened the case or not?
Yeah, I'll say he could have, but he didn't.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, that if he would have done that, then he sort of always did that.
Yeah, we would have seen him do that if he did that. But I think the idea is there's no universe stepping in to block him from doing it. Like, I think the show has skated around the edge of that issue, and I think of seeing yourself, and I think the first steps of that were Sawyer seeing Claire and Kate when she gives birth, and then we've got kind of a bigger version of that with Miles and seeing himself as a baby.
Yeah.
And then I think this is sort of the closest they've got where Locke actually sees himself just like not even that long ago.
Mm-hmm.
The fourth step is actually a scene where
you're talking to yourself.
Yeah, that would be the fourth possibility. But as you point out, if whatever happened, then if we didn't see that scene, then it didn't happen, so they can't do it.
But there's this idea that they can change things, but I think that's only predicated on big crap, not little crap.
Yeah.
Big crap like hydrogen bombs.
And basically, like unless
incidents.
they start time traveling again, I don't think they're going to do that.
Yeah.
But that would be crazy if they actually did. If they actually had someone talk to a different version of themselves, that would just be.
Well, hey, Locke is going to go talk to Jacob.
That's true. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, he's going to go murder him. So.
Well,
spoiler alert.
Yeah, we haven't gotten to that scene yet. We don't remember what happened. Jeez. Tell us what's going to happen on the next episode, why don't you?
But don't.
Yeah, but don't. Yeah, I was online the other day, and I was looking at these stills from, like, production stills from the show, and then I saw the title was, like, next week's show, and I'm like, why am I looking at production stills from next week's show?
Oh, no. Don't do that.
Yeah,
Where did you see this from?
Online somewhere. And believe it or not.
I believe it was on the Internet.
There's a thing that...
Have you heard of it? It's the World Wide Web.
It's the World Wide Web. You use what they call a computer, which is not someone who computes. Not anymore.
Oh, thank you.
I have to make that known. Because it used to be you could go up to a guy and say, "Are you a computer?" and he might say yes.
Yeah.
Now, if you go up to a guy and says, "Are you a computer?" you get punched in the face.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Because it's so absurd,
It is.
He's like, "What do you think?"
Just automatic
right,
punch in the face.
I'm gonna stop there. We're gonna go to a weird place.
We certainly don't want to go to any weird places.
No, I was gonna bring up some things about hard drives and
oh no
and modems and maybe a CPU
PRAM.
or something.
Can we get a
RAM
PRAM
reference.
in there?
Yeah.
Kernel panic.
Yeah.
And please try to formulate a joke about kernel panic. Because I think that's the most dramatic sounding ailment of any computer.
I would agree.
Does that happen to PCs? Is that a thing that happens to your computers as well?
I'm sure it's probably analogous.
All right.
I've never heard of it, so I'm going to say no.
So you're going to say no. I love it. I haven't heard of this, so it doesn't exist.
I experienced kernel panic on one of my computers at work recently. And,
oh no!
I was upset by the terminology, and I was kind of offended to be told by a tech person. I am allegedly a tech person, but I had to call a real tech person, and I was told by this tech person that I needed to clear out my PRAM and that I might be experiencing kernel panic. And I didn't like it at all. Didn't like either of those things.
Yeah, on Windows it would probably be something analogous to like the blue screen of death or something.
Yeah. It does. Oh, okay. Yeah. Wow. Did you say that because you just put it in Wikipedia? And you noticed that the second sentence in the Wikipedia entry is the equivalent to Microsoft Windows operating systems is the blue screen of death?
I'm going to go look it up now.
Well, I'm telling
So you just independently said exactly what Wikipedia said?
You independently innovated the second
weird.
sentence of the kernel panic.
You know, the one thing that's great about Wikipedia is it's sort of formatted, it's written in sort of the best way possible almost, the sort of most concise way to explain something. So I like to think that's how I talk in general. So, I'm a very humble person also. So,
wow.
Ouch.
All those things and more make me awesome. So, no, but I mean, I'm a tech guy. I know what the kernel is, and I assume kernel panic, which I have not experienced on the Mac, was the kind of thing where the system is can't recover. So. Yeah.
Well, I'm not a tech person. I just play one at my job.
Mm-hmm.
So it's remarkable that I've been able to hold on to my job for as long as I have. But I managed to make it work. Anyway, apparently Linux and Unix have kernel panic as well. So it's not just a Mac thing.
Not anymore.
So does anyone have any idea what scene we were talking about?
Yeah, we're talking about the big crazy crux of the episode.
Oh, right.
That little scene.
Yeah.
So
Richard playing
I feel
lock.
Like there's more to pick apart here. Did we talk about everything already?
I wouldn't say we talked about everything.
No.
We talked about the central issue. Did you have other stuff to say? Like anything about this whole thing about going to see Jacob and that's not how it works?
Yeah, I do want to talk about that. First, Richard says I asked Locke where you've been the last 3 years, but Richard remembers that for Locke, some of that time in the beginning he was in the 50s, right? Isn't that what happened?
Yeah, I guess he should know that.
Right?
God, that's confusing, but yeah.
So it's like, I thought his question was going to be, have you been time traveling for the last 3 years?
Mm-hmm.
Kind of a thing, but, and then he said that whole thing about just disappearing. So yeah, the whole Jacob thing, and Ben says that's not how it works. We're going to talk about Jacob quite a bit, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, and then there's this thing about this thing about how Ben has never seen Jacob.
Yeah,
for
that
a man who could lie himself out of any situation, he really fumbles this one.
Well, yeah, you know, when Locke is as confident as he is, and he's saying something, we've seen this before with Locke and Ben, I think, where Locke, like, you know, like when he says, you know, that's not why you want to be judged. You want to be judged for Alex, and he just, when he gets it right, Ben just can't. He just has nothing. You know, he's just like, oh, okay, well, you're right. Because he, you know, when it's something big like that. So saying like you've never seen him, it's hard for him to, I think, lie about that when in fact he sort of hasn't, and he's, you know, no, I've seen him. I can prove it by what?
I'll draw you a picture.
Yeah, exactly. I'll draw you a picture. That would have been awesome. I have seen him, John. I have. I'll draw you a picture.
Yeah, this is one of those mysteries that I didn't know was a mystery. Like I really didn't think that it was even debatable that Ben had seen Jacob. I mean, when Locke and him go to Jacob's cabin, he sits there and has a conversation with Jacob, and you know, supposedly, and you know, the room starts rumbling, and it seems like Jacob like pushes him back, and he's yelling at him. I mean, it certainly seems like he's seeing him. He's really doing a lot of acting there, if he's really not seeing anything.
Yeah, it seemed like he was maybe just knowing that Jacob's always in the chair, so he was just directing his attention to the chair. I mean, presumably he's talked to him like this before. But to me, it's weird that I think at the very least he was making it seem like he could see Jacob. Because, you know, if you can't see someone, it's, you know, it's almost like if you're blind, you know, if you can't sort of see someone, you know, he wouldn't necessarily need to direct his attention, you know, be looking at him. You know, I don't imagine every time he came to see Jacob, he stared at an empty chair.
Right.
You know, I mean, maybe he did. I don't know. So he definitely made it seem like he was seeing Jacob, you know. And it's weird. It's definitely, it's a mystery. Didn't know it was a mystery. And when, you know, during that scene when Locke saw Jacob, we all thought, okay, that's a big deal. Locke sort of saw Jacob, and, you know, Ben's the only one who could see him or whatever.
Right.
I think if I'm correct, the big question for Ben was, or the big question that they focused on was the fact that Locke had heard him.
Yeah.
You know, and instead of Ben, if Ben would have said, "Did you see him?" You know, then we would have been like, "Wait, can't you see him?"
Right.
You know, but he was like, "You heard him, right?"
Yeah, and Ben didn't.
Yeah, Ben didn't.
Which he admitted. And the thing that Jacob said was, "Help me," and I really have no idea how that fits into where the story is going. But I don't know. I guess we'll see.
I got some ideas.
You got some ideas?
I always have ideas.
Nice.
Never leave home without them.
Okay, good. Good.
I sometimes call my credit cards ideas.
I see.
Just wanted to tell you guys that. It's a thing. I'm from Texas. You wouldn't get it.
Right. Wow. Credit cards are ideas, so you should call them that.
Well, good. They're ideas that earn you 2% cash back.
That's right. That's a good kind of idea.
Ideas that can make you some money. It gets you traveler's points.
That's right. Ideas with hotel discounts.
Oh, man.
Anyway, yeah, I mean, it's probably best to save the major Jacob discussion for the end. But,
yeah, let's do that. Let's get to we'll save the big Jacob stuff for later.
Yeah,
I do have some ideas of or some theories to bring up in terms of what Locke maybe wants to do or is talking about doing.
Okay. So, is everyone ready for the next scene?
Yeah, why not?
I'd like to spend some more time talking about the compass.
Okay, let's do.
All right, the compass.
What do you got?
No, I was kidding.
Oh.
Please.
I was ready to do compass
I was
time.
too.
No,
Right.
I just, no. Sorry.
Are we satisfied with the compass? So basically, I mean,
That
again,
felt
the
really
compass.
flat. Sorry.
Is there any way where the compass could have originated from somewhere for real? I mean, is there any way that somehow, I mean, yes, there's this sort of time loop with the compass, but is there a way to sort of jump into the loop? You know, is there some way that we haven't seen yet that it can be introduced that would make sense at all? Can there be two compasses or something? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I saw this two compass thing on the phone.
Yeah, there is the now famous two compass theory.
The two compass theory.
Which is basically that Richard gives him a second compass, and of course if that happens, then it works. Like basically Richard just buys like another compass and gives it to Locke, and so every time he's buying a new one, and then the compass isn't infinitely old and it is manufactured. So that's that is one solution. That is not the solution that the show seems to be indicating. So I don't really believe that, but that is a theory, and that would correct the problem with the compass. So it has that virtue. The problem, I think, is that it's wrong.
Yeah, I think it's just clever.
It's like torture.
Clever.
Right, exactly. Of course. It's great in every other way.
Yeah, it's just wrong.
It's just that pesky detail.
Yeah.
Everybody loves it.
Everybody loves it.
Can't get enough. I love when Richard asks Locke if he wants the bullet, and he says keep it. Like, I don't know. Like, who wants a bloody bullet? Like, what are you gonna do with that? I just keep it? Really? Is that what you say? Like, not that he really even intends for him to really keep it, but just the fact that he says keep it. Like,
yeah, it's kind of weird.
It's a weird thing to say.
That's not exactly how I would phrase it. I would probably be inclined to say, no, I don't want it. You can throw it away or something.
Yeah.
But hey, no, you keep it. You keep it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't dare deprive you of my bloody bullet.
Yeah, exactly. I just hope in some way, like, Ben gets a hold of that bullet and then shoots John with it.
Oh no! Oh no!
You guys love that one, I can tell.
Oh gosh.
That was a Lost Lowdown special just for you guys.
You're fairly well guaranteed not to see that happen.
Oh, good. That was awesome. So I guess no one wants to see that happen. All right, fine. That's what I call poetic justice, all right?
Oh, God. Yeah. God. So, okay. Next scene. Anyone?
Yeah, please.
Shall I
please.
segue? Okay.
Go while we can, please.
All right. So in the next scene, we're back to the 70s. Chang storms into the security room, saying they need to evacuate the island. He is stopped by what he sees, Sawyer and Juliet tied up and beaten up. Chang also wants them to stop drilling because of the potential danger. Radzinski, who has now taken charge, insists that they are going to continue drilling. Sawyer interrupts and says that if they put him and Juliet on the sub with the evacuees, he'll tell them anything they want to know. Then he asks Juliet if she's okay with that, and she says absolutely. Radzinski wants a map to where the hostiles are, and Sawyer begins to draw.
Awesome.
Boom.
Yeah, that's really, especially hearing you recap, that's really what they want is, I'll tell you anything you want to know, and then the next line is, I want to know this.
Mm-hmm.
There it is.
Yeah. They got off easy. They could have asked a lot more than that.
Yeah, they really could have asked a lot of stuff. One of the things I want to mention is they seem to have not been putting much effort into, the sort of 70s isms that should be going on. These guys don't talk like they're in the 70s anymore. A lot of a lot of modern conversation going on here. Where's the hootenanny? Where's the groovy? Where's the, I don't know. It reminded me when you were like, next thing we're back in the 70s. I'm like, are we really back in the 70s? Because I don't hear it, folks. I don't hear it.
It's ostensibly the 70s. Is there anything that's particularly modern that you can point out in this scene?
He said map.
Everybody knows no one said map before.
Everybody knows maps weren't invented until 88, all right? Anything you heard about Magellan was false.
Wow.
You heard it here first, folks. Here and only here.
Those are all lies invented during the Cold War.
Exactly. Most of the world was just discovered in the last 25 years, I promise.
Wow.
No, it's just a little thing, obviously. But nothing that they say is particularly modern sounding, but it's like, but it doesn't sound unmodern, which kind of means it sounds modern, so.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, they're not really coloring the language, but it doesn't seem like they're coloring it modern either. It seems like they're just going for pretty flat, unrecognizable stuff that you could say, pretty much any time within the last 50 years or so.
The usual.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I really don't want to see a bunch of people standing around saying groovy somehow.
That's not awesome to you?
What about hootenanny?
Come on.
I think hootenanny. I gotta disagree with you guys. We haven't discussed this, but I think the way he says it, I don't think that people in the 70s said hootenanny. I think that it was supposed to sound mannered and a little bit silly, like he's mocking them.
Hootenanny to me does seem older than the 70s. Hootenanny seems like a 50s thing.
Or like a 19th century thing.
Yeah.
Out on a farm.
It seems pretty old, but they're back in time, so it's got to be authentic.
Right. No one knows the 70s.
I just enjoyed it. I just enjoyed it as a word.
No, I enjoyed it.
Period accurate or not, it was or period specific or not, I guess.
Trust me, I like it too.
Okay, good. As long as you like it, because I agree. I kind of don't want to say that hootenanny is a 70s term either.
Okay, good. So we all agree.
But it is an older thing. I mean,
It is. I just
it's not a modern term.
Yeah.
So it's not like an anachronism.
It's not like he says, "Oh, you guys are down here having a rave."
Right.
Anyway.
Yeah.
But it's also not like he's down there saying, "What do you guys think this is, Studio 54?"
Right. Right. Yeah, I guess that would be the 70s way to go.
Or is that way there a little bit? I don't know, whatever.
I think Studio 54 is 70s.
Yeah, I guess it's the late 70s anyway, 77.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, it's late 70s. They got disco. They got Saturday Night Fever.
Claude, though, I know what you mean. This could be taking place in the present.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the only way to know is just to remember. I mean, it's not they're definitely not going out of their way to make it seem like it's the 70s.
Yeah. All right, glad we clarified that. Next. What else in this scene? Anything else?
This is more of, you know, Redzinski the tyrant.
Yeah. He's the guy in charge now. It was weird when Chang came in, because I thought he had some sort of power. You know, I thought he was kind of on the level with Horace.
Yeah.
But he, you know, like his, you know, he's in charge of the research, which is so important that it kind of elevates him.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was weird that Redzinski's still like, no, I'm still in charge, blah, blah, blah. But I'm glad Redzinski didn't say, like, no one's leaving. But he did still want to drill, so.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and also, like, he initially said to Chang, like, you should be out at the Swan site, you know. And it made it seem like Redzinski's actually, like, in charge. I mean, besides the fact that he's just now taken over, like, he's just generally in charge of, you know, where people are supposed to be.
To me, that came off like Redzinski. I mean, yeah, I don't really know how to take it, but to me, it kind of came off as like, you know, obviously in the, you know, they're in a panic mode here, and he sort of. It seems to me he's just very preoccupied with the Swan Station for some reason, and getting that thing built. And to me, it seemed like he's kind of an underling, you know, or at least was before. But he was like, you know, I'm the guy in charge. I'm building the model. You know, at 0800 hours, Chang should be at the thing working. You know, kind of that's how it came off to me.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas like you should be there doing this thing that I think is really important. You know.
Oh, okay. I guess I thought, like, from when Miles drove out there and they got the body, like, it kind of seemed like Redzinski was supervising.
He was, I mean, maybe he's in charge of all the guys, you know, sort of the non-science guys or something.
Yeah. Yeah, that's sort of the impression I get. I don't know what they really want us to think, but I feel like if he's in a position to say, like, I'm in charge now, he has to be somewhat up there.
Yeah.
You know? But it is weird. Like, I wonder how committed he is to the Dharma project, or if this is just about him personally. Like, I'm curious about what his motivations are, you know? Like,
especially considering, you know, this whole project that he's so invested in. I mean, they're under attack, like... they don't know. They've got these infiltrators. Like, there's so much going on. Yet he, you know, they can't even keep the barracks safe, right? But he still wants to just continue to drill, and it seems like he's just not either he is really aware of what's going on, and we don't know that, or he's just really not aware of the dangers and like what the project's really about and what's really under there, and like. Because it seems like if he knew any of that stuff, that he would be more wary to keep drilling.
Yeah.
So I'm curious on what his end goals are. Does he just want, you know, like, why is he so invested in the Swan Station?
Yeah. Yeah.
Is it
what's
just
the
his pet
payoff for
project,
him?
or like, yeah.
Like, the Swan gets built, and then what for him?
Yeah, Jen, what? We're asking you. I'm trying to come up with he's going to go in there for 4 years, and eventually he's going to realize that he really fucking blew it in this that we're watching right now, and he really made an ass out of himself, and he's going to commit suicide.
Oh, there it is.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right. Simple.
There you go.
Simple and effective.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to make of this, because he does seem, you know, it does seem, as you guys were saying, like the immediate security concerns ought to sort of trump the drilling. Like, you can't delay drilling for one day while you guys settle these really big security issues.
Yeah.
We are going to drill as much as we can today.
Yeah.
And then we're going to drill some more.
And don't forget, it is like in hostile territory. So it's not even like a
Right,
secure location.
That's the other thing is that, how can you really be surprised by, because they seem to think that they've been infiltrated and like the hostiles are coming after them or something, which isn't really what's happening, but that's what they think.
Mm-hmm.
But how can you really be that surprised or that indignant when you're drilling on territory that you said you wouldn't drill on? Because it was lost to them.
Maybe that kind of makes me think maybe that's why maybe Brzezinski is just sort of this paranoid guy because he does know that they're sort of doing this secret operation on the other's territory, the hostile territory. So this whole time maybe he's just been paranoid about an infiltration, about a retaliation, about them finding out and them getting surprised. So I mean maybe that's sort of why he's a dick this whole time because he's just paranoid. Because we do find out that they're doing all this crap, so that might sort of explain that and why he's so worried about them seeing the station model and all that. Still don't like him. But.
Yeah, when I get around to watching the show again and I get to the part where Calvin talks about Brzezinski, now I'm just going to groan internally.
Yeah, I'm going to groan.
And think like, that guy. I'm going to have to see him later.
Yeah.
And he's going to annoy the shit out of me again. And it's going to be so, like, I don't care if you made the Blastor map. I don't care. It's just, you suck.
Yeah, you're gonna when you see it, you're gonna curse that ceiling bloodstain, huh?
I am, yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Good riddance.
It's like now I really hope he did kill himself, Before it was like, oh, maybe Kelvin just said that, but now it's like, this guy, well.
Yeah. Yeah, do yourself a favor.
I really wouldn't blame Kelvin if he murdered him.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. Even if he was lying, good. I hope he was lying.
Good. I hope he's lying. I hope somebody did it.
Yeah. Somebody needs to kill him.
And you know what would make it great is if Kelvin did it right after Brzezinski explains everything we just saw about Brzezinski. Like he goes, yeah, I did this and I did that and then I did this and I took over and I'm in charge. And then as he's saying all this, Kelvin goes to get the gun and as soon as he's done, he blasts him away. That's great.
I really hope we get that scene.
That's the best vindication we can hope for, guys. I'll just tell you that right now.
Yeah, I agree. I wish we could see that. Oh, God. If only.
Always remember the Blastor map. That's his dying words.
Oh, God.
Remember to put in those fluorescent bulbs, those black lights, so Locke can see it when the lockdown happens. Or else he won't see it because it's invisible and we won't have any plot. We won't be able to find the pearl. Brzezinski says a lot before he dies.
Yeah, he does.
It's a slow and theatrical death, exactly what we would expect Brzezinski says.
Yeah.
He starts speaking in iambic pentameter.
Yes. Oh, pyramids arise. Yeah. I could go on with my Midsummer Night's Dream. I won't.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Was there a death in Midsummer Night's Dream?
That's the one where they're staging a... No, I'm thinking it's the wrong... What's the one where they're staging a play?
All of them. All of the others.
It really is more than one.
Are you talking about Hamlet? Hamlet is the big play within a play.
Yeah. There's more,
not
though.
That. No, it's a comedy. A comedy where they're...
Oh. I laughed at Hamlet.
There's more. Is it, oh, yeah, sorry. No, I give up.
Yeah, sorry. I really should know.
I think there's like 2 or 3 at least.
I really should know because I did it for one act in high school.
King Lear.
Years ago. No, not King Lear. It was a comedy.
Classic comedy, that Lear.
Much Ado About Nothing.
Yeah, if I was inclined, I would get up off of the floor.
The Taming of the Shrew?
I really don't know, but it's the one in which Pyramus is a character.
What, pyramids?
Yeah, Pyramus.
Oh, Pyramus.
PMS.
Yes, PMS.
Yeah, I don't know that one.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
How do you spell it?
Oh my God.
Let's take time to figure this
I'm really
out.
sorry. You guys, can we please edit this out? I'm really sorry.
If you'll just tell me how you spell it, I'll leave it alone.
I'm not really sure. R-A-M-U-S, maybe? Pyramus. Pyramus and Thisbe is the play that they're putting on. It is Midsummer Night's Dream. I was right.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, great. That makes it better.
So you were right from the beginning. That's actually disappointing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I wanted a new answer. Okay, so there's a death in the play in Midsummer Night's Dream.
Yeah, well, the Pyramus and Thisbe is a Roman mythology, and it's...
Right, yeah, no, I see Wikipedia.
Yeah, thanks.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, but it's a story within a story. There's this play. I don't know. Why are we talking about? Let's stop talking about this.
You brought it up.
I played Thisbe.
Oh, okay.
But it was a very long time ago. It was in 1977, I think.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Speaking of 1977.
Oh, look at that.
Wow.
What a great segue.
Classic segue.
It would really be a better segue if I had actually, if it were 1977 when I were in high school.
Yeah, wow.
Not more than 20 years after that.
Still works. That's part of the magic.
Is it?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, no, I didn't realize it was a real thing though. I
didn't either.
Like a real play
Wikipedia.
within the fake play.
Yeah, me neither.
That's kind of strange. Anyway, that sort of reminds me of that. Okay, let me not even bring that up. Okay, so who's ready for the next scene?
Yeah,
me,
I
definitely.
think we're ready to go to the next scene.
Okay. All right, so in the next scene, Jack and Kate are at a small pond with Hawking. Hawking says they have to swim under to get to the tunnels. Kate decides not to go.
That was a bit of a flash of the didactic Mrs. Hawking that we'll see in 30 years. Oh no, dear, we have to swim into the pond. Shall we listen then?
Yes.
A little bit of that was foreshadowing.
I like it.
Are you seated comfortably? Let us begin.
I love it. I love Kate. Like, why don't we just go around? Like, as if that was, that's the easy thing to do, but they decided to go the hard way.
Shit, yeah.
Fuck yeah, let's go around. What do we think of that? Instead of getting drenched.
Thanks, Kate. You really saved us a lot of trouble there.
Kate's like, hey, why don't we take that bridge right there? Oh, that's great. Thank you. I'm so glad you came with us.
Anyway, continuing from there, Kate decides not to go along, and so she starts walking away. Then one of the hostiles who's gone along with them, token hostile, I guess, points...
that's not token hostile. That's Eric with a K. All right?
Excuse me.
We've seen him in such lost episodes as Whatever Happened, Happened and Follow the Leader.
I knew I recognized him, but I didn't really see his name, and it was spelled with a K.
Yes.
That's Eric.
K because he's going to get killed. See?
Eric.
See what they did there?
Yeah. Oh, look at that. Wow, foreshadowing. And a good name.
It's everywhere.
Yeah, that's nice. Anyway, Eric with a K, points a gun at Kate as Hawking insists that they won't let her walk off with their, quote, secrets. Kate starts walking away, Jack tries to tell him to let her leave. He sort of points the gun, and then we hear a single shot. Kate thinks she may have been shot, but there's no bullet wound. Then the hostile, I guess Eric with a K, falls to the ground. He's been shot, and Saeed Jarrah emerges from the shrubbery and points his gun at Richard and Hawking, who put their hands up.
That was, by the way, that was the sound of my ovaries uttering a very different sort of sigh.
Then the curtain comes down and the audience applauds. Saeed Jarrah saves the day.
I have to say two things about this. First of all, on TV shows and in movies, whenever something like this happens where you think one person has been shot, but it turns out another person has been shot, the person who you think has gotten shot always looks down at themselves. Like to see if they've been shot. And which I always thought was kind of, I think that's funny because surely you'd feel it.
I have actually heard, sorry.
I was just going to say, I thought about the same thing in this scene, and I thought it actually makes sense, though, to look if you got shot, because you think you're about to get shot, you know there's a gun on you, you hear a gunshot wound, and I think you would look down. Yeah, you would look down. I think you would. I agree that you would look down, but it's just kind of a funny thing. Yeah.
And I know, Justin, what you were about to say, and you can say it now.
Yeah, I was just going to say I've actually heard people that have been shot say that they didn't feel it initially, and they sort of looked and saw that it had happened, and sort of the pain didn't register until
We've
later.
all had that. We've all, had some pain or some injury.
Yeah.
And then you're like, what's this? Ow, this hurts.
Yeah, exactly. It's a weird delay thing with your nervous system, and so it does seem like you should feel it, but I think it's actually so quick that it's possible for you not to feel it initially.
Yeah.
But you're right that's what they always do, and this is definitely a cliche.
But then the other thing that this scene reminds me that I meant to mention about this episode in general is this is a really sexy episode.
This is a sexy episode?
Sexy episode.
Well, we wouldn't have got that without the female perspective on the show.
True.
We wouldn't have made that comment. No, this is a sexy episode. All right.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily characterize it that way. Care to elaborate?
No.
Okay. Good.
Let's
move on, man.
Oh man, that's perfect. All right, let's. This episode is, I think now I will look for the sex appeal in this episode.
Yeah, I was too focused on the plot to worry about the sex appeal.
But,
oh,
is it a sex episode?
Well, I mean,
that's a question for the ladies, all right?
Yeah. Well, anyway.
All right. So is that okay? Here's a question, if I may. Does the sexiness of this episode have anything to do with Saeed?
Oh, it always does.
Oh, it always does. Which is what I thought you'd say.
It's mostly the emergence of Saeed and then the swimming.
Yeah.
Swimming and Saeed.
When he gets out, and he's all wet, and he puts his hair up in the ponytail or whatever. And it's like, let's find this bomb. Pretty sexy.
I was just aside from the stupid skill element, which is a phrase that I don't think I've actually ever heard before. I think it was just really satisfying to see him show up and save the day. I knew he'd show up and save the day at some point, but still, I was surprised when it happened.
All I have to say is the sonar fence must be pretty close by. I feel like that's the spot Saeed's been hiding in this whole time.
Yeah.
I shall stay here.
This shall be my spot, and I will wait here until I meet it.
I like to think that he has been stalking Eloise Hawking the whole time.
Stalking Miss Hawkins?
Yeah, I no means that to
Let's just drop the G's, make it cool.
Yeah, this podcast just got a lot more hip.
No hootenannies for us.
No. having none of that. I'm stalking Miss Hawkins.
Stalking Miss Hawkins.
Yeah.
On the lowdown. Yeah, I think for him to go try to find the others was definitely something he should have been trying to do. I mean, it's either that or what, go to the beach, right? I mean,
yeah, that's always the default.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know what they want us to think he's been doing, but
we'll get a line. Jack will ask him something.
Yeah, that's another spring cleaning bit where they can.
Yeah.
Whatever. I don't know what he's gonna say.
Jack will be like, so what, so where'd you disappear to after the plane crash? Literally. And and then Saeed will make some, comment, nothing much, just got captured by Dharma and interrogated and shot Benjamin Linus, the usual,
Right.
Because I do think, we do get that scene where they talk about. I'm glad I think it because it happened. The scene
where he's like, I don't know.
He talks about Ben and what Kate did for Ben and all that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So anything about this scene?
Yeah. Did you finish the scene?
I finished this scene.
Okay.
I mean, it continues.
This is just when they're going in, right?
They don't go in for a while.
Oh yeah. Why don't you just keep going then?
Okay. I mean, we get some other stuff before they actually go in. Okay, so the next scene, Richard asks Hawking what they're doing there, noting that Saeed just shot Eric with a K, and she's acting like it doesn't matter. Hawking says if they're right, it won't matter. Richard asks what they're going to do. Then we cut over to Saeed, who has apparently been told what Jack's plan is. Saeed says he's already changed things by killing Ben. Kate informs Saeed that they actually saved Ben. Saeed asks why they did that, and Kate gets indignant. Jack thinks they have been put there to carry out his plan. Kate is worried he's wrong and that it'll have disastrous consequences. Jack says it's their destiny. Kate says you sound like crazy Locke. Jack says he was wrong about Locke. Kate says he was right.
Paraphrasing.
Kate says Kate says she's going to find the rest of them because they may be able to stop Jack. Then Kate walks away.
Yep.
Boom.
Sounds like what happened.
That was what happened. I did paraphrase, of course. Hey, guess what? Claude's gone.
God.
Claude is gone. So, who's ready for the news?
I've got a news story you can talk about. How about the Wesleyan shooter? Have you heard about this guy?
The what?
The Wesleyan shooter. This guy who just went into like a dining hall or like a cafe at Wesleyan Village and shot this woman. He had been, I guess, stalking her. I don't know all the details, but the reason I bring it up is because he looks kind of like Radzinski.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty
sure.
I'm pretty sure they wrapped shooting a while ago. So who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe it really was him.
I missed that.
Have you heard about this guy, the Wesleyan shooter? This guy who went into Wesleyan College cafe and shot this woman who was working at the register. It was maybe like an ex-boyfriend or maybe just some guy who was stalking her. Anyway, he looks sort of like Radzinski. Was my point.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I haven't been following the story very closely, but as you could probably tell from my vague information. But
so are you saying
happen.
you're saying that this is the same guy?
Yes.
You heard it here first, folks.
Whatever that guy's name is, he's a murderer.
Oh, we shouldn't be laughing. A real one is dead.
Is that, yeah, you're right. Plus, I think we're in libel territory here.
Yeah. No, it's a good thing we're not recording in England.
Is it one of those things to call someone a murderer?
With no proof, yeah. Just because they look like somebody else, yeah, that's weird.
You know what? I'm going to put it all on the line. I think he's a murderer.
You think he's a murderer?
That's it.
Wow.
I'm
just
standing
so you
by
know, guys, that was
Cut
law
to-
enforcement. That was
Yeah,
Justin
cut to like
who
3
said
years
that.
later, Justin in prison. Like, you know, you shouldn't have said it.
God
Well,
damn it! Why did I say it?
I'm gonna go on the record and say I don't think it's the same guy.
From now on, I'll take slander seriously.
Yeah, well, I will go so far as to say that since this guy who the suspect is actually in custody, I don't think it's the same person.
Hey, if we hear about Desmond, sexual harassment, I think we might hear if Lost has a murderer as an actor.
Yeah,
alleged
you're right.
murderer, maybe the trial.
Wait. Desmond, sexual harasser? Is that what you said?
Yeah, did you not hear the?
I didn't hear about this. Desmond is a sexual harasser.
There was
allegedly there's some lawsuit from some former, I guess, someone who worked on the show, an assistant or something, I think, who was claiming sexual harassment against Mr. Cusick.
Yeah, it was from 2007. It was a while ago when the alleged incidents occurred. And well, it's pending. But yeah, that's out there. That was I saw that story. I'm choosing to remain agnostic about it for the time being.
Yeah, I'll let the lawsuit play itself out and see what the facts become.
Yeah.
Exciting! Yay!
Yeah, the claim was that he just touched this woman and various.
He groped her and made inappropriate sounds and gestures around her.
Yeah, basically.
2007.
That was pretty much it.
Yeah, that'll do it.
That was pretty much it. The usual.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Allegedly interesting.
Allegedly. But I don't know if we're going to see him again this season. I don't know if we're going to see him again ever.
Increasingly unlikely. We better see him ever again.
Do what though?
Yeah, that's the thing. His story really is over.
Yeah, but the island isn't done with him.
Oh, geez.
Yeah,
thanks for reminding us of that one.
That's sort of the eternal thing that makes me think he will come back. But I really think at this point, if they bring him back, it's just because they like Desmond and they don't want to not have him on the show. But the way they've constructed his story, it really should be over at this point.
It really, really, really should be. He told Penny he'd never leave her, and he almost died. And how many times can they test that?
Yeah.
Of him having to make that promise. Keep that promise. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, he was really only around this season for that one little thing of going to see Miss Hawking.
Yeah.
And that whole scenario there. But besides that, he didn't have much role to play. So, and that was to help the guys get back. And now that they're back, I think there might be some off-island stuff that they could use him for next season, though. There might be something, but
yeah.
But it should be. I don't see what would bring him to the island. I think there's no more story for him on the island.
Yeah.
Yeah, if he wanted to come to the island, he should have been on that plane.
You've been on the plane. You missed it, buddy.
Yeah. He
All
missed
right.
a chance. Too bad.
So let's talk about this scene here.
Anyway, yeah, back to the scene.
All right, yeah.
Let's see. Anything?
But none of your fans claim ever again that when I appear, I cut the conversations too short.
The record has been straight.
The days of that happening are over.
Clearly. Yeah, we might have even been more digressive than usual today.
Yeah.
Have to say.
Do you want to know a secret? I haven't watched the episode.
Ouch.
Nice. Neither have we. Ha ha ha.
I've never even seen Lost before.
And the big reveal, of course, is neither have our audience. Everyone's just like, who's seen the episode? No one actually watches it. the watching of it is like the compass. Like it never actually existed.
Mm-hmm.
We've all have seen the episode, but we actually never watched it for real.
Yeah.
You know, it's just a time loop.
We just talk about it because we remember watching it.
Exactly.
But we never actually watch it.
We never actually watched it. Yeah. That's actually a question. Is I would love to ask Richard and Locke in various periods of time. What do they think about the compass? How long have you had this, and where is it from, and things like that. I'd be curious what they would say.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. Like, I think I know what they would say, but I think they would be wrong.
Yeah.
Because they have their own point of view, and they're not stuck in time loops.
But aren't they in a sense?
Well, not in the same sense.
I mean, but in the sense that the compass is, they are.
Well, no.
If the
because
right?
the compass is constantly being shifted, back in time, and then going back again, and then going back again, over and over and over again. And
yeah.
I don't think that's happening with them. I think you can follow them, and there's a point where they stop time traveling. They don't.
Yeah, but when the compass goes back in time, it goes to them in that time period, right? And then
but that's not. But that's them in that time period. The thing is, it's the same compass. It's not a different version of the compass. That's sort of the whole problem. Like, it's exactly the same compass that's being shifted back and forth.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry I brought that back up.
Yeah, we...
So, back to this scene.
Unfortunately for all of us.
So Kate wants to leave. She just wants to go back. I love Eloise saying we're not in the habit of telling our secrets to strangers. I noticed how you quoted that, Justin.
Yes, I did.
A little condescension there of really, what secrets did Kate really get away with here? She knows you plan to swim under this.
Yeah, if you swim
it.
under there, something's there.
Yeah,
and eventually, I guess you'll find the bomb. But
yeah.
Okay, it's compared to the set of all secrets that you could know about the others. I really think
Oh God, what's the limit of this set? What if you took the derivative?
I didn't mean to phrase it that way. I apologize. I was just saying, she doesn't really know anything, so shut up. It was really just an excuse, to get the to ratchet up the tension.
The drama, yeah.
Yeah, and then they could bring Saeed in, and so it was a whole thing.
Yeah. It was a whole thing.
And I liked it anyway, despite its cliche nature.
Yeah, totally. So then Richard asks what they're doing here, and she tells them basically that they're trying to, that they might prevent some of this stuff from happening, but he says, what are they about to do? And she doesn't, sort of tell him about the bomb, but I guess he figures that out. Later.
Mm-hmm.
That's French for later.
Is it?
That's what my French teacher told me.
Okay.
He also said they call a Big Mac Lay Big Mac.
Right. Wah, 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 wah.
So
not a joke unless you get one of those. So all right. So then Saeed's back. Yay, Saeed's back.
Yay.
So here's the thing. I mean, we got to talk about this because we were, I know I was asking a lot of what does Saeed think he was going to accomplish by shooting Ben, and it's pretty clear he thought he had changed things.
Yeah.
But to me, it seems like, dude, you're still here, buddy. If you thought you changed things, shouldn't you think that it would dramatically alter your memory of the future events, and even if the fact that the fact that you're here right now, like, doesn't your present situation factor into the sort of future sequence of events, given that that's your past?
Mhm.
I hate that sentence, by the way. Worst sentence I ever said.
Wow, that's a bold statement.
That was pretty cumbersome for a sentence. It was,
Yeah.
reaching the limits of what a sentence can handle. But you know what I mean? I feel like a lot of times with this time travel stuff, they're just not looking at how much their present situation factors into all of this.
Yeah.
And he still remembers Ben not being dead, in the future. So he should take that into consideration when he thinks he changed things.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, he seems to
we're all still here.
He seems to think that they're in the parallel universe scenario where when you change something, you can still remember what the original thing was like.
Oh, so now we got three things going on here. We got whatever happened. We can change things, single universe.
Single universe, but
and
changes.
we can change things, parallel universe.
Yeah.
I like it. Nice.
Yeah. That's like Saeed never really knew the theory about whatever happened. So I don't necessarily blame him for not thinking, because I really never thought about time travel in those terms until I watched this show.
Yeah.
So, I could see him thinking that, maybe this is just parallel universe, and, I created it by killing Ben.
Mhm.
And so, I still remember that, but I'm not into it.
But then here's the question: why kill Ben? If you don't think it's going to affect you in the future and your past, then you're just doing it out of spite. And,
definitely.
Then that really is. I mean, it's already wrong to shoot the kid, but
yeah.
It's just 100% pure wrongness because you're only doing it out of spite. You're not trying to sort of change events that this kid brings about. You're just trying to get your revenge on this kid in this parallel universe.
Yeah.
Is that really what they want us to believe?
Well, you do create a Ben-less universe, which might be a good thing.
Okay, yeah, that's right. You do create a Ben-less universe, but it doesn't affect you because you're ostensibly stuck in the 70s.
That's true. It doesn't affect you. But in that sense, maybe it is, less selfish because you don't get the benefit of it. Sort of other people do.
Yeah. It's definitely less selfish, just more spiteful.
Yeah.
Maybe.
The fact that he follows this line, but he says, I don't know if you're aware of this, but I've already changed things. I killed Benjamin Linus, and we're all still here. That makes me think that he thought that he could stop them being there if he killed Ben. But
I forgot about that line. Yeah, it's weird that he says, I've already changed things. He really should have said, I tried to change things, but we're also here. But
yeah, that really would have been a better way of expressing that.
Yeah, but okay, I see. And that's right. Then Kate says because you didn't kill him, so nothing really changed, and blah, blah, blah. That's kind of what they come to there.
Yeah, it's a segue.
So maybe so he doesn't think. I don't know what he thinks. What was going to happen then? I guess he thought it could have changed things.
Right. But
he realizes it didn't.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he kind of notes, he thought he killed Ben, and he sees that they're all still there, so I don't think he really understands what that means or what's going on. He's just sort of reporting what he knows.
Well, then that's good. Then that means he did try to kill him because to change things, and that would negate them being there and all that.
Yeah.
That's good. That's better than the spiteful. I just want to kill you, and you're bad, and because in a parallel universe, he might not grow up to be bad.
There you go. That's true. And if all possible parallel universes occur, then some of them he isn't bad.
Ooh, can that be true? A parallel universe where Benjamin Linus is not bad?
But I don't believe that there's any
That's a tough one to swallow.
Where he doesn't lie.
Yeah. There we go.
They don't call him Honest Ben. Everyone knows, man. If you want the straight truth, go to
Well,
Dick.
I think in those universes, his last name is probably Honest instead of Linus.
Wow.
Or Benjamin Ernest or something.
Benjamin Truthus. Nice to meet you.
Truth teller since 1971.
Yeah.
So, all right. So
I'm pretty sure whatever happens on the show, it's the one universe situation. Either they can change it or they can't, but it's one universe.
One universe, please. It's big enough.
It's big enough. That's why I stick with one universe, because it's big enough.
Yeah, no matter what you want to do, the universe is big enough. Really. Yeah. It really is. You don't need two, I promise.
You might want to, but...
You might want to, but one is plenty.
You'll really never run out.
So, I like Kate's line of, since when did shooting kids and blowing up hydrogen bombs become okay?
Mm-hmm.
There was a line like they had like that before. Didn't they, like in season 3 or something? Was there a line like that where they were, I don't know, maybe it was Locke blowing up the sub, or I don't know, it was some people had done something and it was a line like that, like, since when did this and this become what we do, or whatever?
Oh, that sounds familiar. I wish I could quote you, though, and give you an episode number.
I wish you could also. I'm kind of wondering why you can't. I guess we all can't be prepared.
Yeah. I really should have prepared by remembering everything that was ever said on the show.
You took the words right out of my mouth.
Yeah, no, that does sound familiar, but I don't know from what. So yeah, but I think you're right. And
well,
I did enjoy it. They put it nicely. She. You see what she did there? I mean, she phrases it in such a way that it sounds completely ridiculous. And bad. Like if you just say like, here's some things. Like, do you want to do these things? Killing kids, blowing up hydrogen bombs.
Yeah.
You're probably going to say, no, I don't think I want to do those things.
Yeah.
But, in context, when you put more reasons in there,
Yeah, I'm just glad, Kate's glad I wasn't there, because I would have been like, since when is stealing other people's babies okay?
Oh!
Yeah, that would have shut her up.
I felt that one.
I'm just saying,
Damn, Jack, you should have said that.
Kate shouldn't be throwing the first stone is all I'm saying,
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Oh, snap. Oh, Jack, man. I wish he had said that.
Yeah, that would have been great. That would have been great.
Yeah, no, Kate is not innocent. She's never done anything bad in her life.
But she hasn't shot a kid or blown up a bomb, so she's good.
I guess so. I guess that's all you got to do to be bad.
Yeah.
Blow up your house, that's no problem.
It's funny. It was interesting with Jack and his whole sort of journey this season. He basically has become Locke. Yeah. And, they basically say that.
Yeah.
But what's interesting is Kate's kind of like Jack.
Yeah.
Because I think Jack has a pretty compelling, story in terms of this is why we're here. Is it a coincidence that we, all this stuff we crossed on this island, all this stuff that we've gone through, then we come back to the island and it sends us to this weirdo time where our other friends who stay on the island are, and then we're in the middle of this huge thing, and it's a hydrogen bomb, and we were in the 50s, and
Mm-hmm.
I think it's not unreasonable to say that the reason that they're there might have something to do with all this in the grand scheme, and it's interesting that Kate is sort of not listening to that. She's just like, no. Where usually it would be Jack who Locke would be saying this stuff, and
right.
And Jack would be like, no, Locke, no.
Right.
Are you crazy?
Mhm.
Yeah.
My favorite Jack line ever.
Shoot him in the face.
Shoot him in the face.
Are you insane? Everything I've ever done.
She says, because he was crazy too, Jack, you said so yourself. And Jack comes back with the always great, maybe I was wrong.
I was wrong.
Yeah.
Locke said that too.
Yeah, that's the thing. I was wrong.
Yeah, this is
great.
Okay. So this brings up my theory, which is bear with me. I'm gonna go ahead and just call this a crackpot theory because even I just don't believe it. But anyway, here's my theory, and it's really short. It's gonna be over before you know it. Okay.
Great theory. Wow,
here it goes.
Pretty interesting. Oh wait, you hadn't started yet. Okay.
Yeah. My theory is that actually wait. Now I forget what my theory is.
Oh, wow.
Hold on.
After all that?
Hold on. Okay, I can think of one of two things which my theory was going to be. Now I forget which one. So you just pick the better of the two, and that's what it was. The two theories were either one, Jack is Jacob, or two, Jack is the one who's supposed to be the leader of the others, not Locke.
I don't like either.
Well, first I have to say, not only are these crackpot theories, but they're like crackpot theories from Mars. Where, why, and where, and how, and because of what?
All right. So,
in that order.
Basically, I feel like the journey for Jack, like Locke from the beginning has believed in the specialness of the island and has been sort of devoted to it. And Jack has been extremely skeptical, and his arc has been largely about accepting that and kind of going along with the idea of destiny and also, you know, how special the island is. And I feel like Jack has some kind of specific thing tied in with the island, and so I was thinking maybe sort of Locke is wrong about, you know, who he is and what he's doing. Like, basically because at the end Locke is sure of himself, and, you know, that's often a bad sign. It has been in the past. Maybe he's right this time. But I was thinking maybe it's actually Jack that's supposed to be sort of growing. Like, the island really wants Jack in the end. And that, you know, that's sort of going to be the thing.
Here's the thing. I'll say this. If it's the case where at the very end, you know, Jack is the leader and the whole idea is Locke had to go through what he went through in order to sort of get Jack to go through what he went through, you know, sort of a thing.
Yeah.
Like, Locke is important. Locke is integral to this whole thing.
Yeah.
But his job was to make Jack a man of faith. I can buy that, and I can see that. You know, the show starts with Jack. I can see it ending with Jack. You know,
right?
Starts with Jack on the island, ends with Jack on the island.
Yeah.
I like that theory overall in terms of the long, you know, the sort of overall threads of the story. We'll see what happens, I guess. What was the other thing you said? Oh, that Jack is Jacob.
Yeah, maybe that isn't it. Now that I think about it, I don't think it was that Jack is Jacob. I think it was actually that Jack is supposed to be what Locke's doing.
Yeah.
Right now. Like,
well, maybe Locke will go and dispose Jacob, and then Locke will be sort of the big leader until Jack can lead, and then maybe Locke will die in the big war, and then Jack will take over, and you know, it'll help Jack ascend to the throne or something.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. That's the kind of thing maybe I want to say now, at least, that I had in mind.
Now that I agree with you.
Right. Any
I like it.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay.
All right.
Fair enough.
Sorry.
Any specific criticisms?
To be honest, I'm having a little bit of a cat situation over here.
Okay.
Like,
the cat fiasco.
Yeah.
Did your cat not agree with Justin's theory?
Right.
Is he showing that he doesn't agree with my theory?
I cannot calm this cat down.
He's always really thought that it was Future Lock. So.
I see.
Yeah. It's Future Lock makes sense in a way.
Yeah, you should tell
I'll tell
Max that
that
he might be right, and it's okay for grown-ups to disagree.
Okay, I'll tell him.
I think you should tell your cat if it really has a strong opinion, it needs to go to TLLD.net and express its opinions.
Good point. Maybe he'll behave better if he has an outlet.
Yeah,
I don't think
so.
I think the sort of outlet he would need to be like fighting or something to make him behave better. No, Claude, Justin knows this, but I recently moved in with someone who has 2 other cats.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so my cat he's not ever really known any other animals, so it's been an experiment.
I see.
And something is happening right now, and I'm not really sure what it is.
Do you need to go deal with it? Is there anything you can do?
No. It's fine. I think they're okay.
You're worrying me.
No, please, no one worry. It's not like Call of Humane Society level. No,
okay.
I can't get him to come back. And this is getting really complicated. I'm sorry that I even brought it up. But one of the other cats can't eat any food other than this particular food because she's really prone to UTIs. And so I have to feed Max separately, and so I can't just leave my door open. But Max is having this thing with this other cat where they're just kind of sizing each other up, but they're not being violent or aggressive. They're just sort of hanging out. But cats hanging out is sort of an oxymoron. So I'm trying to keep an eye on it.
Cats don't hang out, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm trying to keep an eye on it so it doesn't thing.
Oh,
but
okay.
actually, they've been doing really well. So.
Well, tell them we're trying to do a podcast and just to cool it.
I know. I'm sorry. I tried to have a sit down with him and be like, look, I need 6 uninterrupted hours. But he didn't seem to get it.
Cats, hey, I'll just say it. If it was a dog, there would be any problems, all right?
Right. Yeah, I'm going to agree with that.
Nothing against cats. They're just not dogs.
Right, which is a big strike against them. So.
Which is just a true statement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is.
Anything else in this scene before we move on?
I'm done.
I think I've made it clear that I'm done.
I'll point out that something weird. Where is it? Let me see. Yeah, just the thing of, if they do something wrong with the hydrogen bomb, they could blow them all up, and no one seems too worried about that.
Yeah.
Kate, I think, mentions it, but no one's, really concerned about what that means.
Yeah, I mean, they were freaking out in the 50s about the bomb, and, Dan was freaking out about them shooting near the bomb, and so it was
leaking.
Yeah, it was already in a fragile state, and it's been, I don't know, 20 years. 2 years, yeah. So, it does seem like they should be worrying about it more than they are.
Yeah, it's a little strange. And another thing, I think someone pointed out on somewhere online, I'm sure, but maybe on our site, was the fact that Dan told them to bury it in concrete because it was leaking, and they didn't seem to do that.
They did not.
So pretty soon those guys who are near the bomb might be losing their hair or something. I don't know.
Wow, I hope that happens. They just all die of radiation poisoning.
Yeah.
That's the end for them.
That's the end. Sorry. Yeah, so I'm curious if they will bring that up and say, oh, yeah, we patched it, or, we something with the leak.
Yeah, because you could see the leakage. It seemed like it was still happening.
Oh, could you tell?
Yeah, you could see the goo kind of.
Well, by the decay of the leakage, it looked like that they had, patched it, some time ago.
You are really, I'd say, the expert on leakage decay.
Well, it does say that on my business card.
Oh, no.
Leakage decay expert.
That is a really creepy, weird thing to have on your business card.
Yeah, it is.
I'm an expert in leakage decay. See my card?
If you show me your leakage, I can tell you how long it's been decaying.
Oh, God, yeah.
It's pretty simple. I just look and tell how old the clothes are on the leakage.
Oh, there you go. That's what I need. Of course.
It's a little procedure called the Jack Shepherd method.
Right.
Yeah, you learn that in leakage decay school. It's different. It is for different people. Use it for different things, but we use it too. All right, let's go to the next scene.
So the next scene has a really horrendous line in it.
Oh, yeah. I'm not going to say it, so you'll have to remind us.
You can skip it. Can you just leave a spot for it and I'll fill it in? I'll do my impression.
The way I summarize the scene, there isn't really a spot for it.
Can I act the scene out?
How about this? How about Justin? You do the scene, and then we'll try to guess what line you hate, and then you can give us your answer with your impression.
Okay.
Okay. So
whatever you want.
Here's the description.
Y'all show.
People are being put on the sub. Miles, Jen, and Hurley watch. They see little Charlotte and little Miles. Then they see Jim and Juliet being put on the sub. Hurley says that Sawyer always has a plan. Then we go over to Sawyer and Juliet. Sawyer is suggesting that they take advantage of their knowledge of the future to make money. Then Juliet gets in the sub. Sawyer says, "Good riddance" to the island before getting in.
Man, you really glossed.
Notice how I just steamrolled over the part.
You really did.
Yeah, I think I know what you're going to refer to.
I'm pretty sure you do.
Is it? There's two things I could be thinking. One is, we'll buy Microsoft. Is that it?
Didn't bother me. No, that wasn't
okay.
the line.
Is the other ones ladies first?
No.
Oh.
The line is, I'll just do the whole exchange.
All right.
Why is he yelling at her, dude? It's the only way he can get her to leave.
I forgot about that. Yeah. That was pretty bad.
So I've known for, like most people who watch the show, I've known for quite some time that that's the way they were going to play this.
Totally.
But why did we have to get this line? And
he's got to realize
I like
it.
him. I like him. He's a good. No, he can realize it. But why do we have to be told to realize it? And I like that actor, but he does not. He blows that line. You
know what? To me, he plays the line like a kid. Realize like his inner child is realizing it. Not like. Yeah, I agree. I think he could have said that line a ton of different ways, but it was a very, like, I don't know what the word is, but it just reminded me of like something like I said, like his inner self is saying that or something. His realizing that's why Daddy, all this time he wasn't around, and Mom said that he didn't want to be, he didn't want us and all that stuff, and which I still don't want to believe that. In the midst of, like, everyone else being shuffled off the island and, like, an alert being going on and him yelling at her saying, I want you to leave, like, that she really thought it was because they didn't, the work. What did she say? Like, his work was more important or he didn't want us around? Like, there's a little bit more context there.
Apparently she says, "This is ridiculous. I can help you." And then she says, "Why are you so angry?"
No, I mean, sorry. In their deathbed scene that she tells,
right.
He says, Miles is talking to her, and she says something like, he only wants to focus on his work, or something that like we sort of get from this scene, but there's so much else going on here,
Yeah.
Yeah, she basically accuses him of abandoning them.
Yeah, exactly.
And that was based on this, like that was kind of unfair.
Yeah.
I would say. I don't know.
I mean, it's pretty. I mean, why not say, hey, it's unsafe here. We're working on something, and it's really. I mean, it's unsafe. I have to stay here to stop it.
Yeah.
What more is there to be said? I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems a little contrived.
Yeah.
Oh, it's more than a little contrived.
So
that's all I had about this scene.
Yeah.
I gotta say, it's a pretty big deal for Sawyer to be leaving. I know we've seen other people leave, but this is a pretty big deal for and Juliet. But Sawyer gets to like the little good riddance line, where he gets to look back at the island and
he's been on the island pretty much. Him and his group have been on the island longer than anyone else.
He has been on longer, but I wanted to take this opportunity to.
No, I mean than the original plane crash people.
Yeah.
Juliet has her own thing.
Richard's been on the longest, all right, guys. So
I mean, if we're gonna talk about everybody, then lots of people beat Sawyer. But in terms of the original people from the beginning of the show, him and Jen, I guess, have been there the longest.
Yeah.
So I wanted to point out that right before we started, Claude posted something up on the LLD asking us anybody had any questions or topics that they wanted us to raise. And I'm sure the Lou will actually, I think we should bring this up later, but someone did reply and say, I'm sure you'll cover it or have covered it already, but how do you see them dealing with Sawyer, Julianne, and Kate on the sub? I mean, they ain't leaving the island. How are the writers going to get them back onto the island? And also, we sort of talked about this earlier, and do you think Sawyer keeps his promise to Phil? And we mentioned how much we hope that will be the case.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I see that
anyway.
now. Great question from our old friend 420 Brownie. Thanks for the question.
Look at that.
Yeah,
Wow.
old school LLD are there.
Definitely.
Mm-hmm.
I got, I think, like one idea on what's going to happen with Sawyer and Juliet and Kate on the sub. And
does it involve them disappearing? And ending up in the water?
Maybe I don't have to bring it up then. It involves them disappearing basically when the hydrogen bomb goes off.
Ouch.
Exactly.
I didn't think about that. Normally you don't have the option of how are they going to get out of the situation. They can just disappear.
Yeah, they can just disappear.
That's it. It's easy.
Yeah.
The thing at the time, when I first watched this, I was like, what, are they just going to disappear and then they're going to end up in the middle of the ocean? And then I sort of remembered the season 2 premiere where they're just like out in the middle of the ocean on like little tiny pieces of the raft, and they somehow all managed to survive. So who knows?
Yeah,
that might be where.
Can I throw out a really bad crackpot theory?
Ooh.
Oh man! Oh, it's like it makes you guys want to vomit. But
now I'm excited.
Get your buckets ready. Now that you're gonna vomit, you're all excited.
Yeah.
All right. Tell your therapist. I was just thinking, what if? Oh man, this is bad. What if like the hydrogen bomb goes off during the incident or whatever crap's gonna happen there, and the people. The Lofties who are in the 70s do die, but their consciousness goes to their... Let me finish. That was just the first hurl. Then their consciousness... This is going to be at least a 3-hurler. Then their consciousness goes back to Flight 815.
Oh! No.
Before they crash. And so the plane lands as scheduled, but they have all their memories of what happened. There it is.
Number 3.
No.
That was definitely a 3 vomit theory.
Yeah, it's hard to get a 3 vomit. Yeah. I like
3
it.
out of 5.
It's what?
3 out of 5.
3 out of 5.
Yeah.
I don't know. 5 vomits would be a pretty crazy theory.
5 vomits is a lot. Yeah.
Well, if you're as heavy a drinker as I am.
I want to say
it's not a big problem.
I want to say 3 out of 4, but
yeah.
Right.
I think it's a 4. It's a 4 vomit system probably.
Yeah. But I don't know. Yeah, that's so disgusting. God,
yeah.
And really,
that's
like,
bad. I said
for
it was
me,
bad.
For me, the my least favorite, the most vomit-inducing theories out there really are the ones that I hate, and yet part of me thinks, ooh, they could do that.
Yeah.
It qualifies.
And that's the extra, bit that pushes me over the edge.
Yeah.
Because like that would be a way for them to have it
their
both
cake
ways.
and eat it too.
Yeah, where the characters remember, so the consequences are there, and yet they're still able to prevent the plane crash and kind of use the fact that happened in the story, that didn't happen in the story, like take the story from there.
Yeah.
Without losing all the other stuff that they don't want to like. It's just sort of, that would be a way for them to, fix it completely. That would be really weird. God, oh man.
It would be weird. It'd be really crazy. I really don't think that's going to happen, but it just kind of assembles itself in my head, and I had to share it because misery loves company, so.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I have to say, I mean, we haven't quite got to the part where the sub leaves, but this whole time, like, I was thinking, all right,
In a minute, that sub engine's going to break down, right?
Like, Sawyer's got a plan, like, something's going to happen, and at a certain point, he's like, we ain't going to Ann Arbor, and I'm like, ooh, here comes Sawyer's plan.
Yeah,
and he's
totally.
just like, we're just going to run away and live in the real world.
I love that everybody, they really seem convinced that Sawyer's got some plan, and they really make it look like he does.
Yeah,
but
totally.
He's really just looking out for the two of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, Sawyer felt like he did as much as he could do. This is his best option to, for what's going on. And I think,
I don't blame him at all.
Yeah, it's a little... I mean, I think if it wasn't for Juliet, he would have been coming up with some ideas. I think he's got, it's like with Desmond. It's like, he's got a very easy situation to where he could be happy for the rest of his life, which is really him and Juliet being safe. Like if that could happen, obviously he doesn't want bad stuff to happen to other people, but if that can happen, he's fine with that. Before he had a romantic interest, that wouldn't have been an issue. That wouldn't have been something that he would have settled for. So it was weird when they were like, Hurley's like, Sawyer always has a plan. Yeah, he has a plan. And they cut to Sawyer, and you see him in handcuffs, and I'm expecting him to have a little thing that's going to get him out the handcuffs. And, and then he tells Juliet ladies first, and I'm thinking, he's going to send her, and he's going to do something and get away. And, she'll be safe, and he's going to, and then, like, he just turns and says, good riddance, then he gets in, and I'm like, okay, then he's going to, and, so he's really not going to do much right now. I don't see them getting out of the situation unless, somehow the sub gets turned around or commandeered, but that's the thing about the sub is I think it needs to get away because the women and children are on there. They need to sort of go. So that's why I feel like them disappearing is unfortunately the best option.
Yeah. Yeah. Is there any other way for that to work? I mean,
And it's a sub and not a boat, so they can't just jump off.
Right. Yeah. You can't really get out of a sub.
Yeah.
Once you're in, without them taking it to the that's just not gonna. It seems like they're gonna have to disappear. I'm just gonna have to start dealing with the fact that they're gonna disappear.
Everyone prepare yourself now for the high probability of them disappearing.
Yeah. I really can't see Any other?
Yeah,
because I don't think they're going to make it back to the real world in the 70s. I feel like that's
that doesn't make any sense. Like,
that's
they're just going to leave them there. Like,
yeah, like Kate's there, like neither Kate nor Sawyer could I see them doing that too.
No. That was the thing with Juliet. I'm thinking, hey, maybe they're going to let her go.
Yeah.
Because this whole time I'm thinking they're not leaving in the sub.
Yeah.
But they and that was the thing. If they didn't show us the shot of the sub actually leaving, then we could be like, oh, they're going to get rescued before it leaves, or oh, they're going to whatever. But it left.
Yeah. Yeah. There's really no stopping that.
Yeah.
At this point. So
now here's the thing. This is something that I think they could do maybe if they wanted to give us a chance to see Ann Arbor. And to see, presumably, people, obviously there's no direct waterway to Ann Arbor from, where they are. So is the sub going to go through some sort of portal?
Wormhole, anyone?
Wormhole, maybe. Hey, look at that, the wormhole, underwater wormhole theory. 420's idea from way back when. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's going to come to play, and, they'll what? Show up in Lake Michigan or something. I don't know.
Mhm.
I mean, I don't really think that's going to happen. But if they do want to show us Ann Arbor, this is a good time.
Yeah,
and
true.
It could be something Sawyer, Jen, and Kate get into when they get over there, and
yeah,
maybe that's the beginning of their storyline for season 6 or something.
Okay.
And that somehow ties into the war, and maybe Bram and those guys, or I don't know.
Yeah, I see. Okay, yeah. That's possible. I have no idea what season 6 is going to be about. It just seems like they're going to wrap up the Dharma thing this season, and it seems like if they leave people in the past, that's kind of weird. Like I just feel like the the people should be back in the present by the end of the season. That sort of bothers me. On the other hand, you're right. We haven't seen Ann Arbor. We don't know. I mean, just like this season about the others, where okay, now we're going to learn about the others. Like I'd say we learned more in the seasons after the season about the others than we did in the season about the others.
Yes.
So.
Others.
Anyway, yeah, that was a mouthful. I apologize. So
I think you just had an incident in your mouth.
Yes, I did. Yes, that was an incident in my mouth. And so I kind of feel the same way about Dharma. Like, we spent the whole season with Dharma, and yet somehow I still feel that we've learned very little about them. I mean, we've learned only the most superficial things about them.
Which means next season we'll learn more.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it seems like the real, stuff is yet to come. And going to Ann Arbor, it would seem, would be an opportunity to get more into, like, the core of what Dharma is about. Yeah,
especially in the 70s, because the Groots and Hanzo are more likely to be around now than later in the future. So. Yeah,
that's true. That's true. Oh, man.
I will say, it's been very strange to see Dr. Chang hanging around and being a regular character. And when I watch the show again, it's going to be weird seeing him in the videos and just being like, man, you don't even know that your son's already an old man. He's on his way to see you, and all that stuff. But but it will be weird if we actually see characters of the Groots, like hanging out and talking and doing things.
Oh, man.
Not to mention Hanzo.
Do you think we'll see either one on the show?
I think maybe. Like I said, if they go to, I think this is the prime time to go to Ann Arbor, and if they do, I think you can't pass up an opportunity, at least for the Groots.
Yeah.
I think Hanzo could be one of the if they do decide to deal with them, I think it could be a definitely sort of big thing in season, like a later in season 6 kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's got. The Hanzo name has ties to the Black Rock,
Yeah, that's true.
And that's still a big question that needs to be answered. So I think all that has to do with the long-term history of the island, and Richard and Smokey and all that. So I think that's all prime season 6 stuff. Since they haven't done it yet. Ha ha.
Right.
You know, I can use
Therefore,
my deductive skill.
Yeah. That's one of those things where, like, you know, I think if it's going to happen on the show, it'll probably be in season 6. That's a really safe thing to say now.
Yeah, it really is. It really is.
You can be that
more likely.
Yeah.
But it's got to be season 6.
Yeah. Like, I'm just not sure how important they are in the overall show. Like, if they were just, you know, the Groot were the sort of founders for Dharma, and Hanzo provided the funding. Like, does that matter? Like, I'm not sure if it does or not.
I totally agree with you, but I'll say this: the incident. Next week's episode is called The Incident. Spoiler.
You're right.
So you know, talk about something that didn't seem important at all.
Yeah, you're right.
And it's become a big deal. But of course, that really comes down to what do they want to make a big deal. So
yeah.
But I think they could, given how much they've shown us of Dharma and how important it all is into the overall story. I think they could show us to the Groots and Hanzo. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
I would like that.
What?
Sorry, I just thought I just remembered that I was on the podcast. I thought I'd remind you.
Yeah, you can talk back.
Oh yeah.
I would.
Did you
I
think
would
you were
like
listening?
that. Yeah,
good.
I thought I was just listening, and then I realized that I wasn't working on a spreadsheet, so I probably wasn't. No, I'd like to see that. To see them.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I don't know honestly, what could they really give us? I mean, there obviously there's probably some backstory stuff, but in terms of stuff we've seen, could any of them have predicted or know about the crazy stuff that's going on the island right now and all the stuff, the plane crash?
It seems like it's getting clearer and clearer that Dharma didn't really know that much about the island they're on.
Yeah. Hey guys, this is like a good spot to build a barracks. What? There's a bomb, a hydrogen bomb underneath? You don't say. Yeah, I don't think they did a lot of good. The question is, why did they come to this island? We still don't know that, right?
Yeah,
we still don't know why. I mean, I guess the best we got is the clever fellow.
Yeah.
And the energy, and this pocket of energy was interesting.
Mm-hmm.
That's all we got.
Yeah, like they had some vague sense that there was some interesting pocket of energy or whatever, but like as far as the specifics of the island history and the stuff that's on it and what that all means, like it's clear they just don't know that much about it. Like they're just there to, try to understand some small part of it.
Yeah.
But all that other stuff that they were doing, the Hydra, with the animals and the like I don't really get it anymore. Like
it just seems like filler.
Yeah.
It's like, here's some other stuff they were doing.
Yeah,
here's some stuff the red shirts were doing,
Pretty much, yeah. It doesn't seem like that any of those things matter, and it's like, why go to the trouble to build a whole compound, and do stuff that it doesn't seem like anybody cares about or it really has anything to do with why they're there.
Yeah.
And they certainly don't need to do something like that there on the island, I mean, you can put polar bears in cages anywhere.
We still haven't figured out if that polar bear turned the wheel. The bear that Charlotte finds?
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. I think it did.
They're like, they taught me how to press a button and get food, and I just extrapolated and learned how to push a wheel.
Pretty much, yeah. It was a short step from there. Turned the donkey wheel, ended up in Tunisia. I didn't really know what to do after that.
It was pretty hot till I died.
Yeah.
Those are my options.
He got that far. You know what? I applaud you, polar bear.
What? That polar bear did a lot for polar bears.
It really did. It was amazing. Yeah.
He was a polar bear pioneer.
Mm-hmm.
Dare I say, pollinator? Pollineer?
Pollineer, yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, vomit. All right, where are we, guys? What are we doing? Are we talking about the show still?
I think we're
I don't even
about
know anymore.
we're about to swim in there. Swim down.
But yeah, they're gonna go swim in the hole.
Oh, yeah, so you want to go to this whole swimming scene. So in the next scene, we go to Richard swimming in the hole.
Conflict is scheduled to be broken down automatically in
5
minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press star 8.
This reminds me that I really need to find out. That guy's voice sounds like the voice of this
God.
writer. This writer who is a contributor to This American Life. I'm blanking on his name right now. Davy Rothbard. I think that's his name. He founded this thing called Found Magazine, where you send in just stuff that you find, like pictures and notes and stuff. Anyway, it really sounds like him. And I know sometimes, like, semi-famous and ordinary famous people, like, do stuff for, I don't know, do, like, voiceover work just for the money. I don't know. I really wonder if it's him, because it sounds just like him. Anyway.
Well, according to the talk show people, that guy doesn't exist. So, I don't know who you're talking about, but the guy apparently can't exist because nothing like that happened.
Right. You're right.
Yeah, if the guy you're talking about exists, then it can't be him.
Yeah. There it is. Logic.
Yeah, that's weird. So, back to Richard swimming in the hole. Anybody?
Awesome.
Hawking tells Jack to follow Richard, and Jack swims. He goes down in the hole, and we follow him all the way through to the tunnels on the other side. Richard is waiting there with torches. Jack asks Richard how they will get the bomb out of there. Richard says the same way they brought it in, which was not through the pool. Hawking and Saeed arrive in the tunnels. Jack is surprised to see Saeed. Saeed says if it works, good, and if it doesn't, at least she'll put us out of our misery. Hawking says, all right, let's get started.
It's like, get started. Haven't we already started?
No. No, they haven't started yet.
They haven't started? All right.
Now it's time to start. That was sort of the pre-starting.
If they blow up the bomb, she's like, now, let's get started. Like, geez, what are we doing? How are we done? So 40,000 pounds, is a lot.
Yeah. By that.
That's a big gorilla, as they say.
Do they?
So I have to ask you guys, how are they going to get it out? / how do they get it in?
Yeah, I guess that's the mystery from this scene.
Any guesses?
Uh-oh.
The what?
Ben's house.
I can't.
Take it out.
You say Ben's house?
I think she said Ben's house.
They put it in that little hole?
I don't know. Maybe.
Look at the little hole. Yeah, wow.
I hadn't really put any thought into it until just now.
Maybe, here's a crackpot theory I just thought of. Maybe Smokey brought it in for them.
Nice.
How much can a smoke cloud hold?
Maybe we're about to find out.
Do you guys ever like say something and wonder if that's the first time or that a sentence has been said? How much can a smoke cloud hold? I don't think a lot of people have said that throughout the course of human history, but I wonder what the number is.
Me too.
Yeah, me too.
I bet the number is zero. I really think you can sense has never been spoken before.
Say it again. You're breaking up.
I'm sorry. I'll leave the kitchen.
Get out of the kitchen. Too hot in there.
I said that I think you might have invented a sentence that's never been spoken before.
Oh, nice. Well, if I did it, I always did it, so
Mm-hmm.
let's take solace in that.
Very nice.
Any other ideas on? Obviously they're not gonna. Even though we see the bomb and it's kind of on this like wheeled platform thing, I just don't see them pushing this baby anywhere. Obviously, What's gonna happen? Anybody? Anything good? No. Okay, let's move on.
I
really have no idea.
I really think that your smoke monster theory is better than anything I can think of. Besides, like, they just push it out on the
I think
car.
that's another original sentence. Your smoke monster theory. Yeah, I mean, I just don't really know what they're gonna do. Physically, they just don't seem to be able to, that they're going to be able to do anything to this thing. Yeah, my original idea was, something like the whole box, analogy thing that we've seen before, and maybe somehow they can sort of transport things on the island with island magic somehow. Something like that.
Sort of a variant of the Smokey does theory.
It's kind of the same idea,
Yeah.
Something magical does it,
Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel like since they left it open, it makes me think that there's something there.
Yeah.
That it's not just, we put it on a cart and pushed it in.
Mhm.
God, a magic box. Is that coming back? That'd be crazy.
Yeah. I mean, could Jacob move it if he wanted to?
I don't know what Jacob can do anymore.
Well, one of the things he could do is probably die if Locke has his way, so we'll get to that.
Yeah, apparently. I'm going to just sort of piggyback on your theories. I want to say it's some kind of crazy thing.
All right, crazy thing.
Yeah. Island magic, Smokey or otherwise. Okay, so next scene. Anybody want to say anything else about this scene?
Let's get started.
Okay. Locke, Richard, and Ben. We're back in the present. Locke, Richard, and Ben arrive back at the others' camp. Richard says we'll leave first thing in the morning to go see Jacob. He didn't say that, but I'm saying it. Locke wants to go right then. Locke asks if everyone's there. Richard says there's another group at the temple, but this is the rest of them. Locke wants to talk to everyone there. Locke then gives a speech to the camp. He says that they take orders from Jacob, but no one has seen him. And Locke says he wants to know who Jacob is. Then Sun asks Locke if Jacob can help bring Jen and the rest of them back. Locke says, absolutely. Locke says he's going to go see Jacob, and he wants all of them to come along. They seem to agree. Then we go over to Richard and Ben. Richard tells Ben he's starting to think Locke is going to be trouble. And Ben says, why do you think I tried to kill him?
Such a great delivery.
And then Ben says, poker? I barely know her.
Yeah, exactly. Call me Shirley. I bet. Yeah.
Take my wife, please.
Yeah, it was great. Why do you think I'm calling him? It's not often you can get away with saying that line like that. Why do you think I tried to kill him? Doesn't usually come across that way.
No.
And
he really, he says it in a specific, I love the way he says it. It's great.
Yeah. It was good.
Yeah, that was,
And I think it's good because it connects to the previous part of their storyline when Locke says, I did die.
Right.
And he sort of looks at Ben, and Richard looks at Ben, and Ben puts his head down like a sad puppy.
Right.
But it's never explicitly stated that Ben was the one who did it, so it was nice that Ben, I think Richard gets that now of he's the one who killed him.
Yeah.
I'm confused though on what Richard thinks about Ben and why he's sort of talking to him and dealing with him, and I just feel like Ben was sort of ostracized and exiled in a way, and it's weird that he's back, but it's weird that I don't know. It's weird to me that Richard's like. It's like Richard and Ben, kind of, and that's weird to me considering I'm just curious why Richard isn't more something. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Ben wasn't sort of formally exiled like Widmore was. For example, it was sort of just that he left them and didn't come back for a really long time. And basically sent Locke saying, you're the leader now.
But that was not his choice. That was what the island wanted. I mean, that was what that whole thing was gearing up to, right? Was Locke is the new one, and Ben was like, the island didn't want to heal me, and the island healed you. The whole thing was not that Locke's the leader because I'm leaving, which is kind of what Ben says here, but it's really that Locke is supposed to be the leader now, and I have to leave, and the island wanted him to leave, and the whole thing was, you're not supposed to come back.
Yeah. Slightly muddled by the thing from earlier in the season that Ben wasn't supposed to turn the wheel, Locke was. But overall, I agree with what you're saying. I do think that's the idea. That it was over for Ben. But I kind of felt like it was over for Ben, as the leader, but he wasn't necessarily exiled like Widmore.
Yeah, but I agree with you, but obviously it's a fact. I like to agree with facts.
Good.
But it seems to me that with I guess I'm wondering. I'm assuming that Richard would think that the stuff that Ben did as leader wasn't necessarily good, since he was sort of made not the leader anymore. So I'm just wondering if he thinks of Ben as a bad guy or anything else, considering that. Long term, he wasn't the right leader,
Right. Ben seems to have the ability to just kind of, I don't know, get along with anybody. Like he can just insert himself in whatever scenario and just kind of be there, and no one really seems to like call him out or ostracize him or anything. Like
he's got this thing where he makes people forget how bad he is.
Yeah. Yeah, because he's been involved in various circles over the course of the last couple seasons, and it is strange every time. I think like you guys are just hanging out with Ben. Like that's just not something that personally I would want to do.
No.
So I like it didn't really surprise me because that's kind of what he always does, but I do think it's weird. I do expect there to be more of a thing with him and Richard.
Yeah.
Than them like seemingly commiserating about Locke.
Yeah, now it's sort of going totally the opposite way of not only is he not sort of, weird to Ben or adverse to Ben in some sense. It's like now it's like, they're about to, become best buddies because they have a common enemy, maybe.
Right.
So it's interesting.
Right. Yeah. Of course, like Ben, tells Locke about this later. So I still don't quite know what Ben wants, but Ben's so slippery. Like
Ben's trying to put a wedge between Richard and Locke.
Yeah, I guess that's the point.
He's playing both sides of it. I mean, he's basically pulling a what he did with what's his name. I forgot his name. He's dead. Caesar, yeah.
Yeah.
Who? Oh,
Caesar.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Oh, Caesar.
Classic divide and conquer. Ben's read The Art of War.
Mhm. Ben's read a lot of things.
I agree.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. He knows what he can get away with, and he's just kind of doing as much as he can.
Yeah.
He can't. I think he realized he can't just shoot Locke again.
Yeah, he can't just shoot him. Here's another thing. I mean, obviously, it was a pretty crazy thing that Locke wants to take all the others that are there, take them to see Jacob. I love how no one has seen him, and Locke sort of assumes that Richard hasn't seen him, and I don't think Richard ever said he never saw Jacob. I don't know if you guys remember any differently, but Locke sort of says that no one has seen him, and that so he's going to take all these people to go see him, but it's like, but you just said no one's seen him. Well, so what are they going to see? I mean, other than maybe you talking to an empty chair, I
guess I thought he meant like no one was allowed to go try to see him.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bigger point obviously he's making, but it would be nice to actually see him.
Right. But it does seem like there's some, like, it's apparently revealed in this episode that Ben never saw him.
Yeah.
So there's some kind of, and they were following Ben, for some time. So, you can be the other's leader and not see Jacob, apparently. Now, it's hard for me to believe that Richard hasn't seen him, and maybe he has, but, Locke's sort of, generalizing.
Yeah, he is.
So, yeah, I think it's weird. He's trying to. It kind of seems like he's gearing up to say, like, Jacob doesn't exist. That isn't quite what happens, but that's sort of what I was expecting. I thought it was going to be like, there is no Jacob or something like that. But apparently not, or unless Locke was being very metaphorical at the end.
Yeah. He's going to go kill the idea of Jacob.
Yeah.
Or just to say, shed light on the fact that Jacob doesn't exist.
Right.
Yeah, that'd be lame.
Yeah, that would be lame. I hope that's not what it is.
No, probably not.
Yeah, Locke giving a speech to the others about going to see Jacob. Yeah, we're getting close to the end of the show.
Yeah, right. Here's the thing. He goes, Locke is saying, I don't know who Jacob is and why we're accepting orders from him, sort of, taking him down a couple notches. And then Sun says, can you tell us how to find Jen and everyone else? And Locke says, absolutely. So I think what's interesting here is, and even, with the context of Locke wanting to kill Jacob, I don't think the idea is that Jacob, doesn't exist, A, or B, doesn't have any power or knowledge, or, sort of insight in what's going on here. Or else I don't see Locke saying that. He might say, yeah, maybe, or he should be able to, or I'm hoping or something, but he shouldn't say absolutely unless he thinks that or unless he's lying, which I don't think he's lying. So the idea of him killing Jacob, I think, we'll talk about that, I guess, pretty soon here. But I think there's both things going on, in that there's this sort of validation of Jacob, but a sort of reorganization of what Jacob's about.
I think he's lying, and I think that's what we find out later.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Like, for whatever reason.
Oh, when Ben asked him about what he said to Sun?
Yeah.
That came off as one of those, that whole I know what I said but things. But to me it was the kind of thing of almost, when Ben had to go be judged for, it just seems to me that, I'm trying to find that line here. He says that's not why we're going to Jacob, which I'll buy, but doesn't mean that Locke doesn't think Jacob has the power to do this or the knowledge to do this. So that's kind of how it came across to me.
I see.
Because it can be both things, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Because, I mean, honestly, if Jacob has no power, then, what's the point?
I agree.
A world in which Jacob has no power is not a world I want to live in.
Mhm. Yeah, no, me either.
Anything else with this scene? Why'd you think I tried to kill him? I love it. It's great.
Yeah, classic Ben.
And, I have to admonish Richard, too. Like, he says, I'm starting to think John Locke is going to be trouble. But it's like, guys, either Locke is supposed to be your leader because Jacob demands it, or the island demands it, or the island wants it, or this is fate or destiny, or it's not. Like, stick to it. If Locke comes in here rearranging the deck chairs, I don't know, I have a Titanic reference. But, if he's basically making waves, maybe that's what's supposed to happen. Like, no one ever thinks that when all this crap is happening. No one is ever saying, maybe this is supposed to be happening. If he's the leader and he's doing this, it's like the president. It's like, okay, you vote in the president, and then when you can't complain when he does his job. You voted for him to do this job. The island wants Locke to be in charge. If you accept that conceit, then you should accept that I mean, not that everything Locke's going to do is going to be right, but you do have to at least consider that. And he just considers it, oh no, he's going against the status quo, so this is trouble. And I think that's a little short-sighted for a man who's presumably so old. Take that, Richard.
Ouch.
Does time teach you nothing of men and mistakes? All right, so I see you guys are really invested in that topic, but I
agree. I see your point. I felt the same way.
Good.
I didn't
Good.
think...
You can stay on the show.
Check. All right. I will not be booting you from the call. I once again, I didn't really think about it. I kind of just went along with it. Now that you forced me to think about it, I kind of agree. I think if you're going to be part of the others, the others is not a it's not a democratic society.
No.
It's not a society where you sit there and complain about stuff and sort of get a voice in things. It's all based on this predestination, and you're subject to the will of Jacob, and there's all this crazy stuff going on, and it's if you're really invested in that, it does seem like you would just say, okay, well, he's the leader, we're going to follow him.
Yeah.
So, I agree. It's weird. It's weird to be like, I know the island wants him, but I don't really like him. He's trouble.
Here's the thing. Locke just told them a scene ago, the island told me where to be at this crazy time that I'm going to come back and, like this incredible experience they just saw. Like the island told him that. So it's like, maybe the island told him to take everyone to go see Jacob too. You know?
Right. Yeah, it's just sort of, I don't, this bothers me, and there must be something wrong about that.
Yeah, there must be something wrong, and,
And, it's weird to have Richard, I really don't know what he's about. It's really unclear to me. Especially now that we know that, the one thing, that he did where it seemed like he knew what was going on was really just because, he was in the future and Locke told him, and so there, it wasn't really about what he knew.
Yeah.
He's met various people who are time traveling, but it hasn't really affected him very much, apparently.
That's what's weird and his non-aging really hasn't done much, but in terms of the show, saved them some, makeup, costs and stuff. You know what I mean? It could have just been a guy who ages and he's really young in the 50s and he's older in 2007.
Yeah, they could do what they've done with Widmore and Hawking and all that.
Yeah, totally. So that's the thing. Like, this whole time traveling thing, you know, seemed to be, you know, somewhat interesting with his aging thing and what he knows and all that stuff. But, you know, but yeah, when he shows up the first time, when we see him show up, you know, when Locke is born, he seems all crazy, and how did he know? And and he comes and gives him the test and all that stuff. But then it just seems like, you know, now it's like, why did he even do that?
Yeah.
You know, he doesn't seem like he even knows why he did it.
No.
Maybe somebody told him to do it. I mean, actually, Locke did tell him to go visit him when he was a kid. You know, when he told him when he was going to be born.
Yeah.
And he said, so maybe that's why he did that.
Yeah.
It does seem that way.
And so maybe later Locke will somehow, I don't know, go back in time and tell Richard to come test me or something. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. But don't let me pass when I pick the knife.
Don't let me pass. You got to test me, but I won't pass. But that's okay because I'm not ready yet.
Oh, God, let us not see that.
Yeah, let's not and say we didn't.
Yeah. I don't know what Richard is supposed to be about. I don't know how he ties in with the others or the history of the island. And yeah, the aging thing hasn't mattered either. It just lets him be there in both times and be the same person.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's just a summary of what you said, and I agree with all of it.
Well, for the people who just tuned in, I got the recap of what I just said.
Yeah,
so.
I just like to do that. I thought I was going to say something new, but I realized I was just going to go ahead and reiterate what you said. So, oh well, I agree with it. So there.
All right.
Are we ready for the next?
Anything else?
Oh, anything else?
I got
You
nothing.
know, yeah, I mean, it is a pretty big deal that, you know, I mean, I wonder what the others think about the fact that they've never seen Jacob, you know. I mean, Pickett was like, he's not even on Jacob's list.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, you know, that calls into question, did he probably never saw a list then, you know.
Yeah, you know, I'd just like to add to that in this scene when they all sort of set off, the scene that's coming up where they're all setting off to go see Jacob. You know, I'm looking at them, I'm thinking, these guys look exactly like the survivors of 8/15. Like, they look like red shirts. They don't look
totally
special at all.
No.
They just look
It
like
did look like a scene from. It looked like a scene from season 1, and they're like, "Yeah, we're going to the caves, guys. Let's go."
Yeah, that's exactly what it looked like.
Yeah, it was weird. They use
that music too. They
did.
It was. I think they were doing that kind of on purpose. But I agree. The others. I think so. I mean, certainly something's going on with Richard that's abnormal. And there's definitely some stuff, you know, surrounding them. Certainly the Jacob issue is weird, but like a lot of them really are just ordinary people. There's nothing crazy about them. I would say most of them are just ordinary people
who speak Latin.
Why and where did they come from?
Why and where do they come from? Oh.
Pertinent questions.
I think that's season 6 thing, but that's not an answer. Yeah, I really don't know. I
mean, honestly, it's got to be a recruitment thing too. I mean, Widmore and Ellie weren't born on the island. Not with those accents. You know, not that island.
Oh.
You know, I just.
Great Britain is an island.
It is.
As we were admonished.
No matter what people on the LLD say, Great Britain is an island. All right.
Desmond was right.
Desmond was right. He should know his motherland. Shame on us. and have access to Wikipedia.
Right.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? That's just what they tell us in America, all right? Maybe there's some anti-British sentiment from, you know, a couple hundred years ago that still gets into the school books. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's
what we learned.
Something. What are you guys talking about? Did you think that Great Britain was not an island?
Next scene?
I'll just go ahead and recap very briefly for those of you who may have missed that. In our podcast about, oh God, now I don't remember what episode it was, but
well,
it was.
I know the one you're
But
talking
it was very early in the season. It was one about Desmond going to find Hawking in Oxford, and he's talking to little Charlie, who's not
Right.
little Charlie, about where they're going, and he says we're going to an island, and it's sort of a tease where he says called Great Britain. And then we on the podcast made the outrageous claim that Great Britain is not an island, thinking
there was more than one island.
Yeah.
Yeah, thinking that it was more than one island, but in fact it's the United Kingdom that's not an island.
Yeah.
The United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Great Britain being an island, and Northern Ireland being part of another island.
I think we unfortunately use, Great Britain and interchangeable with
United Kingdom.
With United Kingdom, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, I think I kind of knew that deep in the subconscious that actually was a place, but I had forgotten, and I really did. I thought of it the same way. I didn't. If I thought it through, I would have realized, but I didn't, and so and then we were as usual corrected on the forum, by the
in that accent.
By the listeners, yes. We were very naughty. So anyway, that's the summary.
Wikipedia actually even says Great Britain is sometimes used inaccurately to mean the United Kingdom.
Ooh.
They really get it all, don't they?
They do.
They really
I know.
get it all.
After all the indignities.
Yeah.
You can't even get the name of the bloody place right.
Incidentally, the reason I looked up the woman who plays Ellie earlier was that I thought her accent sounded kind of fake, but it's not. She's English.
Look at that. We're always on the lookout for fake accents.
I've done that with an actor.
Perry has trained me, and now I'm just
with
everyone. Perry.
Oh, yeah, totally. That's the Australian accents seem to be fake more often than the English ones.
Yeah. But my problem is, to me, Australian accents always sound fake.
Although to me, it's a more nuanced. I think the Australian accent compared to, I think there's a lot of, and I'm sure obviously someone in Australia will correct me, but it just seems like you hear different versions of the British accent more than you hear various versions of the Australian accent, so it sounds a little more nuanced, I think.
Yeah, I guess.
Which is why I think it sounds wrong, sounds fake a lot of the time, but I did that once with a British actress. I was like, man, she's just totally faking, because I thought she was an American actress. I was like, wow, her accent's not that great. And yeah, she was English, so.
Yeah, and strangely, Alan Dale is actually from New Zealand.
Look at them.
And really doesn't sound like it, to me, at least. Apparently, I think Perry has said he can hear it, and I believe him, but I can't. He really sounds English to me.
Yeah.
I don't have, my ears aren't finely tuned enough to hear, like, if he was doing, he's definitely changing it. I mean, if he was doing the full-on accent, I think I could hear it, but...
Yeah.
Sorry, you guys cut out for a minute. Who are you talking about? Whitmore?
Alan Dale, yeah, he's from New Zealand.
Yeah.
Which makes him almost Australian.
Don't tell those guys.
Although I know that's heresy to say.
Yeah. But Perry said that he's from this part.
That's like saying, oh, they're from America. They're almost Canadian. They're almost Mexican. They're no.
Yeah, but Perry did say that the part of New Zealand that he's from, people sound like they're from Australia.
I didn't hear what you said.
I didn't hear what you said either.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Well,
sort of. No.
I can hear you.
Yeah.
You can hear me? Okay. I just was saying that Perry said that the part of New Zealand that Allendale is from, people sound like they're from Australia.
Oh, that's right.
Oh.
You did say that. I forgot. Yeah.
I don't know why I have this, like, encyclopedic memory of everything Perry.
I think you have a fascination with Australia, and it's centered around Perry.
I do. He's the only Australian I know, but I don't even know him. So.
Nice.
I'm obsessed with Australia the way I'm obsessed with Canada.
With Canada?
Yeah.
The Australia of the North?
Yeah. You know,
as we call it here.
You know who I just discovered is Canadian? Leonard Cohen is Canadian.
Leonard Cohen, that name sounds familiar.
Never mind. He's a really famous musician from back in the day. He wrote the oft-covered song Hallelujah.
I have to say, I don't know what that song is. I have a very specific reason why I know who that is, and it's not because I heard of him in any, like, musical context. I understand that I guess he's famous, but, like, I only know him because he did the soundtrack to this movie that I like.
What movie?
McCabe and Mrs. Miller.
Oh.
Robert Altman.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he didn't actually do the soundtrack, but, like, his songs were used on the soundtrack. And so, that was the first I ever heard of him.
I really think if you heard that song, you'd recognize it. It's really famous.
Maybe. But I often find that I don't recognize things. And I often find that I do.
Whenever we have these conversations, you then turn out to not know.
Yeah. Sometimes I know, though. Sometimes I know. You never know.
You just got to go down that road and hope.
That's right.
Yeah, sorry to send us down this Guess Who's Canadian path, because that game can be played for hours.
Yeah,
you can play that game, a long time.
That's true. So, shall we go to the next scene?
Guess who's not Canadian? The next scene.
There you go. Thank you. That's what I needed. In the next scene, let me make sure I'm in the next scene. Yeah. The Dharma guy, he probably has a name. I don't know what it is. Cuffs Sawyer and Juliet in the sub and asks them not to cause trouble. Juliet says, "What are we going to do in Ann Arbor?" Sawyer says they aren't cops, so they, meaning Dharma. So when they get back, they're free. Juliet doesn't know what the real world means anymore. Sawyer tells Juliet that whatever happens, he's got her back. They say, "I love you" to each other. And then someone else enters the sub that Horace wants off the island. And then Phil says, "Cuff her over there with the others." And, oh, look at that, it's Kate.
What?
Kate says, "Hey." And Sawyer says, "Hey," back. Then the sub preps for departure, and we see the sub enter the water and leave the island for good.
For now.
Yeah.
So I love how, there was that sort of euphemism of getting caught in a net. Remember that whole thing?
Mm-hmm.
And I love how the new version of that is "I got your back," which just means "I love you."
Yeah.
It's like Valentine's Day. "Why are you crying?" "Oh, I got your back." Just means "I love you."
Mm-hmm.
I like it.
Now, when I tell you my shoes hurt.
Wow.
I don't want to know what that means.
No one is going to get that reference, Justin. You are on the phone with one of the two people in the world who get that reference.
And the other person is not me.
No, Claude, you totally would get that reference. You've definitely seen it.
I've seen what?
It's a Mr. Show reference.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's an obscure one.
It's sort of obscure, I guess, but you've definitely seen it.
All right, then I get it. I must, right? And I've seen it.
Speaking of plot, I gotta tell you this.
Uh-huh.
To no one.
Speaking of keeping on topic,
we'll pause for a little dialogue between the two of us.
You know the guy who's a writer on Mr. Show, a few sketches in season 4, and he plays Pete on Dirty Rock.
Oh yeah.
Oh, he was a writer on Mr. Show?
Yeah, I found that out and I was shocked.
Wow.
Yeah, he's in a few sketches too.
Yeah, he is.
Okay.
Yeah, in the Monster Mash sketch or whatever. But anyway, I saw him.
You saw him, and now you're breaking up.
You saw him what?
I saw him getting off the one train. It doesn't matter. I saw him is the point.
Oh, okay.
Getting off the one train. Everybody, go to the one train. That's where you're likely to see him.
Did you say, hey,
train,
Pete?
One train at 14th Street. We made eye contact.
Oh, there we go.
Nice.
Ooh.
Was he bald in real life?
Yeah, he's bald.
All right. Movie
All right,
magic has its limits.
Sorry about that, everyone else.
That's interesting. I love hearing celebrity sighting stories. I hope you put it on Gawker.
I did not put it on Gawker Stalker.
Oh.
But I did also see Gabriel Byrne about 4 days prior to that.
Whoa.
Oh, wow.
Did you tell me about that?
I don't know, but I love him.
I must not have been.
I'm not much, I've lived in New York City for about 7 years, and I'm not big on celebrity sightings. They don't typically titillate me, but those two were really exciting for me.
Nice.
Yeah, wow, Gabriel Byrne.
Man. Was he making some sort of religious theme movie?
Yeah, it was exactly like Stigmata.
Awesome.
No, but we actually walked within like 3 inches of each other, and we made sustained eye contact. I felt like we made a connection. It's like when I saw Maggie Gyllenhaal on the street. We were crossing the street in opposite directions, and she was like laughing and having a good time talking with a friend, and then we made eye contact, and her smile just totally disappeared.
She was like quiet civilian.
Yeah, it looked like I had completely ruined her day.
Oh, you should have asked her where her baby was. And where's old who's her husband? What's his name? Sarsgaard, old Sarzy.
Oh yeah.
Oh, she's married to Sarsgaard?
She's married to Sarzy.
Oh my God. The new John Malkovich.
The new John Malkovich.
Hey, she was in Secretary with Dan. Speaking of Dan.
Oh yeah.
Can we maybe
nice.
Maybe that's our segue.
That was a pretty good one.
Yeah.
I don't think it was. It didn't seem to work.
Well, it's good in the idea of a segue, but in terms of functional use, yeah, it didn't really work.
Yeah.
I was just surprised in remembering that he was in that movie.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Every time I see him from now on, it's going to be weird.
Yeah, totally.
Because YouTube recommended for me after I guess watched that commercial that he did for Subaru. For me this montage of all of his scenes from the movie Secretary, and it made me wonder who would want to watch a thing like that. And then I watched it.
And then you said, me. The cycle is complete. I agree. A lot of stuff online, just to continue the tangent here, a lot of stuff online is like, why would you want to watch that? But somebody watches it,
Yeah.
Someone will watch it, but yeah, it's like, why would I want to see all of this one thing?
Yeah.
Like Justin, I sent you that thing, the all 172 episodes of Star Trek Voyager playing on at once.
Oh yeah.
It was just like this video of all of them playing in little small boxes, and you can't hear the audio. All you can do is just see it, and it plays like 16 times speed or something. And it's just like, who wants to do anything with this? But I watched it and I shared it with a friend. So now I'm talking about it, Now I'm talking about it.
Have you seen the Star Trek movie?
I haven't yet. I heard it's great.
I heard something crazy about it. I don't know. I guess it's a spoiler, but
I don't hear it.
I don't want to hear it. Don't tell me.
Oh.
Talk to the hand. Talk to the hand.
I am now officially a Star Trek fan, but I wasn't really excited about the movie because, first of all, I'm not a fan of prequels. Second of all, I'm not really a fan of the original series.
Yeah, me neither, but this is supposed to be really good.
And
everyone who's seen it says it's good.
I have to say, what I've heard about it definitely doesn't make me excited to see it. But
hey, how many times have you said that phrase?
A lot. I've said
I'm
it
just
a lot.
saying. I'm just saying is all.
Yeah, no, you're right. Okay, it may very well be good, but look out. I don't know, I'm just saying, like, if you want a Star Trek movie, you might want to watch something else.
Yeah.
That's
or watch this one. It could be great.
Yeah.
You haven't seen it yet. You don't know.
That's true. That's true. I admit, I have not seen the movie. I only know the vaguest outline of the plot.
Yeah. I think it's going to be good. I always had high hopes. I think it's actually probably going to be better than I had originally expected. Now that people have seen it, and seriously, people who like have no reason to really love it are just like it's really good. So, the question is, what do sort of die-hard Star Trek fans think? And that I don't know.
Yeah.
But what I do know is next scene.
Okay. Did we really even talk about this scene?
Next scene.
I mean, this scene with Sawyer and Juliet on the sub. I mean, maybe there's nothing more to say, but...
Next scene?
Okay,
right.
okay.
I don't have anything to say.
Stuff on the sub. Yeah, they're not going to go to Ann Arbor. Okay. I got your back. I love you back. Back.
Okay, let's go to the next scene.
Yeah, I think we're good on this. Then we leave.
We talked about this a little bit.
I just wanted to make sure we didn't skip over anything vital.
Well, I did want to point out that the engineer says stand by main vents, and then he says diving position. Mm-hmm. So that was kind of interesting.
Yeah, they spent a bit of time with the to-do of getting a submarine going. It made me wonder, like, if they had stolen the sub, if they'd be able to pull out that off.
This is the scene, yeah.
I did want to say that it reminds me of Eel's podcast where you're talking about, like, their plan of taking the submarine and leaving. Like, how on earth would they pull that off?
Yeah.
So we get to see all the people that it takes to actually move the submarine.
Yeah.
These are all people who know what they're doing.
And they know what they're doing, and they're all, like, in sync and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Next scene?
Okay, next scene. Back in the tunnels. Saeed suggests that Hawking only wants to detonate, he's just talking to Jack here, that she only wants to detonate the bomb to annihilate Dharma. Jack still trusts her because 30 years from now, she's going to help them get back to the island. Saeed says, and that makes you trust her? Then they arrive at a larger sort of room, I don't know what to call it.
A chamber?
Chamber, that's good.
Yeah.
And in the middle, sitting on a thing covered up, is Jughead, which then Hawking uncovers. They all look at it, and Hawking says, "Well, now what?" Lost. Yeah.
I wonder who she's asking that question to, because Jack, Saeed, and Kate don't know. Oh, Kate's not there. Jack and Saeed don't know.
Yeah, Richard's the one who said, he seems to know how they're going to get it out of there. So
yeah,
I guess he's the one to ask.
Yeah, it's a weird way to sort of end this thing, because it's like, well, obviously they're setting up for the next episode, but
right,
like there's some, I don't even know what is next. Because are they going to go move this thing now? Is that the next step, or do they have to like do something to it? Or I'm very anxious to see what happens. So.
Yeah, I really don't know. I kind of feel like they're going to move it, but maybe they got to do stuff. I have no idea. I've never. I don't know if you know this about me. I've never actually detonated a hydrogen bomb before. So
really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Does it say that on your business card or not? What does your business card proclaim?
It doesn't say that, but it really shouldn't, because I've never done it.
Oh, good.
Yeah. So I want to turn to a part of the scene which is possibly less interesting, but I want to at least get a word or two out about it. The scene with Jack and Saeed, where he says, she's just doing it to annihilate the Dharma Initiative. I guess Saeed hasn't been around, and he doesn't necessarily know sort of what the whole story is and why she's doing this. But then, of course, Jack doesn't use that as an explanation, but rather what she's going to do in the future. I don't know. I don't really know what to make of that conversation. Like, why is that there? I don't really understand what they're trying to communicate with that. I don't understand really where the characters are coming from exactly. It's like that. The whole. It's just perplexing to me. So, can you help me?
So you were talking about the first line Saeed has, like why he says that she's just wants to annihilate the Dharma Initiative?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're right with your first point that Saeed is missing a lot of what's going on here. I mean, I guess of all the time travelers, he probably knows the least.
Yeah.
So I mean, yeah, it's really, her motivation isn't to really annihilate the Dharma Initiative because, I mean, based on the idea they set up that, these sequence of events are about to happen, and if they blow up the bomb, it's going to basically, they basically cut to, 2004, and then the plane won't crash. But that doesn't have anything to do with their present conflict with the others and their presumably ensuing conflict with the others. And she was never told that. I don't remember Jack saying, if you blow up this bomb, Dharma, I keep saying other, that Dharma is just going to be gone. So Saeed's kind of wrong in his assumption. I don't really think she's motivated by that. She's motivated by not wanting to shoot her son.
Right.
So I think maybe that could have been Jack's rebuttal, and 30 years from now she's got to send her son back here to die, if Jack sort of understands it that way at all. But so I think that's part of the problem is Saeed's kind of wrong. That's not what she's going after. What was the other part that was confusing?
Well,
the whole trust her situation?
I just don't understand what the point of this scene is. What do they want us to think? Is it just that Saeed doesn't know stuff, and so they want to have him speak up and at least question what's going on and not just follow along, or what? Are we supposed to think? Oh, maybe she really just wants to destroy the Dharma Initiative? I
don't think we're supposed to think she's trying to destroy Dharma.
Okay.
There's just no evidence for that. It doesn't make any sense for her to think that. That I can tell. I think the scene is here. I mean, if you look at it, there's really not much there. It's just they get to the thing and take the cover off. I do think it's a good time for Saeed to, sort of question what's going on here. But maybe what they actually came up with isn't that interesting or relevant.
Right.
I don't really know. I mean, you see here again, Jack is just really stuck on this idea of, because 30 years from now she tells us how to get back, and, because she told us how to get back, that means that she knows that she's right. That's what Jack's idea is. So.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well,
Did I miss anything good?
Probably not. I'm dwelling on this little exchange between Jack and Saeed, where he suggests that Hawking just wants to destroy the Dharma Initiative.
I wasn't gone for very long.
Okay.
One thing I don't like that I guess I never really thought of, Claude, in all of your dropped calls, is that when you call back in, you have to listen to that same thing that starts out the podcast every time.
Yeah, you have to listen to that again.
Man, I've never realized that. I guess I've never had a drop call.
It weirded me out.
That really surprises me. That's so weird that you actually hear that again.
It'd be great if you could just drop right now.
It's weird, but, yeah.
Because it records the first one, but it doesn't record
exactly. Well, that's what I thought was so strange. I was like, that's so weird because whenever this has happened to Claude, I don't hear that.
Yeah,
basically I guess it only records the first one.
They play it to you before you get to go really join the chat.
Right.
Because you couldn't hear us talking or anything like that before. You have to listen to that massage.
Right. Yeah. Anyway.
That's French for message.
Right. Thank you.
Did I tell you I took French this semester?
I figured it out.
I'm learning a lot.
Yeah.
All right. So you're ready for the next scene?
Yeah. This. I see your point here. I don't really. I mean, yeah. What are they trying to communicate to us? I don't really know. I don't. Unless, they're not gonna blow up the barracks. So,
Yeah, you're right. Good point. They probably won't do that. Unless, that's why the barracks look so disheveled. Although, I guess I'd expect a hydrogen bomb to do a little more than make the barracks look disheveled.
It's not a hand grenade.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Anyway, no, you're right. That shouldn't do that. So.
Hey, I want to also throw this out there real quick, that the fact that the bomb could have been leaking for the last 20 years might decrease its explosive yield, which might help it be sort of a better tool to do whatever they're going to do with it versus just a tool to kill people.
Right.
I want to throw that out there because that's the point they made, that it's leaking. So
yeah, you're right.
It might also decrease fertility.
There it is.
Ooh.
Why can't we have any babies? Just a couple hundred meters underneath is, irradiation machine. What's with this?
What's that? That's a radiation machine.
Well, they didn't know what it was in the 70s. The radiation machine.
Wow, yeah. Could that really be it? It's just the radiation.
But wouldn't that affect? But that's the thing. The people aren't having problems getting pregnant. They're having problems delivering the babies.
Yeah, it seems more complicated than that. But they could still say that, and it would be, a crappy answer.
Yeah.
I think it's not as crappy as some of the answers we'll end up with.
Oh.
Yeah. Ooh, take that.
Ouch.
Scathing.
That was a diss.
Yeah,
some of the answers, of course, will be bad. I mean, you can't expect them all to be good. At least I don't. But
at this point.
But ouch. But yeah, I don't know. I'm hoping the big ones are at least somewhat good.
Yeah.
That's all I can cling to. Okay, so are we ready for the next scene?
Yeah.
Okay, this is the last scene. So here we go.
Woohoo, you've made it, folks.
Yeah, congratulations. Back at the others' camp, it's morning, and the others are marching out to go. Marching out? Is that an expression? They're marching to go meet Jacob. Ben tells Locke about Richard's concerns about whether Locke knows what he is doing. Locke says he appreciates Ben telling him this. Ben says, I'm here to follow you now, to help you reunite with your people. Locke says he isn't interested in that. Ben says that he told Sun otherwise. Locke says he knows that's what he told her, but that's not why they're going to Jacob. Ben says, then why are we going to Jacob? And Locke responds, so I can kill him. And then Ben stands there, shocked, as the others pass by. Lost.
There it is, the line that stunned Benjamin Linus. Never before has he been stopped dead in his tracks. Literally.
He's always several steps ahead, but he didn't see this coming.
He couldn't have predicted this one.
Yeah.
Even with his fancy predicting machine.
Mm-hmm. Right next to the radiation machine.
Right next to the radiation machine.
Maybe that's why it's not working so well.
Probably.
I don't know.
Probably. The radiation from the... but couldn't he have predicted that with his prediction?
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
That's confusing.
Yeah, so, best line of Locke's in a while,
Oh, yeah.
Great.
That was an ending right there.
If anybody said, in season 5, I think, Locke's going to die and he's going to be resurrected and then he's going to come back and lead the others to Jacob so he can kill him. Yeah, that's my crazy theory. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, nobody would have bought that one.
No, not buying it. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy, but somehow that's the world we live in now.
It is, yeah. Yeah, no, that was definitely, for me, this ending was the most surprising of the season.
Yeah.
And in general, like, I thought this season had less sort of punch with their endings than they have in the past. They were still good, but not quite as making me desperately want to watch the next episode.
Well, yeah, because all the crazy stuff was what was actually happening in the episode.
Yeah.
They didn't have to rely on the punches.
That's the thing. Like, in season 2, it would be like the only good thing would be the end.
Yeah.
And they would just throw in a really cool line. Motherfucker.
Conference is scheduled to be broken down automatically in 5 minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press star 8.
It did.
It really sounds like that description you just gave really sounds a little more like season 3.
Description needs to be what?
What?
You know, you go all episodes, and it's just almost unbearable. It rolls in a TV, and it's like, whoa, what is this? Or, you know, alternately, Ben rolls in a TV, and it's the World Series. You know, like I feel like that was season 3. Season 3 was the season of not very good episodes with really good endings.
There were a lot of those, like...
I see. No, but I really think season 2 had a lot of those, especially in the middle.
Endings, but I thought it was a better season all in all, I guess.
Yeah.
Season 2?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I feel like season 3 was worse overall, but I feel like they did less of the let's just blow you away with the ending. I felt like they were worse episodes and the endings weren't as good. I mean,
Yeah.
Like I really don't think season 3 had the same kind of endings as season 2 did. Like it seemed like they put all their time in season 2 into making those endings good.
Yeah, let's start an army, you know.
Yeah, that's the classic one. But then there's a similar one with Saeed and Charlie where, tell me, Charlie, have you forgotten?
Yeah, and all the stuff with, you know, especially with Michael and all the stuff deals with him and, you know, like, there was a lot of that going on.
Yeah.
Oh, I liked that ending. I forgot about that one. Have you forgotten?
Distortion says what? So what did you say?
I just said that I forgot about that ending with Saeed and Charlie. I really liked it.
I'm not even saying I don't like it. I'm just saying, like, they had those where they would just, you know, they would just hit you with something at the end, and like the rest of the episode was sort of blasé compared to that.
Yeah.
You know.
It's going to be tough going back and watching the show, you know, anytime soon after season 6 because the tone has changed, the pacing changed, you know, like, the characters are different. I mean, it's going to feel really slow in the beginning, I think.
Oh, yeah.
You guys are still in the Swan that hasn't imploded yet, you know, like.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a lot of that. It'll be fun, but it'll be an adjustment, I think.
Yeah. No, they definitely really took their time with things early on.
Yeah.
Anyway, my original point was I felt like this season, as you pointed out, like the episodes themselves have been crazy enough. They don't need to blow us away at the end because they've already blown us away at the beginning and the middle.
Yeah.
So it's they don't have to rely on that anymore. But this is the first example of the season where I was like, God damn it, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I gotta see the next one now.
Totally.
You know, I really want to know what that's about. Like,
and it's appropriate that the next one is the finale. So.
Yes.
Coincidence? Probably.
Yeah.
Kawinky dink? Definitely. Why I said that? What a ridiculous word.
Kawinky dink. Yeah, it's terrible.
Ridiculous word.
Terrible. No one should say that.
I apologize to people with ears everywhere. Whether you can hear or not, I'm sorry.
I apologize to everyone without ears. Just because, kind of sucks not to have ears.
So Vincent Van Gogh has got half an apology.
I apologize to
Zing!
Thought I'd make an artistic reference there.
Wow. Ear jokes. Who knew
Ear
we were going to
jokes.
go there?
Ear, art, lost. Who knew we could combine all three?
Wow.
Trifecta.
It is.
So let's talk about this scene, guy. I guess we kind of are. Anything else with? I mean, we talked about it before a little bit.
Yeah. So
whether or not Locke is going to. Locke really thinks that Jacob can bring them together with the other Losties that are in the past. And that's what's interesting, I think, is the idea. Hey, maybe. Well, I guess that didn't happen. But I was going to say, with time travel, I mean, maybe not on Lost, but with time travel, there is the idea of, okay, maybe you did see them die, but maybe we can go back before they died and get them out of there, kind of a thing, I definitely think that idea is valid here.
Yeah.
Not that I really think they're going to, obviously whatever happened doesn't work for that, but
right.
But it could be, they could be saying, well, maybe that's what we need to do now is get them before they die.
Maybe that's how they change things.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of preventing the plane crash, they just prevent them from dying in the past. Yeah, I kind of thought that when they said that he watched them all die, I kind of thought, well, that's not going to happen, so what's the explanation? And yeah, maybe. But I want to say, I kind of don't want him to do that, but, I guess we'll have to see exactly what I saw them all die means in the next thing. As for what Locke knows, or what Locke thinks Jacob, I totally believe that he might think Jacob can help or whatever, but it really seems like he's just, he pretty much says he's not interested in that. So it just seems like whether he thinks it or not, it's sort of not his mission.
Well, yeah, doesn't mean it won't be relevant to what happened.
Yeah. No, of course.
Yeah,
the
definitely doesn't
converge.
seem like it's not his number one priority. I think he did promise Sun that he would help if he can.
He did, yeah.
And I think he means that, but that reminded me earlier of when Locke, before they leave the first time, I guess, he tells Sun to stay there when he and Ben and I guess Richard are going to go to the incident with Locke getting shot. He tells Sun, stay here. I'm going to see what I can find out, presumably in the guise of getting Jen back and all that. But all he does is go and fulfill that little, sequence of events with, the time paradox. And then he comes back and he looks at Sun like, I don't know what kind of look he gave her, but he didn't actually go, find out anything in terms of reuniting the groups.
Wait, when is this that you're talking about?
This is
earlier. Yeah,
earlier, the first time they leave.
I feel like I didn't even care to see that scene.
The first time who leaves?
The first time that Locke and the group leave the beach. Locke and Ben and Richard.
Yeah, when they go to do the compass thing.
Oh.
Yeah, they go to the compass thing.
Oh, did he tell Sun then that he was going to go find out?
Yeah, he said, he tells Sun, he says, stay here, we'll be back in a couple hours, I'll see what I can find out. But whatever happens, Sun, you have my word, there's a way for you to Jen to be together.
Okay.
If there's a way to separate people, I'll find it.
Okay.
So he tells her, I'm going to go see what I can find out, but what he goes to do kind of has, nothing to do with that.
Yeah.
So I just want to bring that up because it's not that interesting.
Okay, good. I'm glad you brought it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. He didn't really keep that promise. It kind of seems to me like he's just stringing Sun along.
Yeah, it's weird.
I don't really know why. I don't really know what his motivation for doing that is, but
it's weird because he keeps promise to Jen. He never approaches Sun to try to get her to come back to the island. But then he's just sort of misleading her now about his willingness to sort of help her find him.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how it's going to play out. But I have to say, for Sun, I really don't like how she is right now. I mean, I feel like, she's just kind of this, I don't know what to call her, but she's just sort of sad and waiting around for everyone else to sort of help her, which, is reasonable considering the crazy stuff that's going on here. But I guess I expected her to just be more like, the Sun we saw in, like, season 4 when, like, in the future, like, when she told her dad off and, she did all this, she was, like, ballsy. She went up to Widmore. Like, all this stuff she had went through, I thought she could use that sort of energy and mentality and tenacity and come back and find her husband, But it's just, like, she gets there and she's just, like, pleading with any person who will listen to help her. And even though I think she doesn't have sort of the knowledge to, be 100% proactive, I still feel like she's not, like, sort of at all sort of strong or, like, has grown from her previous experiences and all that. Because I think for me to vindicate Sun in the long run, it needs to be that she left her child because she was, positive with her heart, with her faith that she could find Jin and reunite their family. I don't want it to be she just wanted to go find her husband again and, screw her kid.
No, I think she plans on reuniting them. I think that's all fine. I agree with you up to the very end. What happened to the Son who's going to hit you over the head with an oar?
Yeah, exactly. That wasn't that long ago.
I think she, it seems like she was just really rattled by, maybe by Christian and then by John's reincarnation or reanimation, I guess I should say, and then this interchange with Richard. But I'm hoping that in the season finale she's going to be kicking some ass and busting some heads.
Hey, there's no time like the present.
Yeah, but
we'll see.
We'll see. I see her sort of coming around. Really, there hasn't been that much time that's transpired since she was a badass. And sort of during that time, some really weird stuff, weird disorienting things have happened. I mean, finding out that Locke is still alive, I mean, that's ridiculous. Like, what's she going to do?
I don't know what she's going to do, but crying about it ain't going to help. That's all I'll say. Oh, I kid, Son. I kid. No, I don't know. Like I said, I made my point, I guess, and I guess you agreed. It's just I just want her to be, I don't want her to be season 1 Son on the beach, upset that she can't, show her womanhood because Jin won't let her. She should be badass Son. So hey, the finale's next episode. So if ever there's a time for a badass,
we'll see.
Yeah.
I bet. Yeah, I could see her day with some crazy, murderous moves next week or this week.
Mm-hmm. Maybe ore related. Some ore-related injuries.
Maybe.
Watch out, she's got an ore. Oh, no, it's the deadliest weapon. Not that anyone has died from it yet, but you know what I mean.
Yeah,
hey, guys, I'll just also bring this up for those who are keeping score at home. We still got to see that scene of whoever shot at Juliet and Sawyer and those guys on the boats.
Yeah, you're right. Right. I think that might be coming, though.
Let's hope so.
I think we might get that, because I definitely think we're going to pick up some with Bram and Alana in the finale. Since we didn't see him in this episode, I definitely think we'll see him then, and I think that's a good opportunity to have that scene and have that tie in somehow.
You know what I would like to know? How Locke thinks he's going to kill an apparition.
Well, that's the whole thing, is what has Locke realized or think he's realized in terms of Jacob? Like what, I guess this is an appropriate time for my theory here, since we're at the end of the podcast. is that I'm assuming a couple things, or I think a couple things. One is Locke has realized that when he says he's going to kill Jacob, I don't necessarily think it's literal. I think maybe he realizes that for Jacob for whatever the greater good is, Jacob needs to die, and maybe maybe that's how you save Jacob, is to maybe release him from whatever form he's in or something like that. I think whatever Locke is going to do is not going to be killing him in any antagonistic way. I think it's going to be in some sort of greater good way, or he's realized that this is Jacob's purpose, and this is what Locke is supposed to do. I think the fact that Locke himself died and now has a purpose, lends itself to the idea that maybe Locke thinks Jacob needs to do the same thing. So I'm curious to see if it's something the island is telling him to do, or if it's something that Locke has realized based on his experiences, which is actually motivating him. I'm wondering.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I want to bring up a slightly different aspect of it, which is earlier in the episode, Locke not asks. What's the word?
Tells.
Thank you, tells. That is the word.
Now, how do you spell it?
T. E. He says that the island told him, when and where to be, basically, so he could, give himself the watch and take out his bullet and all that, and have Richard do that stuff, basically. So, he basically says that he was talking to the island. I want to say that, I want to, first of all, interject that maybe that really is what he was doing, when he ran off a couple episodes ago when they were in the barracks, and, he just left and came back. I want to say maybe he really did go do that, since he is saying the island told him stuff.
He went to go talk to the island?
Yeah. Yeah, whatever that means. That's a tiny part of what I want to say. What I really want to say is, now that he's going to go kill Jacob, it really seems like the island and Jacob are different things.
Oh, yeah, this is the episode that really put a wedge between those two.
Yeah, he's really speaking about them separately. The island told him to do this. Now he's going to go kill Jacob. I don't think the island said, come kill me. That'd be really weird. So it really seems like Jacob is an entity on the island. The island has its own will and, desires and all that. And Jacob is this separate thing that is on the island. And that's to me, that's a big step forward. I mean, that's something we've been speculating about for quite some time on the podcast. So I was really surprised that they went in the direction of actually they're different and not they're the same thing, which is what I thought.
But the question still is, how connected are they? Is Jacob some sort of just manifestation of the island's, will or something? And if Jacob dies, then, the Locke becomes that or something, or another apparition becomes that, or is it that they're really just two separate things and the island, could care less about Jacob or something, We still got to figure that out.
Yeah, that's true.
But it definitely seems they're not 100% interchangeable.
Yeah, they're not just synonyms. I mean, even if he's the island's will, there is some separation there.
Yeah.
And it wasn't clear that, before that was the case. It kind of seemed like the others were getting orders from the island.
And that's the thing. Even if you can't see Jacob, they were hearing him, right? I mean, wasn't Ben hearing him? How is he, if you never heard or saw him, how are you getting orders, buddy?
Yeah, it definitely raises a lot of questions if he wasn't hearing him either. He certainly acted like he was hearing them, and there are things like Jacob's List, and, everybody's always questioning what Jacob wants. It does seem like it would be really strange if no one's ever seen or heard him.
Yeah, it's how do you, unless he's communicating telepathically or something, but there is some sense in where you're hearing him, I'm thinking, but I haven't, used my telepathic powers in a long time, John.
Right. Yeah, I knew that about you.
Yeah.
You decided that it was unethical to to use those powers unless
I knew you were going to say that.
Unless you had a hey.
Sorry, once you start, you're just prying into people's minds left and right, and it worked in the 1800s when nobody really thought anything, but
nice.
Take that, 1800s.
Ouch, 1800s are hurt. I had thoughts.
I hope that was Benjamin Franklin saying that.
Of course.
What about the kite upon the key?
I was hoping
because he's British, right? What'd you say?
I'm sorry. What did you say?
I said that's funny because I was hoping it was Charles Baudelaire.
Good choice.
Really glad that I got to read that. Anyway.
So, any other big things to talk about in this ep?
I think you might be right, because it is just so shocking that he would say, I'm going to go kill Jacob.
Yeah, do you really think he's going to walk up and stab a knife through Jacob and that's the end of that one?
Yeah. No, I mean, I don't think it'll be like that, but I'm not sure. I'm still slightly curious if it's actually an act of goodwill, or if he actually thinks that Jacob is somehow,
God, I just thought of something.
Someone who shouldn't be leading them, and someone who needs to die because he's sort of not fit for that job or whatever, and that he is sort of killing him maliciously. Like, I feel like that's a possibility.
I don't think that's going to happen, and I especially just came up with this awful idea of what if let's go with the idea that Locke is Jacob or Jacob is Locke.
Oh no.
And Locke realizes, he needs to kill himself again. You know what I mean? Like that's what he realizes.
That's terrible.
Ugh. I made a lot of people sick on this podcast multiple times. It's awesome. How sick did you get on the last Lost Love?
We need to put a warning on this one.
I know. Don't eat prior to listening to this one.
You will vomit at least 3 times.
Someone's like, I listen to you guys at work, and I'm a chef. Damn it. No, not in the Pasta Primavera. Italian restaurant, I guess.
I guess so. That's definitely not a good place to vomit.
No, because you wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
Right. Oh,
it's pretty saucy. I don't know. Who ordered the peas? Now I'm really going to make people.
Yeah, that was a real vomit. Wow. Wow.
The power to induce vomiting has never seemed so exciting before. I got to say that. There's something about that. Wish I had like a gun I could zap people with. Yikes. That's, I don't know. It's just like a movie I should write.
Yeah.
Not a gun.
Vomit
gun. Yeah, so what were you saying?
Me?
Oh, weren't you saying something?
Was I saying something?
Me talking? What?
I thought I finished my thought, but maybe I didn't. I don't remember anymore.
Something about putting money in my account?
Yeah.
I heard something about $100 in my account because I'm, I don't know.
Right.
Just because.
Right.
Mother's Day.
Mother's Day. Yeah, Mother's Day's over.
Not on this coast, baby.
And by over, I mean almost over.
Not on this coast.
She's like, it's not over. I have to take my mom out later. 11:35. Let's go out, Mom.
Come on, Ma.
You got 25 minutes of Mother's Day. Yeah, so if we're done talking about the episode proper, it's always good to, speculate.
Sure.
Any ideas upon? I think we should probably go down the roster here if we have time and see who's where doing what, why next episode. So I guess we'll start with let's start in reverse order. We got Ben and Locke and Richard and the others.
Yeah.
So presumably they're gonna go kill Jacob.
They're gonna go kill Jacob. Yeah. So they're presumably, I'm guessing, gonna go to the cabin.
Is the cabin gonna be where? You know, like where is it gonna appear? Or
well, yeah. I guess Richard's gonna lead him there. Oh, do you know?
Dare we get an explanation for the ring of ash around Jacob's cabin?
Ooh.
Dare we?
We daren't.
We daren't.
You know, we're all gonna need to try really hard not to watch the guest credits in the beginning because it might be cool.
Yeah.
Yes.
But
actually, most of the surprise people these days are just on the show all the time.
That's what you think.
Like, who would they pull out? Oh, I guess there could be some people. Okay, never mind.
Who could they pull out to surprise you?
How could they
someone surprising.
surprise us? Yeah. Okay. Never mind. I relinquish what I said. Yeah, that would be crazy if we actually got an explanation for that.
Yeah.
I was wondering if that could tie in somehow with the hydrogen bomb. I don't really know why a hydrogen bomb would cause a ring of ash, but I wanted to make it work.
Maybe it's the other way around. Maybe you can explode a hydrogen bomb inside a ring of ash.
Ah. Nice.
There it is.
Boom, you just did it.
It's the Oppenheimer principle.
Of course.
They kept that one secret.
Yeah. Yeah, I also wonder if the Christian thing's going to come into play. Like, if they're really going to see Jacob, if Christian's going to be there, if he's going to do something, if Jack's going to see him, if the relationship there is going to be explained. Is he really the island? Is he really Jacob? Like, what's,
all that and more next episode.
Yeah,
now, you know what? I think you bring up a good point. I'm kind of thinking maybe they get to Jacob's cabin and Christian's there.
Ooh.
Yeah. I'm thinking maybe Locke wanting to kill Jacob might be postponed or deferred.
Yeah. It does seem like the full Jacob explanation can't happen now.
Yeah.
Seems like it's too early. I feel like we'll learn something, but it'll be like with Smokey, we'll find out more, but not everything.
Mhm.
And so I feel like they can't. Can they really kill him? I really don't think they're going to kill Jacob.
No, they're not. I mean, what do you mean by kill, right? But
yeah, I don't know what I mean, but whatever I mean, they're not going to be able to do it.
I feel like if they show up and Jacob's there, something's going to happen. If this is where they want to get to now, I don't think it's going to give us everything there is to know about Jacob, whatever happens. But I think if they get there and he's there, something's definitely going to happen. If he does try to kill him, But what does that even mean? I mean, how do you kill something you can't see or talk to? So.
Right. Yeah, it's a really vaguely defined thing.
Yeah.
So
I'm thinking Christian might be the one who shows up and he's like, Jacob's not here, man.
Why does he talk like that?
The whole thing. I don't know where that's from. That's some old thing. I don't know, from the 70s or something.
Oh, okay.
I forgot who it is.
Oh, that does sound familiar.
Dave's not here, man.
Yeah, what is that?
That
That's
whole
a famous thing. Dave's not here, man. Yeah. I don't know. Someone, anyone out there, if you could tell me. I could, do a search, but I'd rather you just tell me.
Yeah.
I'm just curious. Thank you.
So,
if no one tells me, I'll do the search.
Yeah.
So, if everyone just wants to not tell me, please feel free. It's good to make me work for things sometimes.
Yes.
Builds character.
Character and calluses.
Mhm.
So we got those guys. They presumably continue on their mission with killing Jacob. they probably don't succeed and might end up seeing Christian instead.
Okay. Yeah.
So the next,
I think they might actually see Jacob, but I don't think they're going to kill him.
Okay.
That's the only thing I'd add to that. But
Jacob's gonna be a pup.
Like
Maybe Jacob's a puppy.
Oh God.
Can't kill a puppy. Not on TV.
So true. And a good rule that is. I also think we'll see Christian. I kind of want Jack to talk to him somehow, but maybe that's coming later.
Season 6.
Yeah. Season 6. Got a point there.
Although Jack is sort of in other, hostile other territory now. I mean, he's deep in the tunnels, and I think it's not outside of Christian to pop up in a place like that. So
yeah, definitely. Yeah.
But I think it seems like Jack seeing Christian really having any sort of conversation. I really think is next season.
Yeah. Yeah, you're probably right.
Just like Saeed reuniting with Nadia next season.
Oh, gosh.
Don't ask me how it's going to happen, all right? I don't know. It's got to happen.
Yeah.
Because they'll change things.
Right.
Okay, so Saeed, Jack, Eloise, and Richard. Oh, wait. I was like, Richard's not here. He's in the other scene. Oh, wait. There's 2 of him.
There's 2 Richards.
There's 2. He's in every scene. All of them.
All scenes.
Any of them. All of them. So I guess we talked about it before. These guys are going to go try to move that thing, I guess. Now, here's my question for you guys. Do they have to go move it where the incident's going to happen, you think? Like the Swan Station?
Maybe.
Because that was my idea before, was that the bomb was buried at the Swan site, coincidentally.
Right.
But apparently it's just coincidentally at the barracks site, so I was kind of right about something there.
It was a coincidence, all right. Yeah. Yeah, your idea would have been simpler and sort of more straightforward in what I would expect them to do. It seems like what they're actually going to do is weird. And, I mean, hydrogen bombs are pretty powerful. They don't necessarily need to be, like, right on top of it to have an effect. But,
yeah.
But, yeah.
Well, my concern is more the neutralization factor. I feel like, if the incident happens, somewhere over here and then the bomb is, 5 miles over here, and it goes off, because what I'm expecting is some sort of neutralization of the bomb, and I don't want any fall. There shouldn't be any fallout from the actual explosion.
Yeah.
So if it's on top of where the incident occurs, then that would make the most sense, I think.
Right.
And they do seem like they're going to move it. So.
Yeah. No, I think I think they are going to move it, and I think they're going to move it to where the Swan is, and then try to detonate it and possibly succeed. But I think the incident will still happen, and the Swan will proceed, and they'll realize that they're better off not changing things.
All right.
Yeah.
Why are they better off?
But it was their destiny to play this part in making the incident not as bad, like something like that. Well, not better off, but they shouldn't take back what has happened.
Yeah, I'm curious on what the lessons are going to be learned here by the end of all this. There's a lot going on. A lot of people, not everyone has the same amount of information and perspective on what's going on here. So it'll be interesting to see who thinks what was a good idea, Because hopefully maybe it will be something where they minimize the damage or something, but it's like, well, you guys were here, so you kind of helped cause the damage anyway, so.
Yeah.
And then you can blame Rosinski too.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I was gonna say, is he gonna die in the next episode, but I forget that he's got a while to go before.
Yeah.
Before his time is over. What do you think about Phil's prospects?
It is not looking good for Phil.
Not looking good for Phil?
I have to say, if anybody, is going to die over there in the Dharma world, I think Phil's a good. Horace can't die either, or Chang.
Wait, here's the question: is Phil on the sub or not?
He was on the sub.
He got on there when Kay got on there, and then they took off very shortly afterwards.
Yeah.
I wonder if he stayed or not.
He might be on the sub. He might be on the sub, or he might. If he's on the sub, then maybe Sawyer could kill him.
Yeah.
Otherwise, maybe he'll just die for some other reason, or maybe he won't die. But I definitely think now that they've kind of made him evil, and we don't have reason to believe that he survives. He's up for grabs as far as being killed.
Yeah. His shirt might as well be red.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
Who else? Any interesting Saeed predictions? Anybody he's going to kill with this heat this season?
No, I have no idea. I mean, with what Saeed's doing right now, yeah, I guess he could kill people. Probably not with his feet though. Did he?
Oh, because his shoes are wet.
Yeah. Exactly.
I just thought how horrible it is for these people to be traipsing around just soaking wet.
Oh yeah. But we know Jack doesn't mind at all. He gets out of the shower and puts his shirt on right away.
Oh, he does. He's used to wet clothes.
He loves it that way.
But you know what? No one loves wet shoes and socks. I gotta say, I don't know anyone who loves
Not
that.
even Jack. Look this far, no further.
Yeah.
I will not walk around with wet socks.
A little squishy and slurpy.
Yeah, nobody wants that.
Yeah, wet socks are terrible. They're really one of the worst things that can happen to you because of water.
I immediately thought of 3 terror suspects who would disagree with you.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Sorry. Oh, yikes. And a couple of hundreds of thousands of hurricane victims who might disagree with you.
And
but your point remains.
People who have drowned.
Gurgle, gurgle, you are wrong, sir.
Yeah. That's the sound of drowning. Gurgle, gurgle.
Yes. How offensive to drowning people. I'm sorry. No, that's bad.
Yeah, no. I'm going to go ahead and say that my statement was an exaggeration. Please take it as such.
All right. Duly noted. You will not be getting a call from the National Water Council.
But yes, I've clearly burned my bridges there. But I do have to say that...
You think the water would help?
Wet socks are bad. That's all I'm saying.
Wet socks are bad. I agree.
I'll back off the worst thing ever claim. So, anyway, yeah, I mean, they could encounter a problem. Someone sees what they're doing or whatever, and they try to stop them. And
what? You think they're going to encounter problems in the finale?
Oh, nah. Why would they? I'm sure it'll be just, everything will go right, and they'll do exactly what they want to do with
we'll
no
probably
obstacles.
get a couple scenes with everyone's like, man, things just worked out so perfectly.
Damn, that was easy.
Jeez.
Wow.
Why didn't I shoot my son before?
Oh, man. Woo! I hope we get that line.
Yeah, that'd be a bit much.
Why didn't I shoot my son before? Apparently that just makes everything easy.
Yeah.
It's great. Yeah, so as you noted obliquely, they will probably encounter some sort of obstacles, and that may or may not give Saeed opportunities to kill people. I want him to kind of not necessarily kill people if he has to, unless he has to.
Yeah.
Because I want him to be, a little bit more conscientious about that these days. But nonetheless, if he has to, that would probably be the point where it would happen. But I can't really call anything. I really have no idea where they're going or what they're likely to encounter.
Yeah, there's a lot. It's pretty open-ended right now.
Yeah, and for me, the most, like, the thing I feel like I know the least about is the sub. You know, like, I really don't know where that plot line's going. Like, the disappearing thing seems plausible, but beyond that, I really don't know what they're going to do with the sub. Like, are they really just, is that going to be it for them? I mean, what's going to be the story on the sub? Like, I feel like they're going to go over there, you know, and what are they going to do?
What are they going to do?
What are they going to, yeah, exactly.
You know, there's a lot of things that can happen on a submarine, you know, I know from experience.
So many things.
I'll just leave that there.
Right.
The next thing I'll say is, I mean, I could see maybe something happens with the engine, something happens with some emergency, maybe a saboteur on board. I don't have to tell you what that's French for. A sabotager, that's what it's French for.
Thank you.
And I didn't want people to not know. It was not fair to them. So, I mean, maybe I could see something happening where there's some need to stop the sub and to surface or something, and then that's their escape route to maybe, I don't know, there's some sort of speedboat on that sub. Maybe they can get out of the porthole. Maybe a rocket pack. I don't know.
I hope so.
Some snorkeling gear. Can we get
put on
something?
This rocket pack.
Dharma rocket pack, please.
Oh man, that'd be fantastic. Oh, I hope that happens. Sawyer, Juliet, and Kate put on rocket packs and fly back.
You know, in true, you know, heightened conflict, I think there's only one rocket pack, and Sawyer has to decide which of the two ladies, you know,
now
he takes it. Now he's got to choose.
Who's gonna fly in the rocket pack?
Only got enough gas for 2 people. Who's it gonna be? And then Juliet, and then, you know, then Juliet's like, you know, take Kate, you know, and he's like, what about you? And she's like, I told you I have your back, and then she jumps on his back.
Perfect. Perfect.
I don't know why I'm not a writer on this show.
I didn't think you meant literally credits.
Exactly. Why are we writing on this show? I think we you know, we obviously have it down with what they really want to get at. How to make it interesting. Screw time travel. I want rocket packs.
That's right. Rocket packs and really bad one-liners.
Yeah, and literal declarations of their love.
That's all we want to see in the finale. Just lots and lots of that.
Yeah, please. And no wet shoes.
No wet shoes at all, please. No. I will not tolerate any more wet shoes.
I will throw this detail in there for those who care. I did see Ellie wrap the dance journal in plastic before she went spelunking.
Ah, nice.
Not really spelunking, but...
I did not notice that, but I think spelunking is a word I want to use anyway.
Yeah, water spelunking.
Yeah, there you go.
Aqua spelunking.
Yeah, even better.
So the journal is safe. It's not going to get wet.
She didn't ruin it.
Because I was thinking about that when I was watching it again. I'm like, didn't they all get wet? What about the journal? But she wraps it up. So.
Bam. I didn't even care about the journal as usual. But I'm glad they actually handled it because, yeah, that's one of those things that they should have to pay attention to because they're the writers. The rest of us get to ignore it.
Yes, we just make fun of things.
Yeah, exactly.
So is that all the main characters pretty much? I mean, obviously Ben's going to have he's got a plan or two I'm sure he's going to try to carry out.
Oh, you know who else there is Hurley, Miles, and Jen.
Oh, those guys.
Yeah, and Chang.
Well, I think they need to probably go. I thought they were going to go rescue Juliet and Sawyer.
So did I.
Kate.
That didn't really work out.
Oh, and by the way, Kate, come on, honey. Why are you getting caught every time she goes somewhere?
That was classic Kate.
Born to get caught.
Yeah. Yeah, oh man. Yeah. Yeah, that was I really hope that before the show's over there's a point where she could get caught but doesn't. I think that'll be a big step forward for her.
Yeah.
Because she just has a horrible history of like going off on her own and getting caught.
And just getting caught.
And making things worse for people.
What did she think she was going to be able to do when she got back to...
Yeah, like, like I didn't mind her leaving. I sort of liked the idea of her saying, I don't agree, and sort of going off on it. Like, that worked for me. But, Saeed was out there for several days and never was caught and was really wanted.
Because he stayed in that one spot.
Yeah. That's the secret. Come on, Kay. You shouldn't have moved.
Yeah.
Stay in that one spot. Yeah. So that's sort of the prototype. Like, it's possible not to get caught. Like, they really wanted to catch Saeed. So, it's just really crappy to me that she gets caught again, because it's just so. I really want her to get beyond that at some point.
Yeah.
That would be really satisfying to me. But yeah, it's God, again, here we go again.
Again with her getting caught. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and it bringing an extra complication. Because Sawyer and Juliet are ready to go off and live their lives and, just be together and that's it. It's good enough for them. And then Kate shows up.
Then Kate shows up.
It just ruins everything.
Yeah.
Just kills the mood instantly.
Yeah, it was bad. That look on Juliet's face, she's just like, oh my God, you again?
Of all people. Why couldn't it be anyone else?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like of all people, it's Kate.
Yeah. Yeah, the worst one.
But, Sawyer has made his choice. I almost feel like it's a non-issue that they keep bringing back up. I don't feel like Kate's after Sawyer, and I don't think Sawyer's after Kate. So it's almost like a needless, conflict.
Yeah, I agree. At this point, it's yeah. It's weird because they've played it up, but none of the characters seem to know that.
Yeah, Juliet's obviously a little insecure about the situation, but Sawyer didn't leave the island for Kate. He chose to stay. He knew it wasn't going to work out. She's made her peace with that, I feel like.
Yeah.
Everyone's cool with it. It's sort of new for Juliet to deal with, so it's understandable she's upset about it, but it's just like neither one of Jack and Kate. Kate and Sawyer I don't see a future for them. It'd be weird if there was one at this point.
Yeah.
Of them together, just like
Yeah.
So it's interesting that they keep throwing them the Kate between Juliet and Sawyer, but
yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's sort of like they think if we just toss these three together, like something will happen, but they never really get a lot farther than that. They don't actually make the things happen.
Something's about to happen, and then nothing happens, and it's like, something's about to happen.
Exactly. Yeah. I don't. I thought they were going to do something with that. When she got there, like right at the beginning, and it's just become clear over time that Sawyer is, he's comfortable with the choices he's made, and he's just not particularly interested in reevaluating them.
Yeah.
I really feel like that plot isn't over, only because it's
still going.
They're keeping it running, and it's sort of a long running lost plot,
Yeah.
On the character level. Like the Sawyer Kate thing goes way, 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 way back.
It's older than Richard.
And yeah, it is. Yikes. And the strange thing about that is, of course, his relationship with Juliet is much longer. But in terms of the show, it's much shorter. So it feels like he has way more history with Kate, even though that's not actually true.
Yeah.
In the way the story's gone. So they're really responding to what the show's about more than sort of the reality. So anyway, I do think they're going to play with that some more before the show's over.
Oh, yeah.
It seems clear that...
Well, it makes me wonder if Jack and Kate are really going to end up together.
Yeah. Yeah, Jack's on a weird path right now. I really.
To me, Jack is like 2 steps from becoming a monk.
Yeah.
I think if he could, seriously, I feel like if he could just find, obviously he wants to sort of make things right as much as he can, but if he could find a nice quiet place and just like be alone, I think he would relish that.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
He's just in a weird place. I don't think he's, trying to get Kate back,
No, he's definitely not trying to get Kate back. He wants to do his thing, and if she wants to come along, okay, but if not,
it's like, Kate, the one that ran away and then got caught.
No, he seemed pretty much okay with letting her leave. He didn't seem particularly upset about it. Unlike, sort of how he's been in the past.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't want them to shoot her, but, that's, common courtesy, I think.
Yeah. Respect for human life, at the very least.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think he hates her.
Hear that, Saeed?
Ooh. Ouch.
I do wonder if Saeed is going to have to face any judgment for his actions.
Ooh.
With or without a smoke monster present.
Ooh.
Or at least, maybe see Little Ben again before this is all over and have to just sort of be, Ben won't remember getting shot, but, Little Ben won't remember getting shot, but, Saeed will have to face the little kid that he shot or something.
Right. Yeah. That's the thing. I really feel like Saeed will. My guess is that I don't think he's gonna. I feel like before the end of the show, he is gonna have to kind of answer for the large number of murders he's done over the years. I do think that's gonna come into play, and I kind of feel like he's gonna die at some point. But,
yeah.
But, basically for that reason. I think he'll still pretty much die heroically, and I think, in the end, we'll understand why he did what he did and sort of, basically sympathize with him. But I don't think, I want to say he's not going to die yet. I feel like if he dies, it'll be next season.
I definitely think he's dying next season. I get his, a small part of me thinks he could die in this finale, but I think next season, definitely.
Yeah.
It'll be a sad day when Saeed Jarrah is gone.
It will. Like, I kind of feel like if he's going to die, I feel like they'll give him a send-off episode. He deserves that. And I feel like if he was going to die, he should have died in that episode where he shot Ben. But since this is the finale, I feel like they're not going to have time to really, and it's not like the Charlie thing. And even in Charlie's case, like they gave him a send-off episode right before the finale.
Mm-hmm.
So, I feel like they're not going to have him die, not really for that reason, but I feel like if he was going to die, they would give him sort of more time to really get some story time and extra blah. Oh God, I'm getting really inarticulate. I'm sorry. Before he dies.
Before he dies, yes. Something before he dies. I agree with you.
Yeah. More time in the spotlight, basically.
Yeah, you don't want him to just show up after not being around for a little while and then, he's dead now.
Yeah.
Pull a Dan.
Exactly. Or a Michael, even.
Or Michael.
But Michael deserved better. I can certainly agree with that. Michael is probably the exception to what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. But I like to think they'll do more for Saeed. Dan was a newer character, so I'm not. And they did give him a send-off episode, so.
Yeah.
So anyway, I hope he doesn't die. I want Saeed to take it a little farther, to have some more, have more, get further along his sort of arc.
Yeah, totally.
I think there's more there.
Is Jen still on the podcast? Did we lose her?
She's there according to the phone. Is she listening? Apparently
Is her
not.
cat listening? Meow. Well, maybe we lost her, or she's otherwise occupied.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, it had been a while, and I'm like, I haven't heard her.
Mhm. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
Well, mystery on the LLD.
Mystery, yeah. She just disappeared.
Yeah.
We'll let you know if.
Maybe we should have Kate come find her.
Maybe we should.
All we have to do is set a trap, and you'll find Kate.
Nice.
Well, cool. Anything else to talk about on this old podcast?
Nothing comes to mind at the moment. This was a pretty thorough one.
What's the clock running?
6:13.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Yeah, well, I guess, folks, get your predictions in on how long you think the season 5 finale podcast will be.
Yeah.
Justin, you want to reiterate our highlights here for finales?
Our highlights? Oh, yeah. Well, season 2, the first one was 6.5 hours. Wow. We're about to hit that right now. And then season 3 was actually 13 hours long.
Whoa.
Which was a bit of a jump, and I'll say still impressive. We don't often go that long.
Yeah.
Lucky for everyone. And then last season, the season 4 finale was 17 hours.
Boom.
Which, that was serious.
That's some serious podcasting.
It really blows me away how long that was. And I really don't know what to expect for this year. It's getting harder and harder to beat the previous year.
Yeah.
So, we only have 2 more, so that's good, but damn, 17 is a lot.
Should we, dare we get to 20? Is there any hope we'd get to 20?
I would like to get to 20 in theory.
I want, for me, I want this season to be 20 and the final season to be 24, and you can have 24 hours of listening to the Lowdown. And then we will, then you can email us for directions to the nearest insane asylum.
Yes, that is the only appropriate response.
Doctor, we've got another one. They've listened to Lost Lowdown for 24 hours straight. Please help them. There's nothing we can do. Their brain has been fried.
With the others. Yeah, I agree. That seems like a good plan, and I would definitely like to carry that out. We'll see how long it actually comes out to be. I guess it depends on sort of what the episode is, but
it's mostly dependent on what's in the episode, how many tangents we do, how much there's to talk about, how much you leave for questioning.
But the finale is definitely the podcast where you can just let it all go. There's really no.
Because you got 9 months till the next episode.
Yeah, it's time to just let it all out. So I think it'll probably be long. I certainly think it'll be a long one.
Like 5 hours.
Yeah, like 5 hours.
That's the thing. There will be plenty of time for retrospective talk too, so that also makes it long. Because we got to look back at season 5.
That's true. Yeah, we
got to look
bringing up a lot of plot points, and that takes up time.
Yeah,
definitely. That's
best of, worst of. Yeah, it's gonna be a long one, folks.
Yeah. Buckle up. As such, it might be a little bit later than usual because it might take a little longer to record. But bear with us. I'll probably post updates or something because you'll probably want to know when it's coming. So if you go to like tld.net, I'll probably kind of inform you of what the status is because I somehow doubt we'll actually be able to get it out as early as we usually do. Yeah. That's just a prediction from me. If we do, that's great. but, you know.
Oh, we should start podcasting now.
Yeah, I mean, if we want to finish on time, we really need to start, like, the Thursday after.
Yeah.
You know, and just do it.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
Awesome. Well, it's been another awesome podcast.
Oh, yeah.
Want to thank Jen for being on, and hopefully she is somehow listening but can't respond. But that's okay. Maybe she's Jacob.
Ooh.
Yikes.
Some people can hear her, but we can't hear her.
We can't.
Because we're not the chosen leaders.
Because we're Ben.
Right.
Wait, how are we Ben? I don't want to be Ben.
I don't want to be Ben either.
I want to be Vincent.
Ugh.
He's got no worries.
He really does have no worries.
I'm a dog. I don't know how I'm time traveling. Because I'm a dog.
Yeah, that's nice.
Well, thanks, Jen, for being on the podcast. You're welcome. Thanks for having me. I'll be back next season. Yeah, so catch us next week, guys, with the big season 5 finale. We're all excited. I'm sure you are too.
Oh yeah,
it's gonna be a big one. I think it's bombs will explode.
Mm-hmm.
Apparitions will be smited.
That's right. Incidents will occur.
People named Phil might get their comeuppance.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
I think submarines may encounter problems.
Submarines might not reach their intended destination on time. Yeah. There may or may not be rocket packs.
Yeah, I hope so. I certainly hope so.
There's a lot, you know. Kate, she might get caught again somehow.
She could find a way.
She could find a way to
get
get
caught
when she's already caught.
Yeah, she's just that good.
Yeah.
At being caught.
You know, I love how when Sawyer called, I guess the guy's name is Mitch, the guy who was in the sub with him.
Yeah, the new guy, yeah.
Yeah, the new Eric with a K. So he calls him Nemo, and at first I'm thinking Nemo, Finding Nemo, and I'm like, okay, whatever. But then I'm like, oh, Captain Nemo.
Yeah, the real Nemo.
The real Nemo, exactly, and that's my point is Finding Nemo is totally screwing over the reference of Nemo from Captain Nemo. Most people will be like me, like, what? Finding Nemo? What does this have to do with a fish?
You know, I often ask myself that question. Now, what does this have to do with a fish?
Yeah. It's a valid question most times, especially at Red Lobster.
Right. They have no idea.
You get your food, and you're like, what does this have to do with a fish?
Red Lobster. Ugh.
Butter biscuits.
Yeah.
Butter biscuits.
So buttery.
Well, that's how they come naturally from the ocean.
Right.
So they call it sea biscuit. It was a thing before it was a horse.
Before it was a horse.
Why do you call him Sea Biscuit? Because he likes to eat those biscuits from Red Lobster.
Wow, you're really
just
tying together
something.
A lot of threads there.
I know, right?
I never knew there was a connection.
They should have put me on the JFK case.
They really should have, yeah.
I wasn't born yet.
Well, that would be a problem.
Damn it. All right, well, we're just stalling, so...
Clearly.
This is the part of the podcast where everyone turns their volume down and gets back to work.
Yeah, they're done.
Yeah,
they're
done.
Everybody knows.
All right, guys. Well, we will catch you next week. TLLD.net. Come say hi. Come talk. There will be a lot to talk about, I'm sure, after the finale. Thanks and namaste.
Namaste and good luck.